Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order this Tuesday, November 18, 2025. Before we commence, I'll ask Andrea to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Welcome, everyone, to the November 18th, 2025 Board of Governors meeting. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.ccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab. Select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu and then click Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agendas. From there, you'll find the agenda link in blue. Members of the public may comment on specific agenda items or during the public forum. In-person attendees must complete a written comment card request available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raised hand feature on the streaming platform. We'll begin with public comments from in-person participants in Sacramento. After that, we'll hear from virtual participants. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order requests were received. A quick reminder that live closed captioning is available. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. This concludes my announcements, and I will now turn it over to President Aguinaldo to get us started.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And if you could please call the roll.
Love Adu.
Present.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Present.
Maria Blades.
Present.
Adrian C. Brown. Lillian Corral.
Present.
Amy M. Costa.
Here.
Ricardo de la Fuente. Ooh. Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Here.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph R. Williams.
Here.
Madam President, we have quorum.
Thank you very much, Andrea. It is at this time that I would like to request that Member Epstein lead us in the pledge. Thank you very much, Member Epstein. For the record, I'd like to note that the board will not be adjourning to closed session today as there are no items scheduled for discussion. So we'll make our way now into my president's report. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the last official meeting of the year. It has been the longest and shortest year, if that makes any sense. And in honor of this last meeting, our staff and our Board of Governors team are wearing their college swag, demonstrating the deep work that all of us have been doing throughout the year with our colleges. I'm wearing a shirt from Glendale Community Colleges, where my family and I attended their Filipino-American Fiesta on November 8th. We met Professor Mike Dulay and so many students from their Filipino-American Student Association, and I was wholly impressed by their spirit and ambition. We all have board members donning their spirit either now or throughout the meeting, and even if you're watching or participating remotely, please do so as well. We are one community college family. I'd like to specifically call out Member Haynes, who's wearing a shirt that's older than I am. It is whopping 18 years old. Member Haynes, would you like to tell us about your swag, please?
So this is a special shirt in that the union presented it to me, and I wear it. It's old. I wear it all the time, and I've gone through house cleaning after house cleaning, and I've given away so many things this past year, but this will stay with me. It's very simple. It's a denim shirt, and it has all of the 4 Los Rios colleges, and given my 25 and a half years with them, there's no better place than on my back. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Haynes. So on that note, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to the staff, our colleges, our students, the board, faculty, all of our partners for reaching the near end of another impactful year. There are 2 business items I'd like to take care of right away. First, I'm pleased to share that the Board of Governors annual September meeting, which is traditionally held at a college campus, will take place on September 15th, 2026 at the College of Marin. Please mark your calendars. We are excited to be hosted by this exceptional college. Second, I've approved 2 bachelor's degree programs from Cycle 7 as as part of our baccalaureate degree program. East Los Angeles College for their paralegal studies program, and Long Beach City College for their library and information science program. Congratulations to both colleges for advancing these programs that expand opportunities for our students and meet critical workforce needs. Next, the Board of Governors had our rural campus visits in early October. These visits offered a powerful and eye-opening experience, bringing into focus the unique challenges faced by our colleges in rural areas. I had the opportunity to join the tour and visit 2 of our 4 colleges. One particularly memorable moment was during a visit to an equine and ranch management program, where I was invited to perform an ultrasound on a pregnant mare. An experience that underscores the breadth and depth of career education offerings at our rural campuses. There were some other activities there, but we'll keep that off of the president's remarks.
We have photographs.
Yes, it's all documented. The most striking takeaway for me was the issue of equitable access. Students in rural areas often face significant geographic and logistical barriers that limit their ability to enroll in certificate and degree programs that are readily available in urban centers. Choices that are common in cities may simply not exist in more remote parts of the state. Baccalaureate attainment is also a pressing concern. For example, commuting nearly 80 miles each way to attend a class at a university, especially during severe winter conditions, creates an insurmountable barrier for our students. Later in today's agenda, board members who participated in the Rural Colleges Tour will share their reflections and observations. I very much look forward to hearing from them. Next, and earlier this month, I had the opportunity to attend the California Renewable Energy Laboratory CREL Summit hosted at Bakersfield College. The experience was both educational and deeply inspiring. It was particularly meaningful to see firsthand the enduring impact of Chancellor Christian's leadership in her prior role as president of Bakersfield College, where she spearheaded the effort to secure a remarkable $50 million investment in support of climate action efforts in Kern County, the broader region, and throughout California. The summit brought together leaders, faculty, students, and practitioners from colleges all across the state, all focused on advancing sustainability and climate resilience. It was also impressive to witness the extent to which California's community colleges are stepping into leadership roles on these issues, showcasing research, student engagement, and regional partnerships that reflect the bold commitments outlined in Vision 2030. Board Member Epstein, you would have been especially proud to see the thoughtful and action-oriented work being elevated at the summit, much of which aligns closely with the board's sustainability goals and priorities. And finally, the Board of Governors extends its deepest condolences to the Board of Trustees and the administration of Peralta Community College District on the tragic passing of Laney College Athletic Director John Beam. Chancellor Christian has issued a formal letter conveying our sympathies to the leadership of both the college and the district. We get now to the agenda. As usual, it is very substantive. We will make necessary changes to the order of the agenda to accommodate our priorities. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Christian for her report.
Great. Good morning. Well, it's like Ronaldo had pointed out that we are in the last board meeting for the year. And the fall semester is a hectic semester for all of California community colleges, particularly staff of the Chancellor's office. We've been all over the state, attending conferences, connecting with colleagues, dealing with issues, and certainly there have been lots of issues. I see some of my colleagues that are connected to technology and data, and we continue to deal with the emerging issues that AI, generative AI, and agentic AI pose as we engage with new topics of how to how to mitigate and how to support this work. But what I know to be a fact is that the community colleges, our faculty, our classified professionals, and our students, most importantly, our students, are engaged in this work, and we will be able to provide the guardrails and the direction in the best possible way because of this engagement. November is also the month of Thanksgiving. So today, in the midst of so many happenings within the community colleges, including loss, including the changing landscape of our federal issues that are emerging, the community colleges stay steady, and we continue to support our students. So in the spirit of Thanksgiving, want to recognize the legislature, the governor, for a remarkable season for the California community colleges as we gear up for the next year. Want to thank our students, our faculty, our staff, our chancellor's office. Just yesterday, I saw Paige and Carrie fixing the photos, and Paige was on a step stool, and I was like, oh my gosh, our chancellor's office is everywhere doing what needs to be done. So with that introduction, I want to move into a set of slides that were prepared by Terrence Willett this year, working with John Hetz, of course. And we've got some new data to share with the Board of Governors, and you'll get the final deck in early December. We're finalizing some of the data points for the State of the System address at the League Convention on Friday, November 21st. So just a few slides of a deck of, oh my gosh, I don't know if it's 186 or 200, but it's a lot of slides. So I have, I think, about 3 or 4 to kind of give you a sense of what is happening for last year and some early indicators for fall of 2025. So our first line graph shows us the enrollment data for our system. You can see that just by looking at the slant of the blue line that represents what has happened, that it's moving upward in a fast rate. You can see numbers in red that show after the plummet of the pandemic that the California community colleges had the largest increase of 9.6%, followed by another increase of 4.6%. And then Terrence did something that was really remarkable. As you would recall, board members, the data comes to us much later than what the colleges and districts have. And that is why we're asking the state to fund the Common Cloud so that we can in real time be engaged with the happenings that are of our students and the data that our colleges have. So Terrence conducted a survey and is predicting potentially that it might be an approximate 4.8% growth this coming next year with the fall 2025 data that he has collected through a survey. Let's give it up, Board of Governors, for our California community colleges. Moving to the next slide, we wanted to show you some of the high-level trends here. In green, right at the top, you can see we are showing a 4.6% increase, and you may be wondering, what does this mean? How do we compare to the other higher education segments? So our research team has put together some comparative data. It appears that our CSUs and our UCs are showing a trend, all upward projections, which is very good for the state of California, 2.5% for the CSUs and 0.5% for the UCs. Compared to the rest of the nation, we continue to be approximately 20% of the national community college enrollment. Moving to the next slide, let's see. So I know that the minute we put out slides, all of you, members of the Board of Governors, probably led by Board Member Haynes, will ask the question, how about disaggregated data? Because that's what we do. We make sure that no student gets lost when we look at aggregated data representation. So I'm just giving you a few examples of the disaggregation. Don't worry, you will get the 186 or 200 slides coming into your inbox first week in December once you get back from the Thanksgiving break. So here you have an example of dual enrollment. You can see the dual enrollment continues to lead the enrollment growth within the California community colleges. I was at a national conference for Achieving the Dream earlier in the fall semester, and what I realized is that looking at some of the national data, that in terms of the percentage of high school students engaging in dual enrollment, we are not leading the nation. Texas, for example, it was mentioned by the Achieving the Dream researchers, was at about 50% of students in the state were engaged in dual enrollment. So our colleges definitely see the opportunity of expanding dual enrollment so that all students, not just students who see college in the future, that all students as a default can engage in dual enrollment either through transfer pathways or through career education pathways or apprenticeship pathways. And I know our Vice Chancellor for Workforce is an advocate for apprenticeship programs and also the expansion of pre-apprenticeship programs within our high schools. So in other words, we are offering our high school students, depending on their interest, as they put together a college education plan, that programs like apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship are also those that are considered as leading to college pathways. Moving to the next slide, wanted to show you just one example of how we disaggregate data. So I selected the one for our Black and African American students. And for the year 24-25, you see a 5% increase. The overall for the state is at a 4.6%, similar to what you see here in the slides that will come into your inbox in early December. You're going to see disaggregation along many other categories. Just one more example, I promise, and that is foster youth. And I selected this particularly for board member Jennifer Perry. Foster youth continues to be a priority in Vision 2030, and we are seeing another increase of 4.5%. I wanted to mention again that we were recognized, the Chancellor's Office was recognized with the award, the John Burton Award, for our work with our foster youth population. Moving along, let me see what I have here. So I think that concludes the state of the system slide deck. Wanted to move into federal updates. At the September Board of Governors meeting, I gave you kind of a deeper insight into the HSI, MSI, and ANAPC grants. I thought you may be interested for an updated data set. So this slide just gives you the updated numbers for our colleges. Chris Ferguson continues to work with our colleges to make sure we have current information. You can see that there is significant impact on the California community colleges, 52 million in terms of the termination of HSI grants for the next several years. Moving to the next slide. So to conclude my presentation, as always, I try to bring in pictures so you have a sense of the various activities. I picked the group photograph from Feather River Community College. President Aguinaldo mentioned the Equine Ranch Management Program. You can't see President Trutna, he's right at the back, but you can see our members of the Board of Governors, Pam Haynes, Adrian Brown, Hildy, Joseph. You see our students. I'm so happy President Jerry Reyes is here with us today. And I think he's going to share a few words about his experience. So it was truly a treat to have our students with us. I know as we roll into the retreat, President Aguinaldo has been thinking about how we can bring in, when we're talking about access and equity and access, our rural communities and how we can make sure that we can ensure pathways for those students who live in those communities. Moving to the next slide. Oh, yes, the Collective Equity Impact Institute. This was a remarkable conference, lots of good energy. You can see our president of the board addressing the conference. It's over 1,000 of our colleagues participate. You can see a group picture. And I made sure we had the group picture so you can see our students right at the beginning, front of the group picture. They were able to kneel down. Many of us couldn't because of our knees. And I included a picture of me kind of in pose or something, walking up onto the stage to Nina Simone's I'm Feeling Good. And when our planning team was putting together the conference, there's so much of uncertainty that we are dealing with, higher education as a whole, even our colleagues at the UCs with the research grants in our CSUs. And but we wanted the conference to really instill a spirit of can-do and a spirit of really sort of making it happen, making things work for our students. So that was kind of the walk-up song and the theme of my remarks about bringing in Nina Simone's, I'm feeling good. Moving to the next slide. This was a non-credit summit. Non-credit continues to be a focus for access to low-income working Californians. When we talk about removing barriers and having low-barrier access, non-credit pathways are becoming an important part of the conversation. In fact, at this non-credit summit, we reminded, and I reminded in my remarks, that the CDCP was a tool that was authored by then Senator Jack Scott to incentivize funding for non-credit. And we have that as a tool for our colleges to utilize to put into place these low barrier access points for our students. It was at Mount SAC College. You can see Vice President Bill Rawlings, who was there and very proud on his home campus. You can see the trustees from Mount SAC and the leadership. Want to call out President Martha Garcia and President Tina King from San Diego College of Continuing Ed. They were the co-hosts for the event, although physically it was at Mount SAC. So talking about continuing community education, non-credit, I'm wearing a T-shirt from North Orange Continuing Education to, again, promote our adult working learners. We also emphasized at the non-credit summit credit for prior learning, which continues to be a priority for the Board of Governors. Moving to the next slide. Oh, actually, can I go back to the previous one? Yeah. The woman in what is that color? Is it magenta or her name is Madeline Abayo. I meant to say Albright, and she could be Madeline Albright. Just a powerful force in the world of non-credit, and she was such a future thinker and was laying out the work well before our time in recognizing the importance of non-credit for our working students. All right, let's move to, yes, the ACCT leadership. I selected this picture because of our board member, our student board member, Maria Blaise, who was there at an event. I co-presented with Lee Lambert, who actually had submitted a proposal to showcase California's digital center for transformation, innovation, and equity, and to really place how the community colleges are staying true to our values of equity and access, success, and support, even in the world of AI, and because of being in the world of AI. So it was a national conference, and we were sort of stepping out into that space, and it was fantastic to have Maria Blaise with us at this event. Moving to the next slide. The Harvard Business School is kind of seriously getting into the conversation of workforce development with the impact of AI. And later in the agenda, you'll be hearing from an economist. Craig will be presenting Anton, who will be giving board members an insight about what it means in terms of jobs, job loss and job creation, and that entire dynamic. It is significant, and it is much more significant than previous changes that we have experienced when technology has shifted. Now we're talking about autonomous capabilities. So I'm happy to see these huge research institutions like our very own Berkeley, Stanford, and institutions like Harvard really getting into the business of thinking about this and trying to forecast what could happen. I was also pleased that the California community colleges were recognized for the leadership work, and that is only because the Board of Governors, I mean, think about it. Think about it. ChatGPT came out in November, December of 2022. And this board, in July of 2023, had crafted one of the 3 strategic directions to be focused on generative AI and the future of teaching and learning. And this was recognized. The Digital Center was established by the Board of Governors the following year, July of 2024. So it's not a reactive board. It is really looking ahead and making sure that we have the talent of our faculty, our classified professionals, our students engaged ahead of time so we can guide and shape this crazy thing called AI. So we are now connected to this project. They want to partner with us, so more on that to come. I'm sure down the line we will probably schedule a presentation for the board as well. Moving to the next slide. That's a picture of Hildy at the CREL event, and Hildy has already covered that item. Board member Tom Epstein, you did lead the effort long before it became part of Vision 2030. And Carla Grandi, our senior fellow, who advises me on climate matters, has been doing a remarkable job in getting the word out there. That might be my last slide, Andrea. Let's see what we have. Next slide. Okay, that's it. Yep. Well, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I have I wanted to say something in response to what you said, and it's about John Beam, the Laney athletic director who was murdered. I just want to say I never met him, but I watched Last Chance U, and I feel like I know him really well. And I would encourage any members of the board and in the community who haven't seen it to watch it, just to get a sense of what kind of human being he was.
Thank you, Board Member Epstein. I know you've been encouraging the board to watch that Netflix series. So, yeah, please.
My comment is, first, thank you for the presentation. And my comment is about future conversations and not expecting an answer today. But in looking at the enrollment trends, do districts have the ability, and then statewide, and I'm trying to think about whether students are attending on campus now versus online, and then the impact of our facilities master planning, because we created these plans like pre-COVID, and so a lot of districts are expanding their footprint, and so I'm wondering if we have the ability to make changes on the fly. If students are going more online now, does it make sense to continue with some of the plans? And do we have the kind of tools? Do districts have those kind of tools to look at changes that could possibly be made to their construction plans?
Yeah, we can do a deeper dive into it. Just very briefly, the percentage population after the pandemic, although we have come back to the campus, many of our programs still remain online, and we're also investing in the California Virtual Campus as a mechanism so that even our rural students have access to programs of study that may not be on their particular campus. An emerging conversation that has started recently with our tech group, and we have a tech presentation later today. It really started with when we had the fraudulent applications and enrollments. One of the reasons why California was hit as hard as we were hit was because we had made the application process so easy for students to get into that a non-student bot was able to navigate the process and enroll because we did not have that human interaction. There is a similar conversation that is now emerging among our faculty in particular, related to the use of agentic mechanisms in the classroom. For example, in the last few weeks, agentic AI has the capability of completing assignments in Canvas. And the difference between a bot and an agent, for a bot to function, there is a constant interaction between the human and the AI tool in giving the AI tool prompts to which the tool answers. So now you replace the word bot with the word agent. Now there is an addition of an autonomous component where the AI tool, with just a single prompt, can go through a series of actions and take care of it. So in response to this new wave of agentic AI, there is a pedagogical conversation that I'm picking up through our AI fellows and our faculty leaders who are out there. For example, should we be considering an oral part of an engagement of our students within programs of study with either their faculty members, or if a project has an internship component or a project-based learning component, what does that look like? And how do we start creating that human community engagement? So, Board Member Williams, I think your question is spot on. I think this is the time for us to be thinking about what does our learning spaces look like when we have our virtual spaces, our physical spaces, as we are continuing to promote engagement in human communities in the world of emerging technologies, what should that look like? So I really appreciate the question. I know many of our executive leadership are sitting on the wings, are nodding their heads, and we are happy to jump into it in a much more intentional manner. Thank you.
Yeah, and you saying that made me think, like, from a legislative standpoint, to prepare for what you just said, like, will that kind of infrastructure be considered the same way as like physical infrastructure? Because we can't use bond funding for programmatic, and I don't even know if you can use it for software, but to be able to build virtual spaces, you can use it for software?
You shouldn't, because you're paying 30 years of debt service on it, and it
Yeah.
probably only lasts less than 12 months.
But when she's talking about adding the audio, that's new infrastructure that colleges don't necessarily have.
Let's do a deep dive into it,
Yeah.
Board Member Williams,
Yeah.
and we're happy to, bring it back.
Okay.
Thank you.
I love this early excitement and engagement, so please continue to ask questions and make these comments. I think we have a ton of work ahead of us, and the to-do list is just getting longer. On that note, let's move to the consent calendar. Item 3.1, we're going to take a look at just one item, the September 16, 2025 board meeting minutes. Do we have any board comment? All right, hearing none. Any public comment?
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raised hand feature. If you're calling in, press *9. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you, Andrea. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move for approval of the September minutes.
Second.
I'll second it.
Oh, I think Love beat you, Ricardo, so we'll take a vote now.
Love Adu,
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Maria Blaze,
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown,
Present. Aye.
Lillian Corral,
Aye.
Amy M. Costa,
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, Harry Legrand,
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Blas Villalobos, Syrian Villavicencio,
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Madam President, the motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So let's move on to the very meaty action calendar with item 4.1, approval of contracts and grants. And for that, I'd like to pass it to our General Counsel Lynch and Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson.
Good morning. Kathy Lynch, General Counsel, with Chris Ferguson, Executive Vice Chancellor. You should have the contracts and grants item in your package. Hopefully it is self-explanatory, but the team is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks. Whoever's doing the audio here, we're getting a lot of feedback. If there is maybe a way to tone down the volume, I think that would be helpful. I just have a couple of questions. On item 2, is this a brand new program or is this a continuation of something? Because it seems like we've been talking about OER for quite a while. And
this should not be a new program. I believe this was the result of recent trailer bill language that enabled us to expend the remaining balance out of a $115 million previous budget allocation to develop a repository, not a referatory, for open educational resources to really allow staff at the campuses to expand upon what's developed and tweak it and use it for their own purposes. I don't know if Vice Chancellor James Todd wants to add anything on this particular item, but my understanding is that this is to further the work that's already been done and enable more to use it.
Yeah, the legislation that we had with the original amount that we got for the colleges had us placing it into a website that referred, and so a lot of the OER materials that we now have 1,000 pathways that are under construction and in deployment for ZTC. A lot of them, a majority of them being OER. So the idea is to have one platform for the system using the funds that we had remaining, so that all colleges and programs can find resources, curate them, maintain them in a sustainable infrastructure.
Okay. That's great. So this is a new endeavor, what you're saying.
It's a new platform for us beyond what was legislatively mandated.
Okay.
What we found, what was legislatively mandated, was what we call referatory. So it was like website links rather than a dynamic environment.
Yeah. So has Santa Clarita been doing this before, or is this is new to them?
This is new to them.
Yeah. Okay.
To manage the grant. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thanks.
I would just add that they are a leader in the space, in the open educational resource space, though, so they've been at that for quite a while.
Okay, great. And then on item 7, I had the Workforce and Economic Development Grant. I didn't know a whole lot about what we do in contract education. Is this something that's widespread? Is this new? Is it, what is that?
Great question. I'm glad that you asked that one. Good morning, Tony Cordova, Vice Chancellor for Workforce. So it's not new. It's one that we're really focusing on. So I got a little bit of a summary. I'm going to read some of this paragraph and then I'll expand a little bit more.
You knew I was going to ask a question.
I'm prepared, right? So contract education. It's really leveraging the ETP, the Employers Training Portal, that allows employers to pay into funding for immediate upskill training opportunities. So the employers pay for this. So right now there's a network of 28 contract education units within the 116 California community colleges itself. The Workforce Training and Development Centers is what they're calling themselves right now. These centers are the most nimble. They're the quickest to respond to employer skills, upskilling opportunities, and then providing the immediate needs for the employers to maintain that upskilling component of it. Between 2010 and 2018, these centers have trained over 45,000 students. They delivered almost 750,000 training hours. They've achieved a wage gain of 20% increase in the wages that the students go through, with a retention rate of 97%. When we start to talk about the average cost per trainee itself, we're talking about almost about $750 per student of 40 hours of training itself, right? These result in the strong short-term format employer-aligned upskilling to deliver the measurable outcomes. So when we start talking about the future of like Workforce Pell and the short-term training opportunities, we want to be able to leverage that not-for-credit work to roll into what Chancellor Christian was mentioning earlier, the non-credit modalities to the credit pathways itself, right? So it's starting with the open entry opportunity in the not-for-credit room, and that's where you're seeing some of these centers. So our goal is to increase that visibility from the 28 centers that we have right now throughout the state of California.
So this doesn't count as our enrollment, right?
These are not enrolled.
Yeah.
So there is a way, right, when we start talking about the dual enrollment, there's a way to focus on the dual enrolled adult, right? When we start dual enrollment for adults and credit for prior learning. Mm-hmm. So we could leverage the CPL format to start acknowledging these short-term courses to award units, bless you, credits that are applicable and articulated.
So the employers pay for this. Is there any public money in it?
No public money. It's all self-funded.
Okay, great. I just wanted to, since I whine a lot about the goals and metrics and stuff, I just want to say this is the best most specific set of goals I think I've ever seen in any of our contracts. So I applaud you for that.
We're acknowledging that, and we're doing our best effort to be able to make sure that we elevate that. Because from my perspective, it's all about the outcomes. We're really intentional on being able to meet those outcomes and hit those objectives.
That's great. Thank you.
You're acknowledging that Member Epstein whines, or you're acknowledging that the goals are refined?
I didn't say it. You're the one that said that one.
Interesting there. Member Villavicencio.
Yeah, I just had a question about on item 1 with our A2MEND funding here, whether or not, since this is a fairly new recent allocation by the legislature here, is this attached to COLA at all? Whether or not this is going to be increasing the 660,000 or not? And I was just curious, and I think that one of the goals already stipulated, and maybe it answered my question already, that possibly expanding again this funding for additional colleges serving a forces program.
Yeah, so this is not directly linked to a cost of living adjustment. This is an ongoing increase that I believe was added 2 years ago, not in the most recent budget, but in 24-25. So it's a continuation of that increase. And then this year's budget request does include another $2.5 million to support the amend program and to expand the number of campuses that are being served. So there's two issues at play here, but this one is not directly linked to cost of living. I think this one is more the legislature wanted to provide additional support for this important program.
No, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I just, a couple of kudos. One, on the OER, excuse me, on the OER allocation, it's really, there is success on our college campuses that our faculty are designing and using OER. That benefit goes to our students, in which millions of dollars are saved relative to books, relative to resource materials. I know at Los Rios, all 4 of our colleges have faculty that are using OER and using other mechanisms to limit the amount it costs for a student to get the materials they need. The college that is furthest along within Los Rios is Cosumnes River College, of which now 75% of the resources are OER related, and that benefit goes to students. And so to the extent that there's still money available to help faculty and others who may be interested in doing this, is for their benefit, but it's also for the benefit of our students. And so it's just a wonderful thing to see. Thank you.
Member Adu.
Hi, great work. Thank you guys so much. I just had a really semantic question. In regards to item 5, you guys used the term underserved adult students. Who specifically qualifies under that term, or is it just referring to the fact that adult students typically are underserved?
I'm going to answer that slightly in a coded way, and that is the state intentionally does not want us defining underrepresented student. So completely very fair question, but I'll somewhat defer and punt on that as a result.
Okay, understood.
I think it depends on the context too, the broader context in which you use the word.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, seeing no other board comments, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So move.
Second.
Ooh. We'll go with Epstein and Haynes since Member Adu did the last one. Andrea, we'll take the roll then.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
I need to abstain from number 7. I'm an elected member of the San Bernardino Community College Board. And
The motion is for all items.
It's for all items, and I've already checked with legal. You're fine.
she told me I should abstain.
She did.
Yeah, yeah.
So just
So I abstain.
Thank you. Madam President, the motion passes.
okay.
Just a quick recognition of James Gigi from College of the Canyons here doing a remarkable job with OER, ZTC, and is a national leader. Your name was mentioned, by the way, when I was in Boston. So I just wanted to recognize James. Thank you for being here.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. Let's move to item 4.2, proposed regulatory action, academic and progress notice and pause. For that, we'll pass it to Vice Chancellor Shears.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm wearing my swag from Berkeley City College.
I don't know if we can hear you. Can we?
I'm wearing my swag from Berkeley City College. It's the Emoja program, and it's been in operation, I think, since 2017. All right, so this item is coming before you. A little different than the last time it came before you. So in the 45-day public comment, we received quite a bit of public comment. So generally a lot of praise for the change of nomenclature for academic probation and dismissal. And a request to lower the units for academic renewal. And in considering what would be involved in lowering the units for academic renewal, we did decide it needed more time to study that issue. So we pulled academic renewal from the agenda. So what you're looking at today is just the nomenclature change for academic dismissal and probation.
Okay. All right, let's take board comments. Member Haynes.
So in making this particular change, can you give us an idea in terms of timeline when we'll get the most important parts of the regs? You're going to bring the other pieces of the regs back later. What's the timeline for that? Obviously, it's not going to be in this year, but is it a 3-month project? Is it a 6-month project? What is it?
For the academic renewal?
Good morning, everyone. Fermin Villegas, Deputy Counsel. The timeline would be really the timeline that it would take the program staff to discuss the issue with stakeholder groups. And so it could be anywhere from 1 board cycle to 2. But again, it just depends on the ability of the staff to get together with stakeholder groups that want to provide additional input.
So very respectfully, I kind of knew that piece. So to the extent that it happens, the better it happens. I have been for years very disappointed in the terms that we use relative to our students. Academic probation is a kind of a criminal term that we have tended to use over and over again without understanding its repercussions on a student who hears that. And I come out of a community where a student who hears that decides that they're going to step out of education because they're on probation. And so while I understand that we're sort of in the process of increasing and making certain it's going to be the way it is, it would be helpful to know just how long it's going to take. This has taken years, so how long it ultimately is going to take, it would be helpful to know.
So probation and dismissal, changing the name for that is not on hold. That would be moving along. It's just the academic renewal that we need to take a look at. Okay.
I think we have Member Brown, then Member Costa.
So on the academic renewal piece, I know that there have been a lot of stakeholders involved in the current version that's already was planned to be presented today. And I'm concerned that there could be some concerns arising just because people don't like change. One of the issues that I saw across the state is that there are wildly different limits that different colleges have, which is very unfair to students. And in addition to limits, some colleges will only allow students to academically renew if they continue their education at that particular college. I've seen a student not transfer because of this, because they had moved somewhere else and they took classes elsewhere, and then they actually never transferred. So I'm very concerned if there are a lot of people offering complaints simply because they enjoy including unnecessary barriers to students. This was already thoughtfully discussed by lots of stakeholders and for over a year. So if this does not cause harm to students, I feel that we should move forward as quickly as possible. There are some private institutions, when we think about articulation and transfer, that do not accept academic renewal at all. So that's a moot point. The UC and the CSU will accept our policy as far as I know. If that's not true, then we could accommodate based on that. But that's the only accommodation that I could think of that we need to consider. Anything else that's being brought up is just a love affair with previous policies, in my opinion. So I think we need to move as quickly as possible because I think this was very thoughtfully done already. Thank you.
Member Costa, then Member Corral.
So I guess I have a semantic comment because I found this whole thing fascinating. I wasn't here during the first reading, but even the term renewal indicates that something was broken. And so I think when we think about this, the terms we use are really important. And the students fail for a variety of reasons. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're broken. And so I agree with my colleagues that, I would like to see this expeditiously addressed because this is really about a system that's not serving students. And so, I think we need to be, as I think is the intent of this entire package, mindful of the language that we're using and making sure that the expectations across all of our colleges are similar. And that it's not a surprise to our students. Thank you.
Member Corral.
Hi. First of all, thank you again for doing this work. As you can tell, there is urgency and passion in the board to get this done. My question, and pardon, I still am learning a lot, is how does the delay of the academic, if you could just explain to me, how does the delay of the academic renewal impact the successful implementation of the other aspects of this section? And perhaps just the follow-on would be, what would the impact be if we approved the academic renewal as is with a consideration for perhaps later reducing the units as necessary? Would that create an added burden for the process, or how would that play out?
Excuse me. I think I can address those questions. Your first question, the removal of the academic renewal regulation won't impact the other two. So today you'll be voting on approving the academic probation and pause. And so those will move forward. If you vote for them, they will move forward and will be enacted. The academic renewal regulation, you cannot vote on it today because it's been removed from the package. And so that would have to come back in a future meeting.
But I guess if I could just follow up, and again, pardon, this is new to me. If we don't vote on the academic renewal and we just change the language, we're not addressing the issue of allowing those students, correct me if I'm wrong, right, to really get back into the proper pathway, which is what we all want and intend, correct? So if we are approving just one portion of it, are we just almost taking a symbolic gesture, which is great, but not addressing the actual issue, which is we want the students to be able to actually get back on the pathway to education and in the transition that they deserve? Is that?
I think it's twofold.
Okay.
I think from my time as a vice president of student services, counselors are pretty passionate about changing the nomenclature for probation and dismissal. So that'll be really good to make progress on that. I agree. The task force definitely also wanted to streamline academic renewal so that there was more uniformity throughout the colleges. So that's where there's somewhat delay, but we could do what we can to bring the task force together and try to get that sooner onto an agenda. If it's helpful to know, there were some districts that some individuals wanted the unit level to be lower than 12, which is what the task force recommended. They wanted like 6 because there's so many part-time students in the system, which is true. And then some districts wanted 3 units to be the level, which is very accessible for students to complete in order to get academic renewal. And that's when, getting the guidance from the Office of General Counsel, we realized, okay, districts have had the ability to determine this on their own. They're going to have a limitation that they've not had before, and there's not a legislative reason for that limitation. So this is a careful situation where the chancellor's office is now putting this limitation on districts. So we need to be real careful about that landscape. But I hear the urgency of the board to move forward with academic renewal and take the recommendations from the task force, if that's the will of the board.
Member Du.
Just to follow up, let's say we vote to approve the language change. Would that in itself hinder the process of the broader goals that we had that you just mentioned? And would that make the situation any different or stickier? Would that affect it at all?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
I don't think.
No, you'd be approving the language in probation and probation and pause. And the other section, 55046, the renewal section, could just come back later on its own.
Okay, good. That's good to know. I think that was something I think a lot of people were also thinking was, if we're voting for this, is this going to be hindering or distracting from the overall goal? And it's apparently not, so.
Member Costa.
I just have a clarifying process question because I want to make sure that I understand what you said about the statutory underpinning here. So is there a potential constraint on the regulatory side because it's not specified in statute? And if that is the case, should we, as a system, be pursuing a legislative remedy to this policy question?
That's a great question, Member Costa. This regulation is entirely under our own authority, 7901. And so it's really up to the Board of Governors, Chancellor's Office to determine what the appropriate level, the unit threshold, et cetera, that would be in 55046 to determine.
Member Brown.
So I just wanted to clarify the intent of my comments. Any change that was requested that's going to help remove barriers, I fully support. But I still don't think it would take more than reconvening the group that originally worked on this and share with them this one issue of, oh, this is unintentionally creating a barrier where there was not one at some colleges, and then bringing it back. So I still feel like this could be expeditiously accomplished and just addressing that one issue. It could be that that was an oversight, not realizing that some colleges didn't used to have that type of limitation. We definitely don't want to add limitations. We want to remove barriers. So my sense of urgency comes from that place. So anything we can do to support that, I definitely will support in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Member Haynes.
I agree with everything that's been said, and expediting it. And I see nods of those who are making some of this work. I appreciate the nods in the affirmative. We want to make certain that we want to remove barriers. You said it very well. We want to remove barriers. We want it to be for the benefit of our students to finish their education without these kinds of barriers at the end of the day. So thank you.
All right. Hearing no other board comments, let's move to public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have 2 comments. First, LaTanya Parker Parnell, and then Sarah Thompson.
Good morning, President Aguinaldo and members of the Board of Governors. I am Dr. LaTanya Parker Parnell, ASCCC's president. On behalf of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, I offer our strong support for the proposed Title V regulatory amendments related to academic notice, and pause. The ASCCC appreciates the Chancellor's Office commitment reflected in the amendments to reframing student academic challenges in a manner that is supportive, strength-based, and grounded in equity. Replacing deficit-oriented terms with academic notice and pause represents a shift towards language that recognizes student capacity and growth in pursuit of their educational goals. We also strongly support the strengthened support and emphasis on timely counseling related to the regulatory language. We look forward to continued collaborations with the Chancellor's Office around implementation. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chancellor. My name is Sarah Thompson, and I am the incoming president of FAC. This effort originated with our dedicated FAC counselors who work tirelessly on behalf of our students. We believe these regulations will help remove barriers for students, and we hope to see more urgent attention to academic renewal processes as requested by our FAC Counselors Committee. We appreciate this opportunity to collaborate to improve our students' experience and success. Thank you.
Madam President, there are no other in-person or virtual comments at this time.
Thank you very much, Andrea. At this time, I'll entertain a motion and a second.
Move approval.
Second. Go ahead.
It's yours.
Second.
Who seconded the motion?
Haynes and Williams. Andrea will take the vote, please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
Madam President, the motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Let's move to item 4.3, implementation of the 2025-2026 full-time faculty obligation, or FON, and we welcome Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson back to present.
Yeah, each year, the Board of Governors, this item is taken before the Board of Governors to make a determination if the annual budget provided sufficient resources to continue making progress toward the 75% faculty obligation number goal that's specified in statute. This year's state budget did provide a 2.3% cost of living adjustment. It also provided over 140 million combined ongoing resources to support growth, enrollment growth in the system. Yes, there's a $408 million deferral. However, that was intentional by the state to continue providing that service level that we expect. So as a result, this item is requesting that the board approve a resolution determining that there are sufficient resources in the budget to continue making progress toward the faculty obligation number. So the way it will work is the adjustment is proportional to the increase in resources that districts receive.
Thank you. I welcome board comments. All right, hearing none, let's go to public comments.
The public comment period, on item 4.3, is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
So far, we just have one. Sarah Thompson.
Sarah Thompson from FAC here. Full-time faculty are essential to the quality and stability of our colleges, and we appreciate that the faculty obligation number is fully funded this year. While the FON is not the strongest tool for increasing full-time faculty hiring, we remain grateful for the commitment to fund it and hope to continue working towards more effective solutions. Thank you.
Thank you
There are
very
no
much.
other public comments at this time.
Thank you, Andrea. I will entertain a motion in a second.
So move.
Second.
LeGrand and Williams. Andrea, vote please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson stays put, and he knows that because he didn't move. For item 4.4, approval of the Shasta-Tehama Trinity Joint Community College District's Tehama Educational Center.
And before I get started, I do believe there may be a representative from the district here. Not yet. So that said, if they do, I just ask that we be able to provide some of their feedback. So this
Chris, can we put a pin in this one and wait until that person comes back, if that's okay?
if we
Okay.
can.
All right, thank you.
We're still good here.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for your flexibility. We're going to put a pin in that one until our speaker is able to get here. And please, if you're traveling anywhere, please be safe. I know it's been raining for an entire week, and the Los Angelinos are, we don't understand rain, as Member Brown is saying. We're sugar cubes, and we might dissolve. So please be careful. Item 4.5 is the 2027 Board of Governors meeting schedule. I welcome Deputy Chancellor Tomaning to present on that one.
Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors. I'm Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor, and I wanted to just do a shout out to my college swag, Berkeley City College. And the sweatshirt that I have on represents one of their pathway communities, similar to Umoja, because it is a dual designated institution, both HSI and Anapisi, and has a strong pathway transfer record. So I'm here to present item 4.5, the Board of Governors meeting schedule. And I am asking for approval for the resolution to approve the proposed 2027 meeting dates that is included in your packet. Tuesday, January 26th, Tuesday, March 23rd, Tuesday, May 25th, Tuesday, July 20th, Tuesday, September 21st, and Tuesday, November 16th. And you do have a copy of the calendar for 2027 as well.
But point of order, I think these are Mondays, though?
No, they're Tuesdays.
But the 26th of January,
It's 2027.
oh, 27, okay.
We are planning ahead. Board Member Brown.
So just like last year, the July meeting for me falls at the same time as the Catherine Dunham Technique Dance Conference that I attend annually. And last year I was able to coordinate with Ohio State to get all my stuff posted so that I could attend virtually, which I'm willing to do again. But there were a lot of people that had trouble with that particular meeting date this year. And so I'm wondering if it might make more sense for us to host that meeting either late June or early August. So just something to consider.
I remember that conflict because we did have a significant amount of board members missing.
Well, that's a good question, Board Member Brown. I'm kind of stumped in terms of how to respond to it because this is sort of a tradition that has been in place for years, and it's every other month. Last year, there were also vacation plans. So our hope in conversations with President Aguinaldo was to try to make connections. So if there are a few board members who can't make it, that we still have quorum. We were trying to figure out quorum last July, so we're trying to be ahead of the curve this time to kind of look into it. So I'm not sure, President Aguinaldo, whether we should consider a change in date or stay with it and work with board members and see how we can support board members if, the lack of availability.
And please keep in mind, too, this is 2027, so we've already made a commitment as a board that we would stick to the July 2026 date. So hopefully we can keep this one on calendar, but very sympathetic to your calendaring issue. Does anyone else have any comments about the board schedule? Radu, did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I'm not going to be here then, but.
That's something to say.
Okay, I approve.
All right. Any public comment?
The public comment period on item 4.5 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. Madam President, we have no public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Motion. Second.
Thank you for solving that problem for me. It's De La Fuente and Adu. Andrea, the vote, please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrea. I will now pass it to Chancellor Christian for a very exciting topic of 2026 Board of Governors Retreat, item 4.6.
So we're proposing the date to be February 24th of 2026 and the location to be at the Crown Cove Aquatic Center of Southwestern College. So with that, I recommend approval. February 24th, 2026.
Chancellor Christian, Crown Cove Aquatic Center is actually on the campus?
No, it's actually right on the Strand Beach between Coronado and Imperial Beach, and it's a center of Southwestern College. So the college will be hosting us.
Wonderful. Member Epstein.
Since everyone's wearing T-shirts today, and we're going to a retreat in the aquatic center, are we going to be required to wear bathing suits to this retreat?
For you, you could do whatever you'd like. I was going to suggest wetsuits, but we'll think about it. We'll think about the outfit. Member Adu.
So I'm actually going to be here for this one. So excited for that. I have been here. I went to the Aquatic Center when I was younger, and it's really beautiful. So I just want to get everyone excited for that ahead of time.
Great. Any other board comments?
San Diego is a great city. I'm as a local San Diegan, so anything in San Diego, looking forward to it.
Wonderful. All right. We'll entertain any public comments.
The public comment period on item 4.6 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. There are no comments on this item.
Okay. We'll take a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Harry, you came in third. So it's Adu and De La Fuente again. Thank you very much. Andrea, the vote, please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo De La Fuente.
Enthusiastically, aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to the retreat. Let's pop up to item 4.4, the approval of the center. We welcome Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson back to the podium.
Thank you. And with me is Superintendent President Nigro from Shasta, Tehama, Trinity Joint Community College District. So this item is presented before you today to recognize as a state center the Tehama Educational Center. You may have passed this on your way to the Rural North tour. There were 2 educational centers that I believe you passed. One would have been Butte Glen's Orland Center. The other will now be, if you approve it, will be the Tehama Center for Shasta Tehama Trinity College. They meet all of the criteria to be recognized as a state center. In particular, and looking in the background, there's a good or high likelihood that in the future we could potentially see an additional college campus in that area of the state. It is a large population that will be served. But with that, I did want to turn it over to Superintendent President Nigro to also provide some insight into what this center will mean for the district and really for students in that community.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for considering this item. I believe we have a PowerPoint. I don't know if we're able to share that. There we go. I have a couple of colleagues. I don't think that they're here yet, but I just want to mention them because they played a big part in putting together our needs assessment, our letter of intent, and that is Dr. Kevin O'Rourke, who is my associate superintendent, and he's also CEO of North State Together. And then Mr. Billy Miller, who is our dean over our extended education campuses, including the Tehama campus. So we really appreciate you having us here today, and thank you, President Aguinaldo. And also thank you for Chancellor Christian for visiting us, as Chris mentioned, a number of weeks ago. Vice President Rawlings and Mr. Williams and Ms. Haynes, we really, really appreciate that visit. It's always great to have an opportunity to share a little bit. Just sort of a high-level overview, next slide, of Shasta College. We have been around for 75 years, believe it or not, even though we are just a small to medium-sized college. We are a 3-county district with little chunks of 3 other counties that are in our district. We're in very good accreditation standing. We just got a full 7-year reaccreditation following previous 7-year reaccreditation. We have about 14 to 15,000 students, 6,800 FTS, a lot of programs, including one of the very first baccalaureates in the state for California community colleges. We are spread across 5 campuses. 2 of them are pretty big, the Redding main campus and then the Tehama campus, which is what we're talking about here today. And then I'd like to mention that we have 10,000 square miles. And I could tell you that's the size of Massachusetts, but since I don't think many of you have walked the perimeter of Massachusetts, I'll localize this a little bit. We are about 5% bigger as the 4 biggest counties in the Los Angeles area, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and Orange. And we're about 15% bigger than the 9 counties that surround the San Francisco Bay Area. However, we have only 262,000 people. So they are spread out all over the place, and that is our challenge. And that is why we have had to be very, very innovative in everything that we do in the North State. Next slide, please. Tehama County has about 65,000 people. It is much more diverse than the rest of our district. That's about 28% Latino. Most of our Dreamers are there. It is, unlike the rest of our district, it is highly agricultural. That's one of the top industries there. And they do have a growing population for those who are heading off to college. There are a lot of needs in this area, very high poverty rate compared to the rest of the state, and then also compared to the rest of the district. It has very high unemployment, relatively speaking. The educational attainment rate, the high schools actually do a really good job, and I believe are a little bit above average in terms of graduation rates. However, above that, the rates are much lower for the rest of the state, baccalaureate achievement, for example. And because of the remoteness of this area, there is a problem with people trying to access our online resources, which we've invested a lot into. Also, if you could just click once, I'll just show you the distance from the Redding main campus. I always like to show little driving directions here. This is if we didn't have the Tehama campus, if a student were trying to drive from Red Bluff to the Redding main campus, it would take almost 2 hours on public transportation. Click it once more. If they were coming from another one of our population centers there, Los Molinos, it would be almost 4 hours. And click once more. From Corning, it would be about the same. So obviously, without the Tehama Center, people in Tehama would be really hard-pressed to try to attend college. So the next slide and final slide. So we have seen a lot of positive direction in Tehama in recent years. The college has invested quite a bit toward Tehama County, $25 million since 2010. That's an awful lot for a district our size. Click once more. The county has been very proactive on increasing the college growing rate. They have formed the Expect More Tehama Consortium with K-12 plus the community college and with State University in Chico. This is part of the larger North State Together framework, of which my Associate Superintendent Kevin O'Rourke is the CEO. And so they are doing an awful lot there. We have pushed very, very aggressively on dual enrollment. All 3 major high schools in the county have CCAP agreements. Online, we've pushed very, very heavily. And recently, we have focused on career technical education and have been trying to build new programs in Tehama. And I also want to mention that Tehama, much like the rest of the district, really is an incubator for innovation. The new student services building we built there has become a model of the one-stop shop student services model that we're now going to bring to the main campus. They were the first of our campuses to use high-flex classes. They are now experimenting with 8-week CalGETC patterns to see what that will look like. And then something I'm really excited about, we are part of the competency-based education pilot statewide. We're one of the 8 colleges doing that. And they are doing a phase 2 that is focused on a Spanish language ag CBE project that will be transferable from the different partner colleges that we're working with on that. So we're really, really excited that that can be a real game changer in Tehama County. So that's about it. You could kind of get a sense of why center status and kind of getting to that level would be really inspiring and important for us. And so we thank you for your consideration. And my associate superintendent, Kevin O'Rourke, has just shown up, so just want to introduce him briefly. Thank you.
Yeah, I just quickly add on the budget front, we do convey the establishment or the recognition of new centers to the Department of Finance so that they can be factored into the SCFF calculation so that we don't have or don't result in any deficit factors that could otherwise occur. So the last three that we approved last November and I believe it was in March, have been conveyed to finance to build into the 26-27 budget because it always occurs 1 year after the approval.
Thank you. I would hesitate for you to may have made it all this way without having the opportunity to say something. So did you want to make some remarks?
Seems like it was going pretty well, so I don't want to screw anything up.
Well, thank you for your hard work in bringing the center to fruition, to consideration before the board. So definitely recognize your hard work in getting us to this point.
Great. Thank you. We have Member Correll, then Member Haynes.
I'll just quickly say, as someone, I live in Los Angeles, but as someone who has actually traveled every single county in the state of California, when I ran the 211 system in California, I know the distances that you talk about, and so just really congratulate you on this. And then I also just want to flag, as part of that work, we did a lot to address the unfortunately persistent gaps in broadband access. Our digital infrastructure, something that Board Member Williams was alluding to earlier today, is really, in California, one of the largest economies in the world, is still an issue to contend with. And so I really appreciate you mentioning that as a gap, and look forward. I'm a relatively new board member, but look forward to continuing to help support in that area. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So, hip hip hooray. I'm wondering, especially given the distance, and you have proven that if you build it, they will come. But what will your outreach look like to make certain that those who sort of are out there will come to expand the programs that are going to be offered?
Yeah, I'll just speak to that just briefly. We do have very aggressive outreach working with our high schools. One thing that we've really invested in the last 5 years in particular is getting bilingual outreach specialists so that we can make sure that we hit all corners of our population. We are present at many public events, fairs, summits, Chamber of Commerce. We can be found all over the place trying to reach out to our community. We also have a really good marketing team, and so they're helping us with all sorts of publications, reaching out via every media you can think of. So I don't know if you would like to add anything to that.
The only thing that I would add is that we have a very strong TRIO presence in Tehama County, and we've already developed a plan. If those funds do not occur in the future, we have found ways to continue to fund those counselors that are in the high schools in Tehama County.
Thank you. I'm glad I heard, I think, that you're going to have those who are within the community, and especially those who are bilingual and who are sort of the unspoken folks who really can get things done. Hopefully that'll be part of your outreach as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Member Perry, then Member De La Fuente.
I just want to say that I love this. It exemplifies what the community colleges are. We're in the community, we're part of the community, we're of the community, and what you're doing is serving an area that lacks resources, and I love that you have thought through this and really created something for people who wouldn't have access to education, these other services, to do that. And again, that kind of exemplifies why we're all here and why some of us are wearing T-shirts and sweatshirts to celebrate what the community colleges stand for. So thanks for being a big part of that.
Thank you so much.
Member De La Fuente.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for presenting, and I'd love to see this. Just reflection is every time I launch any initiative or program, I really like to start marketing early on and build like a wait list or interest list. So, you know, even while it's being developed, just to develop an interest list. So then when it's ready, it's like, hey, sign up to get news updates, and you build your list of people that might eventually come. So, you know, just, you know, I do that. I started early. I like to keep people updated even way before I officially launch. It's almost like a pre-launch marketing. And I think it just gets you ahead of the ball so that when you do launch, you get nice traction.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Member Brown, then Member Adu.
For anyone that needs another point of reference, President Nigra at the Rural College Tours also said that this area is as large as Belgium, which is really amazing to consider that there are countries that are bigger than the area that this center will serve. And in addition to the location issues, I just wanted to remind everyone about the technology barriers that students that are in these rural areas face, and that having spaces that have good Wi-Fi for those students is essential to them being able to access education. So I just wanted to state my full support for this being made an official center status location for the California Community Colleges.
Thank you so much, and so good to see you again. I can't believe you remembered Belgium. That's
Well, I've been there. They've got great chocolate.
Member Adu, then Member Villavicencio, then Member Blaze.
Thank you guys so much for your presentation. Just to hop off of what Member Brown was saying, 48% of households in the county do not have access to broadband, right? And considering how immensely large this is, as a student who commuted when I was in community college an hour and a half to school, I understand how big of a barrier transportation and access when it comes to location has on your ability to feel a sense of community. And we're community colleges, right? We want to give people, and especially our students, as direct of an access to education as we can. And this is directly thinking of the students. This is directly thinking about how can we give them access to internet? How can we give them access to an education? How can we give them access to a community? And I really want to highlight that, and I just really appreciate what you guys are doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Villavicencio.
Thank you. I want to again commend the hard work that you folks put in putting the center together. I just actually have one follow-up question and then a comment. You mentioned again the distance, 3 to 4 hours. With the center now being built, I was just curious in terms of what travel time is cut from that once it is built. Is it going to be an hour away, 2 hours away for most students? And then secondly, I'd like to highlight, obviously, our focus on the board is on our adult learners and our adult workers. And you said it's a predominantly agricultural industry that you serve. I know at my college district in San Joaquin County, we're the same. And so I was wondering if you could expand upon some of the CTE programs that are tailored for our adult learners or adult workers of your student population. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Thank you. And just to clarify, we do have the campus there right now. But you know, the value of becoming center status is that if we hit an additional enrollment status, then it's going to allow us to do a lot more and to serve the area a lot better. So those distances were to the main campus, but they are a lot shorter to the Tehama campus. So I just wanted to clarify that. So Shasta College has been a pioneer on one front on serving adult learners through our accelerated college education program, which is one of the ones that we highlighted when we had the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's office visit us in September. And so that is something that I believe that we have cohorts that are also working in Tehama. They are tailored on specific programs. A lot of them are actually general education focused. But on the career technical front, the first program that we added there was medical assisting, and then we added certified nursing assistant. Now we are bringing heavy equipment in there. We're having to partner with our high schools very, very closely for some of the other programs that we're adding, such as welding, because we don't have the facilities right now on, so hence the importance of achieving center status and the enrollment targets that we're shooting for. And so that's actually led to some really interesting partnerships, though, with the high schools, where we're offering classes in the high schools that are after hours. Some of them are dual enrollment, but some of them are actually targeted at adult learners who want to come back and reskill or upskill or learn new skills. And so that's some of what we're doing. We're looking at a variety of other partnerships with neighbors that we have right next to the Tehama campus that are involved with things like heavy equipment and welding. And so, would you like to add anything to that?
No, I just echo that all the programs that we've added there connect to a workforce need. And so we weren't just adding programs to add them. We wanted to make sure that there was high employment rates post-completion of that program that helped the county's workforce development.
And the CCAP pathways that we have with the different dual enrollment high schools that we're working with, probably more so than the rest of our district, a lot of those are actually CTE focused. And so we're, of course, trying to tie in with the units that students can earn in the high schools, and then what we hope that they'll eventually earn at our Tehama campus. So thank you for your questions.
No, I just wanted to, again, thank you and commend you for all the hard work to see this through. And obviously our adult learners are our focus, and I see, and thank you for the intentional pathways that, again, this new center will provide our students. Congratulations.
Member Blaze.
Yes, thank you for the extremely intentional presentation. I had the same thoughts essentially as Member Adu, and the same experience as well. I was a commuter student too, and in terms of how that impacts access and workforce development, being on campus more this year has increased so many opportunities for me personally as a student trustee on my own campus, and it kind of made me think more about this point of access with transportation in general on my at my own district. And I think it's just, I wanted to put a suggestion forward in terms of thinking how we can be innovative about how to increase access to transportation, maybe by going around public transit systems. For example, at my district, we're adopting shuttle services from our sister community college. I know, once again, it's a very different playing field, once again, but I think that it is such an important issue by, as Member Adu said, being able to go onto campus, connect with students, be able to be introduced to those internships. And so I would really think about how to kind of adopt these new ways of bringing students to campus.
Yeah, thank you. You've really put your finger on it for an area like ours where people are just scattered in so many places, and we have partnered with all of our local bus authorities to help facilitate transportation to the main Reading campus. One thing that ties in with this, I just want to get this in there, is of course student housing, and we were one of the first. We have some very old and in need of renovation dormitories. We were one of the only community colleges that had them for the longest time, and I know a lot of community colleges are bringing those in, but I just ran the zip codes for this semester, and 30% of the students in our dorms are actually not in Reading, not on our main campus, or our main urban center, but they're in our district. And so, and we have waiting lists, very long waiting lists. About 50% of the capacity we have in terms of waiting lists. And so that's a really important part of this whole thing too. You don't really need a whole lot of transportation if you live right there on campus. So thank you.
I can't read my own writing. Member LeGrand, and then I think Member Adu has another comment.
So one, I was actually, the housing question was one I was going to ask, because I think that does say a lot. This other comment is just really more of a California one. I could see really a need for bullet trains in some of these more remote areas. And when I think about a 3-hour commute to get to school, almost 4 hours. So we're going to Vegas. Maybe we should go to Tehama with the bullet train. So let's start looking at that.
Yeah, and to build off of Member Blaze's more actionable ideas, I also wanted to ask if there were programs in place for broadband access. I know in my county, in Orange County, and then also in San Bernardino County, there are programs that give broadband access to Wi-Fi, routers, etc. I wanted to ask if that was something that was in place at your district, if that's something that could be considered moving forward. But that's just, an idea.
So a lot of the work that North State Together does in the region is focused on broadband. And so we have partnered heavily with Chico State University, and they have landed a very large grant that we are collaborating with them on to not only spread broad. It is an interesting situation. We don't only have students, we have citizens that will drive to our parking lot to pick up the internet there. A lot of processes like the DMV and such has gone all online, and so there's no longer a paper format or paper application, and so it is a need, and we are working on it.
Absolutely. Is there a way we could publicly access that?
What's that?
Like publicly access just like the details of that sort of situation?
I'm sorry.
Let me rephrase. Sorry. Is there a way that we could publicly access facts or information about that deal that you guys have between?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of it online right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the North State Planning and Development Collective. That's ran out of a foundation for Chico State University, and we integrate with them on many grants, including the Broadband Symposium.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for the robust discussion, board. We'll entertain public comments now.
The public comment period on item 4.4 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we just have one, Larry Galicio. Hey, thank you.
Hi, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Larry Glizio with the Community College League, and just here in strong support of the resolution. They do amazing work, and access is really needed there, and that's what community colleges are all about. So in strong support on behalf of the boards of the league.
Thank you.
There are no other comments on this item.
Thank you. Member Adu, did you have a last comment? No? Okay. I could see you chomping at the bit. I will now entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
We'll take Costa then Adu. Love the spirit of competition there. Andrea, if you can call the roll.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Yes.
The motion passed.
Have I offended you?
Oh. and last but not least,
Did
Pamela
I say
Haynes.
something wrong?
Pamela Haynes.
Can I vote? Thank you. Aye.
Thank you. Now the motion passes.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Frank and Kevin, just thank you so much for driving over. And we had an extraordinary visit at Shasta College. Thank you so much.
All right. We are moving swiftly to item 4.7, which I lovingly term the most awkward of all the items that we're going to be dealing with today. It is the election of the 2026 board officers. I have to read a script. Under the board's procedures, the nomination and election of board officers proceeds in 2 steps. The nomination process commenced at our last meeting in September, where we received 1 nomination for board president, Hildy Aguinaldo, and 1 nomination for board vice president, Bill Rawlings. The chancellor has received no further nominations in the interim. Are there any other further nominations at this time? The election of board officers will be conducted today during our last regular meeting of the calendar year. The president and vice president we elect will take office immediately prior to the adjournment of this meeting and will serve a one-year term. I propose that we proceed with the elections as follows. First, the vice presidential nominee will have a few minutes to make a verbal presentation to the board. Second, the presidential nominee will have a few minutes to make a verbal presentation to the board. And third, the members of the board will then have the opportunity to make a brief statement on the election. Fourth, the public will have an opportunity to comment on the election. And then fifth, we will consider a motion on a roll call vote. Are y'all okay with that process? No. Just vote. I'm okay with just voting.
All right.
Do you want to vote? You want to just vote?
Well,
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You sure
I
can,
thought we already
Member
did.
De La Fuente.
So we already did the election. This is for the next year. It was a one-year term, the previous election.
The president served a one-year term. In the last meeting, we nominated folks who we will vote on today.
Okay, I thought we already did that though.
No.
Is that from, so when does the election go for? It goes from July 2025 until July 2026? Is that the?
No, it's November to November. It's right after this meeting. The new vice president and president take office, and then they go on up until November 2026.
Okay.
The process is a two-step process that starts in September and ends in November.
Gotcha.
So can I make a motion?
Yeah.
I move that we just.
Oh, public comment.
Oh.
Andrea.
The public comment period on item 4.7 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. We have no public comments on this item.
Excellent. No public comment. Okay, now the motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to move that we just move to a vote and do the. Without objection, based on the nominations that were put forth.
Kathy, do we need a motion to go just to a vote and skip the process, and then we have to do another motion to actually vote? Ah, gotcha. Okay. All right. So we are doing a motion for.
I move that we accept the nomination of Vice President Bill Rawlings for and vote.
Second.
Okay. Member Williams, Member Adu. Andrea, please call the roll.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and congratulations, Bill. All right, I'll entertain a motion and a second for the office of the president.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Adu and Rawlings. Andrea, please call the roll.
Love Aguinaldo. Excuse me. Love Adu. Love Adu.
Aye, Hildy, say yes.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Yes.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Congratulations, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. I feel robbed of the opportunity to read you this enormous speech that I prepared for exactly for this. I joke. Thank you very much. Bill, did you want to say anything? Or okay. All right.
Just thank you. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. This job is a lot harder than it looks. I'll say that. Love, please.
I feel implored to ask, how many pages was that speech? You held up a stack.
It was 8 font, single spaced. I joke. Okay. Stop looking at my notes. Chancellor Christian, we are moving to 5.1. All right, 5.1, please. It is the first reading for the proposed regulatory action, credit for prior learning and high school course articulation. Item 5.1 is a first reading and a public hearing for hold on. Oh no, I don't bang the gavel yet. I got too excited. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for the proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to alternative methods of rewarding credit. The item will be presented by Chancellor's Office staff, Vice Chancellor Todd, and Visiting Executive May.
This is Iminan. Sorry to the audience. I was just saying that I am really pleased to be with two rock stars out of our office, Ginny May and Sam Lee. Both are senior advisors to the Chancellor, also a visiting executive. Ginny May helps to oversee a variety of projects across our system, and Sam is really ushering in a new period for us, supporting CPL across our entire system. So really excited to have a discussion here on our proposed regulatory action, credit for prior learning and high school course articulation. This is part of a broader package that will also be fulfilled in alternative methods of awarding credit over the next few sessions. When we were in consultation council, we had a few more questions around the last two sections of these regulations, so we'll be bringing those back in January for this group to look at. But the first piece is the two sections that focus on credit for prior learning and high school course articulation, and we can go to the next slide. As you know, and I think is across Vision 2030, we have a why, right? To make changes to create a clearer, fairer, and more accessible path for students to receive credit for their learning, no matter where or how it was achieved. By removing unnecessary barriers and uniting our terminology under shared and consistent standards, we can help students move forward with confidence, reach their goals sooner, and ensure opportunity is open to all. And so these updates reflect our commitment to equity, clarity, and student success across California's community colleges, and excited to show you the changes that we've made in these regulations. And I'll hand it over to Ginny May.
Thank you, James. Is this on?
Oops, here we go. It's right here. I got it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, James. So greetings, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and esteemed members of the board. It is my pleasure to talk about these two sections with you. The changes are not huge, they're not major, but they are needed. So with section 55050, next section. Thank you. Thank you for catching that. This section is about credit for prior learning, one of the two sections we're looking at. In the first area, what we are doing is adding the word comprehensive into the language. With the investment that California has made into ensuring every student has an opportunity to earn credit for prior learning, it's critical that colleges have complete CPL policies, credit for prior learning policies, addressing all aspects of credit for prior learning. So that language is just added in there instead of just having a policy or some type of policy. Comprehensive policies are needed for our students. In the next area, section C, we've pivoted to CalGETSI. Okay, yes, section C. We've pivoted to CalGETSI from iGETSI. As you know, legislation was passed and we now have the singular general education pathway that determines eligibility for students to transfer to CSU and UC. So we're using the language CalGETSI in here instead of iGETSI. And then in section D, this is making it permissive for colleges to allow 12 units of CPL units to count for residency requirements. It's permissive, it's not compulsory. Prior to this, it was not permitted at all. But this would be a local decision in order to meet the needs of the students locally as best so that they can move on with their education in a timely fashion. And then the next section
We can go to the next slide.
Next slide. This is section 55051, and this is on high school course articulation agreements. It's really pivoting so that it's an agreement between the high schools and the colleges, so each high school and each college, really modeling the type of agreement that's made between colleges for articulation. This is clarifying language that is current regulatory language, and the intent is for articulation agreements to meet the same standard as college-to-college articulation agreements. Such credit may still count for certificates and local associate degrees unless credit is granted through credit by exam. So it's not a substantive change, it's a clarifying change moving forward. And that is it on the changes for these two sections, really trying to make it very student-centered. And I think now we will turn it over to Sam.
Good morning. I think I'm on. I'm up here rocking my swag. This is an official color of the Riverside Community College District. I am talking with you today about how these revisions help us align with the California Master Plan for Career Education. And on page 8 of the master plan, it refers to our need to develop comprehensive policies leading to strong faculty-led policies and processes, and clarity regarding what is allowed and how it can be applied. On page 13 of the plan, it also talks about the need to award credit in alignment with students' education plans. That's very important, that the credit that's awarded helps them complete a degree or certificate, and that it transfers seamlessly when it does. Also, it addresses the need for military and workforce training programs that are usually evaluated through JSTs and industry credentials. We do know that Cal GETSI currently only allows for credit by exam, AP, and IB CPL to transfer without a secondary review at the UCs. So while Cal GETSI is very important, these CPL awards we're talking about are most often applied to CTE and local degrees and certificates. On page 41, the master plan mentions CPL 23 times, so it's been elevated to a big part of the vision moving forward, and it embraces our goal of serving 250,000 Californians with CPL, and we're very happy about that. It increases equitable access, completion of college credentials from a skill award on up to a baccalaureate, reducing debt and preserving financial aid for higher attainment later. Respecting students' experience and meeting employer needs at the same time by opening new opportunities to students. Next slide, please. So the California Education Master Plan notes that there's no uniform practice for how prior experiences are evaluated throughout our system. And so that's the big gap we're trying to close by combining policy reforms that lead to practice changes and professional development among our colleges, and also leads to the development of our CPL infrastructure in the form of technology. These first read revisions are intended to support the development of comprehensive CPL policies and best practices through collaboration among our colleges, and develop our strong CPL map infrastructure to facilitate all CPL opportunities and provide validated skills and certification data housed in our forthcoming credential registry, which will then allow us to power the forthcoming career passport. And that concludes my comments.
We've got one last slide here that will show you the key points and alignments. Maybe I don't need to read all through those, but I will say, having the comprehensive policies in place that we can share across districts. I think the incentivization around the 12 units for residency is something that colleges will pursue. I know that Not only is this a way for us to rethink how we're engaging adult learners, but those that may be coming to us with credit from other locations. So this is something to also amplify and hopefully have some more synergy in bringing in students and immediately awarding them credit and getting them towards a degree quicker. So, and then the clarity is also up here for the high school articulation agreements. But we're excited about this first step in reviewing this policy, and if there's any questions, let us know.
Member Costa.
Thanks. So I really appreciate this, and of course, I'm looking forward to the public comments. I always learn so much when our community weighs in with their public comments. But I do want to talk about the articulation agreement. So I'm going to talk about my son, Sam. I've talked about him a lot here. We just finished all of his college applications, Common App, all of that stuff. And I would just say that I really think we should look at, like, why we have articulation agreements, because you actually are putting the burden in an articulation agreement on that student and their family. And really what it should be is that when they upload their transcript, we tell them, guess what, here's where you're at. And I think, you know, all these like MOU paper agreements that we have between different educational institutions is like from the time of typewriters, honestly. And we should be looking at aligning this more in a way where the student is not having to hunt and peck, or their parent, which is often my case, for all of this stuff. They should come to us with their transcript uploaded, and we should say, hey, guess what? We have determined based on your transcript you've completed X amount of credit in college. That's all.
Thank you. Member Haynes and Member Curl.
So thank you so much, Member Costa, for those comments, because they kind of align with me, with my thinking as well. And so I was sitting, listening intently with what you said, and I can just imagine some of our families and students trying to figure out just what you've just said, because at the core of it, we're still talking about local agreements, which means that there can be differentiations along the way in 115 colleges, 73 districts. There's all kinds of places where our students and their families will fall through the cracks, and part of the CPL, the work that's being done and is in the process of being done, was to clarify a much more unified way of making that determination, where it is an accepted practice, as opposed to this particular college or district is doing it this way and another one. And I know that it is getting better, but I want it to be the best. And if we're going to be the system that 20% of the nation's students are going to, we have an obligation for it to be the best. And so I want to affirm just what Member Costa has said. We need to do a better job of it. And I don't want to take away all the work that has been done, but these transfers should be seamless, absolutely seamless. And I'm not quite hearing that in that work. And so and I say that again relative to what we're really trying to do, and we should be doing it at the high school level. But my first introduction to CPL was a student at Sacramento City College who was in the nursing program, and he was asked by the foundation there to give opening remarks, and he was from, I think, either Ghana or from Nigeria, and he had been a registered nurse there. And so, you know, when I went up to him afterwards, and I said, okay, so why are you in the nursing program? He says, because none of that was accepted by the faculty. Not one unit was accepted by the faculty. Now, we have moved a long way, And I'm just going to encourage us to move even farther and faster.
Thank you. We have Corral, Brown, Villavicencio, Adu.
Hi. First of all, Vice Chancellor Thad, thank you. And Jeannie, appreciate the presentation. I'm going to build on these comments, but actually hopefully add a different perspective, which is to say I think this is a really important aspect of our work, especially I think as we think strategically about the kinds of workforce transformations that we're having. We're going to talk about AI and other technological changes, but even something as basic, and I was having a conversation recently with a couple who, something as basic in California is the changes in the film industry. So this is a couple who has worked for 20 plus years in the film industry and has had a pretty good career, a career that is no longer going to be, that is dwindling and or inactive. And they actually went to a community college to explore how they redirected their career. One of them had a psychology background and so wanted to see what the opportunities were. So one, I was actually really thrilled and was a proud community college family member when they told me this, and thrilled that they saw it as a place and to go to seek a new career. But what I would say is the first thing they said to me is they were actually testing how to enroll and how to use the system. So I just want to highlight that I think this conversation is really important, but there are a couple things that I think we need to think about, which is one, we need to be thinking about the kind of outreach we're doing, because I do think that we are going to be needed by a population that is very different than the one that we've served in the past, or continue to grow we need to continue to grow our presence with a population that we haven't targeted in the past. It's a population that is probably much more technologically savvy than not that our current users are not, but one that I think is going to demand more of us from a technological perspective. And it's one that I think also continues to challenge us to think about what are those meaningful pathway transitions, right? How do you go from being, a long time, industry, producer or customer, these are the kinds of individuals I was talking to what is the alternative for them? What are those connections that we're making? So I think, and then how do we make sense of those kinds of careers in a new workforce? I think we play, to me, it just seems like a really wonderful opportunity for us, but it does seem to me to be a bit challenging. It's not something that the entire system can take upon itself, but it does seem to me like it's going to require us to think about how do we help those kinds of individuals as well sort of make sense of their past learning and skills and really try and take that into a new set of pathways. And so I commend you for the work that you're doing, and I do think it would be interesting to continue to see how this progresses and how we meet this moment, because I suspect we're actually going to have much more of these kinds of challenges than not. So,
Great, thank you. Member Brown, Member Villavicencio, Member Adu, then Member Williams.
So first I wanted to commend you all on these, what seem like small changes, but they actually make a really big impact. I'm thinking about how this connects to some of our previous changes, such as the funding formula, now focusing on completion and not just enrollment. I'm thinking about our demonstration projects where we've proven that we can take a student from a pre-nursing 4-year pathway with us before they even get into their next bachelor's in nursing program down to a 2-year, 1-semester path. And I'm thinking about how we've required education plans and how I've personally as a counselor seen the difference in students' plans, and that I don't have to tell them to take one really basic course at the very end of their term, because I just don't see those problems anymore. So these changes are really impactful. And we've already done the associate degree for transfer with that intention of lowering the time to transfer for students, but I think we need to think more broadly about the time to career, not just for our CTE students, but for all students. And so I would like to reiterate Member Costa's suggestion and share a personal anecdote to focus on the onboarding process and that all students are made aware of this, when I was an intern learning to become a counselor, I was at a very large college. And as we heard earlier, the differences between rural colleges and colleges that are in cities, there's also differences between the employees we have available to assist students with things like this. So when I was at a large college, before a student who had previous coursework or things that needed to be evaluated would see a counselor, they would go see an evaluator who would go through every single class on their transcript and then translate it into what it meant at that college, and those students got all of that credit. When I went to a small college, which is where I'm repping, wearing this t-shirt now, I learned that students actually had to fill out a form for every individual class that they wanted counted. And then that form would have to get routed to the appropriate department, so that particular department chair could look at that particular course, and then routed back to admissions and records just to get that one course approved. And I saw when I took on the role of articulation that counselors could easily, quickly recognize in their very short 30-minute appointments classes that look similar, but they would miss things. Like, let's say we didn't have a classics department. They wouldn't see CLCS from a university out of state as something that would be counted as a humanities. So not having every single class reviewed and rather having counselors handpick and send out forms for certain classes really creates inequity in the experiences of our students from the large colleges to the small colleges. So I'm wondering, in terms of policy implications future, can we look into what AI solutions and software support we can provide so that when approvals are made at one college, we can see it system-wide? And so I know we already have the MAP system that we're working on, but we can build on this. And then back to the time to career concept, I wanted to lastly reiterate Member Corral's comments that this should be a heavy part of our outreach. And I really want to encourage colleges to push this to reach all of those students that we say we want to reach, because that's the exact target population for Vision 2030. So I really appreciate your work, and let's keep pushing forward on this. Thank you.
Great. Villavicencio, Adu, then Williams.
Great, thank you, President. I want to build upon what Member Brown's comments, or I think was right on point here. I'm really excited about Credit for Prior Learning. I think it's very innovative of what we're trying to do. We love it. It's great in theory. Implementation is so difficult and challenging. And so my comments really center on and build again on Member Brown's point about how can we utilize, obviously, artificial intelligence to streamline this process. But I know you mentioned in the presentation a comment about how you transfer without secondary review from the UCs, and that I'm thinking about. Okay, this also we also have to partner up with intersegmentally with our other systems, not just small colleges, out-of-state colleges that I wasn't thinking about that Member Brown mentioned, but you know, how do we streamline again this process here? I heard the term recently that it shouldn't be intersegmental, but having us focus more on the term intra-segmental and how we can work and collaborate together and be on the same page. As mentioned, we already have a lot of these initiatives in place, from the common course numbering system, from the program mapper I was just mentioning. I'm also thinking about these non-credit to credit pathways for our immigrant communities, our high school students, and as mentioned, we have the AAT. I'm wondering here too, I know we're just starting the discussion here and we'll wait for public comments, but I think it would be very important for us to learn from these other initiatives that we have already had in place, some of the challenges that we are already encountering with these initiatives that we're already moving forward, and hopefully we're learning from those initiatives as well, because we don't want to create unintended consequences here that will, you know, be the same roadblocks as we've done in the past. So hopefully we'll be able to streamline the process more effectively, more efficiently, and again, more collaboratively with all of our, both within our system, partners, and obviously outside as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Adu, then Member Williams.
Thank you guys for your presentation. I think as every single board member that's spoken so far has mentioned and highlighted, articulation agreements, they can be a huge barrier for students. I can speak on my own experiences. I have a number of courses that have the same syllabus, the same title, that when I transferred to Berkeley, I had no clue whether or not they were going to transfer, and they ended up not. And I found out through a Google form in which I had to submit each and every course again and again and again. And this is something that is, one, logistically a tough task for students. It's something that shouldn't be, the onus should not be on the students to have to do this. I do agree. I think numerous members mentioned having an automated process is something that's of note, something very important, and I agree with that. And I just really want to highlight that from the perspective of a student. It's just, it's such a difficult task, right? You don't want to think about it, and then when you don't think about it, you don't know whether or not your courses transfer. Now you're possibly not having XYZ amount transfer or meet a certain articulation agreement, and now you have to take another semester or another year. It delays our students' ability to pursue their education, to transfer, to go out into the workforce with the credentials and the certificates and the degrees that they need. And so this is such an incredibly pressing issue, and I commend you guys for highlighting it, and let's continue to do so.
Thank you. Member Williams.
I didn't really get excited about credit for prior learning until Chancellor started talking about it. I mean, she gave us a data presentation and started talking about how veterans could benefit from this. And I feel like talking to y'all is like preaching to the choir. So I'm really trying to give messages to the campuses. I believe we really should stick with our guided pathways language and CPL as a strategy. Because when, it makes me feel like when you look at this, you ever see a Jerry curl that don't curl all the way? It's like, I see what you're trying to do, but it's not quite there. And so when I talk to students, I feel like that's the student experience, because like I got a student right now, medical student, been in the medical space for 20 years and wants to move into radiology. And got to take math, and they're trying to make this person take a medical terminology class. It's like, why would they need to take medical terminology? They should be able to use their experience to just test right out of that. But the campus is not automatically saying, hey, this is an option available for you. It's not automatic. And how do you get the bias out of the process? Like, even with GE, it seems like the computer should just be able to say, this is like the options that are available to you, because you can go to one college and get a completely different answer from another campus on the same class and subject. And that's where that's where my Jerry curl example comes from. It's like, well, why is it like that? And so yeah, but I want to highlight the appreciation that she gave for the work that you are doing. But I just wanted to add those comments of how do we fix that, again, sticking with guided pathways as the language, so folks don't forget all of that work that was done. And this is just one of the strategies to reduce the number of unnecessary units that students and time to completion. And so to me, it just seems like a low-hanging fruit kind of thing for campuses to do. And locally, what we've been pressing is, how do we just start with some of the employees in our campuses that have some college but no degrees? Can we test this with our own employees? And also in K-12, you got a gang of classified folks that could benefit from this if you can figure out how to work out the agreements with districts to districts. And so I just wanted to add those comments.
Thank you very much. Member Blaze.
Yeah, all the board comments kind of made me think about the fact that there's so many different stories of students, different types of students running into different types of challenges, right? And so it made me think about whether we're reaching out to like a diversity of students who have experience with CPL in order to like understand the nuance of all those different challenges. And I feel like that would really help with the standardization of the process of rolling out CPL, because like each board member who had like a story about a student had like a different case, right? So I think that that would be really beneficial in order to understand where our system is at more.
Great.
Can I just make one comment?
You sure can.
This is incredibly heartening to hear, from the board members, your conviction over this opportunity, your frustration over the difficulty and the speed with which it's moving, your ideas and how to move it forward. And I feel like I'm listening to Chancellor Christian in every meeting. She's echoing all of these things and more and saying, basically saying our time is now. Come on, Sam, move faster, move farther, move better. What's the holdup here? And so I just want you to know that is echoing in our ears, and I view it as like the wind at our back, because if we have the Board of Governors and the Chancellor behind this effort and really spurring us on, it's very helpful. It's very, very helpful, and we're very optimistic about the way things are moving. It's not moving fast enough. But it's moving in the right direction. I have 12 more reforms I would like to bring before you in the coming days with regulation and policy. There's a time for everything, so thank you so much for paying so much attention and providing the wind at our back.
And I'd like to thank you for your support.
There we go.
Okay.
Just in case you were asleep, which I hope you weren't. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning credit for prior learning and high school course articulation, is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. We have not received any public comments on this item.
Thank you, Andrea. This part is in my script, so I'm going to be stay faithful to it. Are there any other additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Oh, thanks, everyone. We have to be back by 12:30 for lunch. My question to the board is, do you want to take the CCC apply conversation now, or do you want to go to lunch first? Oh, federal? You want to do the federal one? Oh, okay. Federal or lunch? All right. Item 6.5, State and Federal Policy Update. We welcome Vice Chancellor, the Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez and Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson to the podium.
Good morning, board members, Chancellor Christian. Pleased to be up here with you today. We do have a state and federal update. David O'Brien is not able to join us today, but he is tuning in. So if we can get started with the slides. This update to you includes just a brief overview of enacted legislation. There's a lot happening this year. I will provide a brief overview of some notable vetoes as well, and then Chris will provide you with a federal update, some timely updates as of this morning. We are in November, so typically this time of the year we also provide you with some highlights of the year. If you go to the next slide, if you all know me and Chancellor Christian, actually let me give a quick highlight of the year. It feels hard to believe that this was only 11 months of work, or 10 months, because it feels like we've gone through 5 years this year. It was a very, very quick turnaround with the legislature. They had until mid-September to take actions on legislation, and then the governor had until October 13 to make decisions. So it just gives you a snapshot, the bottom box. This is a full-time legislature, so they make every bit of use of that time, unlike other states that are part-time. On average, the legislature sends anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 bills, introduces bills and measures like continuing resolutions, and even if you have broad support for legislation from both houses, the Assembly and the Senate, the governor may still veto those bills. And so this year, the bills that made it to his desk, he signed just a little under 800, and about 76 of those bills were related to community colleges or higher ed. We have released our 2025 chapter legislation report. It is available for us to share with you. It is undergoing design and remediation and will be posted on our website. But that document, just to give you some perspective, last year was over 100 pages long. This year, it's under 60, and there were many bills along the way that we may have presented to you about, the bills, including bills that we'd sponsored or supported, and they died along the way, mostly due to cost concerns. So as we look at the messages from the appropriations chairs and the governor, there was a huge focus on making decisions on legislation, especially those that were very costly, but not funded in the final budget. And so the legislature and the governor are paying attention to the fiscal climate. And also a key message that we have been elevating to the legislature, and we're really grateful that they have been listening, is that if they're going to be advancing major policy proposals, that they be funded to help us succeed. So unfunded mandates has been a big message of our advocacy, because if they're not paired with resources, we're really set up to fail from the very get-go. Next slide. The first version of this for you was going to be a bunch of pictures. If you know me, I take a lot of pictures. It was really hard to choose the best ones. But just to give you some highlights of this year, we were very busy. We had state advocacy days in Sacramento in April, including honoring champions in the legislature who are advancing policies for community colleges, and an advocacy day in DC where we also recognize our congressional champions. This took years in the works, but we had support from bipartisan support from our congressional leaders to relaunch a California Public Higher Education Caucus. We had 2 hearings this year. One of them was about workforce and another about financial aid. Both David and I have presented in those caucuses in DC and look forward to the work ahead. I don't know if you know this, but we release a monthly newsletter to Capitol staff that shows highlights of all of our programs. We do keep them updated on the implementation of the major policy reforms like guided pathways, equitable placement, and other grants. So we don't stop our engagement with them once a bill is signed or not. We keep them updated on the policies that they've been pushing forward. I won't go down to all of them, but want to make note that the legislature did convene a number of hearings this year. One of them that I document here is about affordable student housing, very specific to community college housing. And this signals the things that the legislature is interested in learning about and ways that they can be helpful in advancing policies that support our communities. Just yesterday, there was a select committee from the Assembly Higher Education Committee on the federal impacts to higher education, where Chris may share more in a moment. He was a key witness along with one of our board members, Sarah Villavicencio, in his capacity as faculty member at Delta, and other segment partners, and the California Student Aid Commission. If you go to the next slide, we'll give you a brief overview on legislation that was signed this year. I want to celebrate that one of those bills that was signed was our sponsored bill by Senator Laird. And this will allow the Chancellor's Office to implement a data fee policy for external research organizations who are requesting substantive data for their independent policy projects. This policy will have to go through the Board of Governors for review and approval, and as mandated by law, has to be updated periodically and made available on our website. There are some restrictions on who would be subject to a fee. You note those here. So we look forward to that work moving forward and coming to you soon for your review. Next slide. There were about 35 final Tier 1 bills that have a direct impact to community colleges that were signed into law. I don't cover them all here, but I have them grouped into categories in alignment with Vision 2030. What you see here is just a handful of bills that we believe are in support of our first goal around equity and access. A number of them related to housing, specifically AB 648. I know that community colleges have been trying to push this for a long time, which is to alleviate some of the red tape exempting certain faculty and student housing projects from local zoning regulations. SB 640, I know we got many inquiries from faculty, and I think this board has asked about this in the past, is a CSU direct admissions program where select high school graduating students from select high schools will be guaranteed admissions into participating CSU campuses. And then I want to make note of SB 271, which was sponsored legislation by our Student Senate, which will now mandate that all financial aid offices in community colleges provide students with information about childcare and childcare resources. This is important because statute around basic needs centers was very specific that the information very specific about what basic needs coordinators could share out, and it did not include childcare services. In fact, the definition of basic needs did not include childcare services or childcare resources. Now that definition has been expanded, so we look forward to supporting the faithful implementation of 271. Next slide. Equity in success, and so a handful of bills to highlight for you. One of them is sponsored legislation by San Diego Community College District and LA Community College District, AB 323, which would expand the use of strong workforce program dollars to provide work-based learning opportunities for students and employers or both. AB 1098 and SB 638 are companion bills that create California Education Interagency Council to improve coordination between education and workforce. The budget did appropriate $1.5 million to support that statewide council, and so we look forward to more information about how to be a part of that council and inform the important work moving forward. And finally, just to make note, SB 638 did, the final budget appropriated $150 million for the CTIG grant program, and currently the State Board of Education is approving the criteria for high schools, and LEAs to apply for that grant. Next slide. This is the final tenet of our Vision 2030 goals and equity and support. A number of basic needs and financial aid bills, AB 42 by Assemblymember Bryan. This member, by the way, at least every year carries some legislation around CalWORKs, so he's a big champion for CalWORKs. He was our author for our CalWORKs legislation this year, 363. But this bill would exempt students, would exempt certain income like scholarships, grants, and other financial aid towards eligibility for CalWORKs, so that no longer can be used against them in their eligibility for CalWORKs and CalFresh. SB 98 by Senator Perez, which we did support, would now require institutions to provide notice to the campus community, faculty, and staff the moment that they've verified that immigration enforcement officials are on campus. Next slide. There were a few notable vetoes. All of these bills here are bills that we were officially in support of. AB 695 by Fong would have allowed students who are deported to continue maintaining their non-resident tuition exemption. AB 1400, truthfully, I've never seen such as groundswell system-wide cross-sector support for a bill like AB 1400. And so, although unfortunately the governor did veto it, citing a commitment to want to continue seeing the Rebuilding Nursing Infrastructure Grant Program implemented and funds used, and growing CSU community college partnerships, it was such a, I think, an eye-opening experience to see how many organizations across different sectors were in support of community colleges offering baccalaureate degrees in nursing. And lastly, continued support for expanding CalFresh access through SB 761 was vetoed by the governor, citing the need to finish the work of a current work group around data sharing. And so we'll see if that bill or any of these bills come back in the next year. I'm going to pause here to see if you have any questions, because I think the next slide is federal. Okay.
And it could be the Higher Ed Coordinating Council one. I think that was Fong.
Yes, Fong and Padilla.
Is there a reason they didn't include public members on that? Why is it just inner? I think it's just state staff on that one, and it kind of drives to some of the conversations we were having about the need to be able to coordinate some of these higher ed entities. It was one of the ones that you had on your list.
So it's pretty diverse. I think one of the membership will include a non-governmental entity representative and additional voices. But this is intended to ensure more of a sector, like agency coordination, because there is duplication. There's a lot of overlapping work, and the intention here is that everyone is singing the same tune, working together, and serve as the same statewide goals.
And I don't know, the ask is, will it help us with the conversations around the baccalaureate programs and then the Common Course numbering stuff is why I was asking.
Good point.
Yeah, it certainly could help. It can help in other efforts, just including what we talked about with credit for prior learning as well, because we're not the only segment pursuing it. But what it could also help is reduce some of the, cost pressures, right? If we take one approach across 3 systems, it's generally a better deal than if we take 3 approaches across the 3 systems. Chip?
Member Epstein, Member Adu, then Member Brown.
Hi, I have one question. I have a couple of things. The SB 744 accrediting agencies, what was that bill about?
This one by Senator Cabaldon would restore state authority to recognize institutional accreditation in the event that it is revoked by, this is the nutshell, in case it is revoked by statewide national accrediting body. And it's basically a temporary measure to protect institutional accreditation through 2030, I believe. Yes. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, that's correct. Really what this one is guarding against is in the event there are substantive changes to the accreditation process at the national level, it's intended to provide a protection at the state level.
And how do they provide that protection?
Keeping their accreditation.
Yeah, it allows us to recognize the accreditation separately as a state. What this comes back to is, I believe, the president had noted a want and a desire to change the accreditation process at the national level. So the intent of that bill is to say, okay, we'll just do it at the state level.
So, and that's legit? I mean, how does this affect, say, ACC, JC?
It has no effect in the short run unless there's a federal action. And if there is federal action, then it will be part of unpacking what that federal action is. So they're trying to, the bill is intended to preemptively establish a structure in the event the federal government does something and we don't know what that something would be at this point.
But if the federal government requires accreditation to receive federal funds, right?
They do today, but
yeah.
It is possible that they don't in the future, right? But
if they change the accreditation and California tries to do its own accreditation, that still wouldn't qualify for the federal benefits. Is that correct?
Let me jump in as well. So I think Board Member Epstein is right that the accreditation really opens the door to federal financial aid. So that's like the big benefit. So what would the implications be if an accrediting agency is now their accrediting capacity, if it's revoked? What does that mean in terms of federal student financial aid? That's a big question mark. So let's park that for a moment. Now, within the state of California, for example, our baccalaureate programs, there is a requirement that the institution needs to be accredited. That particular program needs to go through ACCJC. So I think what Senator Cabaldon is trying to do is to really unpack the various aspects where accreditation is required and to see to the extent with which the state of California can protect higher education from whatever that decision could be. Would it protect it from all of the impact? That is yet to be seen. We're not certain. So it is a complicated attempt, but it is a bold attempt to see how we can provide that shelter. But to what extent it is going to be able to is yet to be seen.
And just separately, a small thing, I thought the brief descriptions of the vetoed bills were a lot more helpful than the, generic, top of the bill language that you used for the other three. I think you should always try and do like a little one-sentence description of what the bill is about rather than just list, the CalFresh eligibility, that kind of thing.
That's good feedback. Just in the time, we just use the, what you see here is a descriptor that's provided for the bill digest, but we can make note of that for the next update.
Okay, thank you.
Member Adu, then Member Brown.
Piggybacking off of the vetoed bills, I remember being quite disappointed when I saw that AB 1400 was vetoed, and I also remember being disappointed by the reasoning the governor gave. So I wanted to, and I wanted to ask from your guys' perspective, and this can be tentative, just wanting to know, one, what was your guys' take on the reasoning for the veto, and are we going to pursue this bill again in the future, and what would we do in order to overcome the logic that he used to veto it?
I think we appreciate the governor's intent of wanting us to collaborate intersegmentally, and we at the chancellor's office and our colleges are really, really committed to that collaboration. And I think that is the sentiment of how do we collaborate. Now, in terms of the baccalaureate program, what we are learning from data collected locally from the various regions is that California has a big problem that we do need to address, and that is, are we addressing workforce needs, and how do we innovatively put that front and center in how we come up with our solutions? So I think we need to continue to grapple with that problem. We need to collectively, across all segments, come up with solutions, because the bottom line is the responsibility of the community colleges and higher education is to meet workforce needs, and to have unmet workforce needs is not something that we should take lightly. So I think the work is going to continue in a collaborative way, working with closely with our governor's office, who's been hugely supportive, as well as with the legislature in finding a common solution.
Yeah. Just to follow up with that, thank you for your response. I think that was very insightful. I was particularly wondering if this was a conversation that, as a board, we would possibly revisit within the next coming months, year. Is this something that is a priority to be spoken of?
I think so. I think, many of you have raised the issue of workforce, whether it's a workforce being impacted by the changes in AI. Healthcare happens to be a particular sector that there is a growing workforce need, as opposed to many other sectors. There are layoffs that are happening. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal on October 28th, and I remember it because it reverberated across higher education in the nation, where the headline was about jobs being lost across sectors. And when you read the article and they do an analysis of what types of jobs are being laid off, they call out specifically white-collar jobs. And then they start looking at those jobs that there's actually an increasing need. And healthcare is an area that is identified as having a significant need. I do hear Board Member Adu that this board is very committed to workforce development. So we stand ready to assess and look at solutions that we could craft and bring it for the board's consideration.
Thank you.
Bill, may I just respond real quick?
Okay, quickly.
I was just going to say, I really appreciate that response, Chancellor, and I think there's two things that have been shared in a couple of discussions. So I think, one, the unmet workforce needs, and then, the time to career. And I think that that's really at the heart of a lot of the urgency we were even just discussing with the credit for prior learning. There is, I think we are seeing on this board that the time to career is too long for the kinds of changes that the Wall Street Journals and others are documenting. And I think we are going to have to respond with urgency as a state in a fairly short order. I'm thinking between the next 2 to 3 years. And I just appreciate that we're all on the same page about how we need to start to elevate the conversation and show up. And so just wanted to offer that.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Corral. Time to career was actually a great transition to Member Brown, who I think brought that up in another question. So, Member Brown.
I actually wanted to surface something that was brought to my attention by a student at a college visit that we could look into for the future. This was a former foster youth who, at the time when she applied to college, was deemed ineligible because she was 1 year too old to be able to receive services as a former foster youth. I know there's been some movement in that area in terms of policy, but I was wondering for all of our different programs that help foster youth, if we could take a look at what are the current policies and regulations and where are there these age maximums in order for students to receive assistance. I'm thinking about how the California Surgeon General previously talked about the impact of adverse childhood experiences, called ACEs for short, and those impacts are lifelong. So if a student comes to us out of this target population that we have of working adults who maybe didn't consider that college was an option for them when they were under a certain age, but now are coming back, they're still dealing with the trauma and the lack of support that other students have. So if we could take a look into that and see if we can push forth any advancement on removing those barriers wherever we can, that would be really appreciated for students with stories like hers.
Yeah, that's a great example of how you take insights from your college tours and connecting with students towards policy reform. We will work with our Ed Services team to do that review. I will tell you that JBay earlier this year was interested in pursuing legislation around the age out, and we will check in with them to see what their policy agenda looks like in the next year ahead, and if this is at the top of their list.
Yeah, absolutely. There would be two things that I would add. I believe the age cap applies in Cal Grant, and that's part of the issue. And it's a fiscal issue for the state because if you lift the cap, it costs more money because there are more eligible students, so you're increasing caseload. But secondarily, as it applies to CSU and UC on the foster youth front and foster student front, the middle class scholarship was amended in such a way that it covers 100%. So if you are a foster youth and you will be or planning to attend CSU or UC, it's 100% across the board. It's not a proportion of your cost of attendance, it's the entirety.
Member Perry.
I know everyone wants to go to lunch, but I want to thank everyone for raising that issue. It's part of a broader challenge, which is the assumption age cutoff dates for foster youth are they're well-intentioned but artificial, and it's a broader look we have to take. I mean, JBay is certainly on that. So thank you for bringing up as it's relative to foster youth being able to access the educational services at the comm colleges, which are an absolute lifeline for them. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right, let's take the federal update, please.
Sure, if we could return to the slide deck. Just very quickly as we return, the current composition of, and next slide, the current composition of the U.S. House of Representatives is there are 219 Republicans, 1 vacancy, and 215 Democrats, along with 53 Republicans and 47 caucusing with the Democrats. In particular, there are 2 independents that are caucusing with the Democrats today. Next slide. Certainly we're coming off this week a return to a more normal operation at the federal level. This had been the longest federal shutdown in the history of the U.S. This was the third under this president. There were previous shutdowns during his first term. The shutdown was estimated to cost around $10 billion per week in economic activity to the country. But one thing I wanted to highlight here is the unknown is what the shutdown will mean in terms of, policy development. So as we think about workforce Pell, as we think about the need for those negotiated regulations, they had a timeline of developing and, putting out a draft between December and January. Will the shutdown impact those timelines? If it does, what does that mean for the ability for workforce Pell to be available in July? My assumption is there is a risk that that timeline gets pushed as a result. Next slide. Also wanted to just highlight some of the norms that are being challenged through federal policy right now. So federal workforce reductions are making it harder for, our staff and our students to get through to a live individual in the federal government to ask questions, seek responses, seek guidance on how to move forward. The federal budget and in particular, grant cancellations are impacting our system. I won't go through the figures again, but we know that it's impacting our HSI grants, our MSI grants, our NPZ grants. We are also tracking that just under 50 or 60 million is what we receive for TRIO grants statewide right now. We're also tracking that 65 million is what we receive annually for Perkins grants. Those haven't been impacted yet, but they could be. So we're well aware of what those impacts would be. We're prepared to respond rapidly in the event they do become impacted. We're very aware, and it more impacts our colleagues at the CSU and UC, but the push for the Compact for Academic Excellence in Higher Education, the threats to our Hispanic serving institutions, our minority serving institutions, our Asian American and Native Hawaiian serving institutions, Native American, serving institutions, all of the institutions that we have in this state, they're under threat from federal action right now in terms of grant cancellations and in terms of, what does this mean moving forward? We've been very fortunate, and this was highlighted at the hearing yesterday, that the state provided us with $60 million one time for a student support block grant to help navigate those challenges. Our system has an ongoing ask for an increase to the Student Equity and Achievement Program, with the goal being that that's our largest, most flexible categorical program to help districts not only serve students through the program, but navigate these, difficult times. And what I wanted to add that's breaking news this morning is we are now aware of some of the actions that are being taken to shut down the U.S. Department of Education or shift services around. So the news broke this morning that the department will begin shifting 5 of their offices: the Office of Civil Rights, the Office of Indian Education, the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, the Office of Post-Secondary Education, and the Office of Special Education. We don't have the underlying details as to where those shifts will, or where they will be shifted. What we do know is that within the coming days, the department plans to make that information very clear to us. So they are reporting that it is a shift, so a lift and shift, taking all of the staff in the office and shifting it to another department. We just don't know what that is at this point. If prior history serves, it's likely going to be, return to, the labor, to either labor or HHS, one of those two. That's where they were housed in the 60s. Before the establishment of the Department of Education. So just wanted to share that today. We'll continue to monitor. We'll continue to make sure the field is aware of those impending changes and impacts. And we will continue to provide the board with updates as more information is known.
Member Epstein, Member Adu, then Member Correll.
Thanks for mentioning that executive order this morning. As my understanding is, though, you need legislation to actually shift those responsibilities to another department. Isn't that correct?
You should. I think what my understanding of what they're attempting to do is it's almost through interagency agreements where they're saying this office will technically be under us, but it will really be operated by a different entity. certainly there are likely to be some type of challenges to that structure, but this is what they're signaling as of this morning.
Member Adu, then Member Corral.
I also had a comment on the order given this morning. I was particularly wondering, do we know intention? What's the goal of this? What's the, is it just to slow down and dismantle the processes? What's the intention? And also, for the Congress members that you mentioned on the first slide, is that updated to include Adelito from Arizona being sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. And then, yeah, my first question.
So I can't speak to their intentions beyond they are fundamentally trying to, readjust or redefine how they view higher education and how they view educational systems operating in terms of, what the federal role is in those programs. I'd be hesitant to say much beyond that because that's really, that's their thinking. I don't know personally why they want to do what they want to do. We just know what they're doing.
Yeah, sorry, I want to rephrase that. That was
Yeah.
I keep asking these questions that are maybe let's not answer. What I more meant to ask is, let's say some of the results of this sort of merger, how would that, based on what happened historically before, how would that affect specifically higher education in California, specifically community colleges? How would we be impacted, and how would students be impacted?
Yeah, so I think I'll separate it, twofold. So in thinking about the institutional impacts, if it is a pure lift and shift to another agency, the impact is probably just who we need to contact or where we contact the individuals. That said, that aspect is being impacted because of the reductions in force as well, so the ability to get through is impacted. That's where I would then take it to the students, and that's going to be probably the hardest aspect, is where do the students call when they have a civil rights violation? Where do they call, or who do they contact when they have a challenge or a problem with federal financial aid? And that's where I'm hopeful that the federal government will provide more guidance as to where to go. But that's going to be the biggest challenge, is how do you get through to get the help that you really need? And with that again also impacted by the reductions in force, because the number of staff that are available to answer those questions becomes reduced. On the financial aid front, I think the one sort of silver lining at the moment is they tend to contract out for a lot of those services. So hopefully that means that our students will still be able to get through.
The only thing that I will add to that great overview is, well, they are really portraying this as just a organizational, operational shift from one agency to another or multiple. For us, they are moving, all the programs under HEA, Higher Education Act, TRIO, Upward Bound, Gear Up, all of those to the Department of Labor. But they're doing that in the interest of shifting this work back to the states, more power to the states. And so every state is going to be different, right? But every state's labor agency now has to absorb operationally this work that was prior under a Department of Education. So for us, really, there's going to be so many unintended, impacts, some that we may not feel for a long time. But want to emphasize the strong partnership that our workforce division and our chancellor has with the state labor agency. Our partners in the state are closely monitoring and already asking early questions about what infrastructure needs to exist and what it's going to cost, quite frankly, to build out new infrastructures to support this new shift. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Member Corral, Member Brown, Member Haynes.
Yep.
And I'm going to do a quick time check after that because we have a hard start at 12:30. So please be mindful of your comments.
I just had a quick question. Assuming we're going to get some sort of report from you all about what the scenarios are and what the potential shift would be, or the impact to us would be on a shift to, let's say, like labor, exactly.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We have notes out to our federal lobbyists who are tracking this, who are actively reporting now and have committed to providing us with timely guidance.
Okay,
Are you sure? Okay. Member Haynes?
So fast. So I have two family members, a son and a daughter-in-law, who are federal employees. And my son has been in the system, working in the Department of Labor for about 22 years. And there's this huge network. And so I really appreciate the language that's being used. And I understand why the language is being used, but at the end of the day, this is a process of decimating every single federal agency that does service to folks like us, relative to education, relative to labor, relative to climate, all of those things. There are lots of folks who are no longer there. It is to reduce forces so that it pushes back to the state being responsible for everything. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's what's happening across the federal government at this time. And it's happening in states as well who have federal agencies working there. There will not be a workforce to be of assistance or programs to be of assistance.
Thank you, Member Haynes. Member Rawlings, Andrea, any public comment on this one?
Public comment period on item 6.5 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. I like Member Spain's energy. We have contractors that are on the side of the current administration that are paying for like the ballroom and stuff too. And there is a threat.
Omar, we can't hear you all that well. I think something's going on with your microphone.
Hello.
There you go.
Testing.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're paying contractors that are helping this current administration. Like you could see the ones that are paying for the ballroom right now. If there is a threat to students of color, maybe we shouldn't be keeping so much of their data in corporate hands. I think we should review some of our contracts, see what they're holding, realize they're susceptible to government requests for information, and students can be targeted through these means. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other public comments on this item.
Thank you very much. We will break for lunch and return promptly before 12:30 to be continually respectful to our speakers. So please come back before 12:30. Great. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back. We had a hard deadline, a hard start of 12:30, so we're 1 minute late. But hopefully we could make up some time somewhere. We are now on item 6.1, AI Educational Series, The Economics of AI, and I will pass it to Visiting Executive Hayward.
Thank you very much, President Aguinaldo and Chancellor Christian and members of the Board of Governors. I'll try to make up that 1 minute right here with a very quick introduction.
But I'm going to take it right back because it's now Vice Chancellor Hayward, so I needed to correct the record. Welcome, Vice Chancellor Hayward.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure today to introduce, and we will be joined by online, Dr. Anton Koronek.
Hi there.
Hi. Can you hear me okay now? All right. So this afternoon we're being joined by Dr. Anton Koronek from the Department of Economics in the Darden School of Business at the University of Virginia. Dr. Koronek is an internationally recognized and renowned economist who has focused on the economic impact of AI. So today he'll be talking with us about the impact of AI on the economy, on the workforce, higher education, economics research, where he recently released a paper demonstrating how to use AI agents to conduct economic research, and the impact of AI on society at large. He is also the faculty director of Econ TAI. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, Econ TAI. And this is a research institute that he directs, which focuses on those issues which I just described. So without further ado, let me pass the podium over to Dr. Anton Koronek. Welcome.
Thank you very much again for the kind introduction.
As the Vice Chancellor has just noted, I have recently started a new organization called ECONTAI, the Economics of Transformative AI Initiative. And I actually wanted to give a quick shout out to our Associate Director at ECONTAI, Sydney Cullen, who has literally moved mountains to make it logistically possible for me to join you today. And Sydney has started her undergraduate education at Bakersfield College when it was led by Chancellor Christian. She told me that she had an amazing experience in the California Community College system under then President Christian. And I now benefit from everything that she has learned there on a daily basis. And so without further ado, let me jump into the presentation. I will talk about the AI takeoff and what it implies for the economy and for education. Next slide, please. So I am basing my remarks to you today on having witnessed the productivity gains of AI from a front row seat over the past 3 years. I have worked on a regular series of papers that document how AI can be used in the social sciences and in particular in economics. And if you're interested, it's available under the QR link here. But I just wanted to mention that for background. And now next slide, please. If we want to think about the trajectory of AI, I think we want to start when deep learning took off in the 2010s. Originally in the 2010s, we had a whole range of breakthroughs related to deep learning. First, in the context of image recognition, then we had systems like AlphaGo, AlphaFold. But what was different at the time from what we're experiencing now is that AI systems were always specialized, were applicable only in a very narrow domain. And it hasn't been, it has only been since essentially the advent of large language models that we had AI systems that could fulfill general purposes, that could help us across essentially any cognitive domain, that can do things like assist us with studying economics just as well as with recipes when we are standing in the kitchen, or with explaining the philosophy of quantum physics. So the big breakthrough of LLMs was that they are general purpose. At first, they were not particularly good with analytical tasks, but over the past year, we have also seen the advent of reasoning models that can actually perform math at a level that is already almost superhuman. At this point, there are just a few hundred people in the world left that can solve mathematical problems that are not amenable to the top reasoning models. And of course, in 2025, we have seen the advent of AI agents. For now, they are still stumbling a little bit, but they are developing rapidly. And with every new generation of models that is released, AI agents are also becoming better. And so the big step and the big question is, when will we reach the next step? The next step, as it is defined by many of the leading labs, is artificial general intelligence, or AGI. Next slide, please. And AGI would essentially be an AI system that can perform any cognitive function at a level that a human can perform it. So this is something that we clearly don't have yet right now. There are many things where humans are still better than AI. However, that set of these things is shrinking rapidly. So what I want to emphasize on this slide is what is driving the rapid pace of advances. This is driven on the one hand by compute build-out, meaning the construction of more and more server farms, and the amount of computational power used to train our leading AI systems is growing at a rate of something like 4x per year. In addition, there are also rapid algorithmic advances at a rate that's estimated to be around 2.5x per year. So that means if we multiply those two, the effective amount of computational power deployed by our leading AI systems can be estimated as something like 10x per year. Next, please. Now, one thing that we can be quite sure about is that today's models are not the end point. Compute scaling is still continuing. We are still seeing rapid algorithmic advances, and we can be sure that AI systems in a year from now are going to be better than the ones today. However, there is significant uncertainty about the ultimate destination. The frontier labs speak of an impending AI takeoff. So that would mean an AI system that rapidly improves, whereas others are more critical and project that we are in a bubble that will soon burst. Next, please. So the big question is, given that we face this vast uncertainty, if we want to prepare for the future, and that's what education generally does, right? We need to engage in scenario planning, and we need to make sure that we are prepared for all the possible outcomes. So what would be the economic effects of such an AI takeoff, and how can we prepare for it? Well, first, I want to look at the economic effects. An AI takeoff would mean that we have very rapid growth. It would mean that we would see scientific progress not only in AI, but also spilling into other fields, because we would suddenly have a lot of intelligence available, intelligence that's not only limited to our human brains, but that's also available out of the box from a computer. Unfortunately, for those of us who make their living based on their cognitive labor, it could also mean the relative devaluation of cognitive labor. Sam Altman, for example, speaks of the price of intelligence converging towards zero. At first, that would probably lead to a rise in the value of physical labor, but soon having this kind of level of AI would also lead to the development of robots that can self-replicate and take over many of the functions in the physical domain. So at that point, both the cognitive and the physical labor would see massive pressure from AI systems and advanced robots. Next, please. And then the big question is, what would this all imply for education and skill development? What I first want to emphasize is that in some sense, throughout the 20th century and also up until 2020, we have seen skill-biased technological progress. Economists have observed that we needed lots and lots of better and better educated workers. And in some sense, they have also measured how much the supply of educated workers rises and how much the demand rises. And education could not actually keep up with the growing demand for skills. That's why the skill premium, the economic value on skills, has gone up significantly throughout the 20th century. And all this led economists to basically preach this mantra that we need more education and that more education is always the best solution to responding to technological progress. And that has, of course, led to rapid growth in college enrollment. Next. So if AI takes off, what will that imply for the future demand for skills? Well, over the next 1 to 5 years, I think we can be relatively confident that there's one skill that will be extremely valuable, and that's AI fluency. Basically, the ability to collaborate with AI, to bring AI to your subject area. On the other hand, given that AI can do so many things, traditional education may become less valuable towards the end of that time frame. Many of the productivity gains in the economy may come from using AI. Preparing our students for this will require a lot of openness and a lot of training. Next slide, please. And then, if artificial general intelligence is indeed developed, and right now this is still speculative, right? But it is one of the scenarios that I think we need to be seriously prepared for, then this would fundamentally put in question the 20th century narrative on education. Suddenly, cognitive, white-collar workers, highly skilled workers, would be at the front line of automation. The period of skill-biased progress may be over, and the economic value of education may decline under artificial general intelligence. What I do want to emphasize, though, is that the civic value will almost certainly continue to endure. Next slide, please. And so, given the tremendous uncertainty, I want to advocate scenario planning. We need to prepare for all the possibilities, including the possibility of artificial general intelligence, which would mean that cognitive labor and human capital would become significantly devalued, and it would imply that higher education may face very severe challenges. Next slide, please. And so with this call for scenario planning, I basically want to conclude the first part of my presentation, and I have also made a number of additional readings here available to you.
Craig, do we do questions now, or is there more to the presentation? Okay.
Yes, this is the time for questions.
One of our board members mentioned, and you probably didn't hear, and because his microphone wasn't turned on, he said we may as well now pack up and all leave. You know. All right. With that, I'll turn it over to our president of our board.
Anton, do you want to respond to that? Should we pack up and leave? I mean,
it would certainly not be the first time that I have heard this, and I think it's too early to do that. And no, I would not advise that for two reasons. First of all, because at this point, AGI is still speculative. If you ask me, over the next 10 years, it's probably more likely than not. But there's absolutely no certainty about this. And the second reason is, even if we do have transformative AI, I hope that we humans will still derive a lot of value from education, probably less on the economic front, but I still hope that my children will be well-educated citizens, that they will be able to appreciate human culture, that we will essentially be able to pass on everything that we in our generation have developed to the next generation. And the AI will be a very significant part of that process. But at the same time, I think there is also something fundamentally human about education. And I would certainly not be willing to just pack up and give up because we will face some disruption. But under this scenario, and again, I personally think it is a scenario that is likely in the next decade, perhaps even the next couple of years already, we will certainly face significant disruption.
I just have such a hard time with this because we have a master plan for higher education that's like 1965. And we still have that, but we have AI and technology moving at such a rapid pace. They're not even colliding. They're on very different paths. So I know your focus is on economics, but for me, this is more of a matter of psychology. How do you reconcile the fact that we are lingering in these archaic systems, but at the same time, AI is moving kind of without us?
Yeah, I can feel that tension very strongly in my daily life. And I think one of the things that it tells us is, yes, AI is indeed advancing really rapidly. All of the structures around us, let's say our universities, colleges, in our particular case, have built up over decades, if not centuries, and are naturally moving at a much slower pace. And yet, I do think the best that we can do is to try to steer those big boats that are very slow to turn in the right direction, and to steer them in a direction where they can make meaningful contributions to how our society would operate under transformative AI.
Great, thank you. We have a number of board member comments. Let's start with Member Adu.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to begin by asking, when you mentioned the direction of the boat, my question is this the correct direction? And this is particularly in reference to, if you look back in like 2019, 2020, we were telling students, you need to learn how to code, right? We had from elementary to higher education, this heavy influence on elementary coding, on getting into software engineering roles. And then all of a sudden, those roles were obsolete because of AI, just less than half a decade later. Who's to say that this isn't going to happen with AI? Who's to say that the large amount of investment that we could be putting towards students and telling them, both culturally and through educational initiatives, that this is what they need to focus on, that won't change as well, and that they didn't just effectively spend more time on something that they shouldn't have?
I think you're absolutely right that that's extremely difficult to tell. I would say a lot of coding is already automated, and my understanding is it's becoming difficult for entry-level coders to find jobs right now, but it's not fully automated yet. I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that. So my personal advice when I discuss this question with students is that it is indeed extremely difficult to say this particular skill or that particular skill will for sure be valuable in 5 years from now. And I advise them to pursue what they have passion about, to pursue what they really want to learn about, and then make sure that they really become deep experts in it, because no matter which field you are developing that expertise, that allows you to most productively collaborate with AI. That allows you to also enjoy the process, which is kind of a critical part of education. But I think trying to kind of short circuit the process and being overly strategic about doing something just because we think in 4 years from now that will give us the best labor market prospects is probably not something where we can have any confidence in.
Yeah, thank you. And then I had a follow-up question. My follow-up question was more so in relation to, like, you mentioned AI literacy becoming a crucial part of people's education if we were to continue down this route. My question pertained to data efficacy, data privacy, and how that integrates into AI literacy, especially when it comes to data sets, understanding that they're biased. What's your particular perspective on those aspects of data as they relate to generative AI and transformative AI, as you go about teaching, say, students about how to use it and having literacy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is kind of one small part, a very important, but one small part of kind of the broader question of how do we interact with generative AI systems and how we do it in a way that students can still learn, and in a way that does not replace the thinking process on the part of students. Something that we as educators all struggle with. Ultimately, I think the best analogy is kind of what we learned with the calculator. When calculators first came about half a century ago, there was also this really big conversation in schools. Well, should we allow students to use calculators, or are they ever going to learn how to do arithmetic? And there were big battles over it. And of course, nowadays we all kind of have converged to what I think is a reasonable solution. Kids at an early age need to learn how to perform arithmetic by hand, and then when they are at higher grades, they of course use calculators, because it would be a waste of time to calculate the most complicated computations by hand. And they can calculate much more that way. And generative AI is certainly a technology that's much broader than calculators. But I think we are currently in the process of trying to figure out what's the best balance, and learning about all the shortcomings of AI, learning about all the possible problems that it can generate is a crucial part of that. And I guess the challenge is kind of intensified by the fact that it's advancing so rapidly. So whatever I told my students a year ago that AI can't do is no longer true. Nowadays, these systems are much more powerful. We just had yet another state-of-the-art model released today.
We have Member Blaze, Member Perry, I think Member Corral. No? Okay, and then Member Costa.
Yeah, I think I wanted to look at this from a more big picture lens, because I feel like the stress we're all feeling is rooted in a deeply systematic issue. And it feels like AI is developing really quickly because there's a very strong financial incentive for AI to develop quickly. And we're feeling that clash because our incentive is for students to get jobs once they graduate, right? So if AI are replacing these jobs and the labor value goes to zero under our current economy, that means that people will be threatened with jobs, right? So I think when we're talking about this conversation, it's not only reimagining the educational system, it's reimagining our economic system and how we even approach like outlook on what we pursue in life in general, right? And so I think because this conversation is so abstract and complex, it's really hard to ground. But once again, I think I want to put a little emphasis on the fact that under our current system, where there is a lot of, in my opinion, exploitation, frankly, with labor, and there's not a lot of value put on the working class people. I think that it is definitely a concern within the next coming years, and I hope that in some way, in a positive light, this can help people reimagine how we, as a society, interact with labor and interact with the educational system. Sorry, that was really abstract.
I think you're absolutely right that this is going to be a challenge, not just to education, but to our entire economic system and to humanity more broadly, right? And they're part of the job that we can do at universities, at colleges, is we can wrestle with these questions. We can make the next generation struggle with where we as a society want to go, where we should go. And I think those are some of the biggest questions that we have to pose. And I know that most of our students are extremely interested in these questions.
Go ahead.
Wait, I just wanted to add one more thing. In terms of reimagining education, I know right now it feels scary because our main goal is workforce development, but I think this is, once again, far future concept. But once that may not be a concern anymore, we can kind of embrace this idea of what it means to be a lifelong learner, right? And how a lot of the time students don't pursue what they're truly passionate about, and how that is maybe a way that we could reimagine the educational system in a positive light. theoretically, once again. So that's why this is also abstract.
Right, thank you. We have Member Perry, Member Costa, then Brown, Villavicencio, and Williams.
I may be sounding like a Pollyanna bred with a Luddite, but I feel like, are there ways that we can, rather than, it seems like we're just assuming this sort of linear, like AI is going to exceed, AI is going to excel, and AI is going to replace education as we know it. But it can't replace community. And I think we were talking earlier about our educational system is as much based on community as it is education. It is a profound pillar of the approach of the community colleges. So who's thinking about where AI actually serves as a tool to augment human interaction and community building, and what's a potentially future role for the community colleges, who I think are well positioned to do that?
Yeah, again, I think that perspective is exactly right. The community aspect, humans are social beings, right? And that community aspect is going to continue to be really critical, especially for young people. And for one, I would love for my kids to have those kinds of communities when they grow up. Communities that are centered about things like learning. I do think we have to keep in mind that the economic aspects of that may be declining at the same time. But yeah, the community aspects, maybe they would comparatively become even more important.
Costa, Brown, Villavicencio, Williams.
So I'm going to get abstract. I actually really appreciate our student trustees' questions because it calls to mind a lot of questions for me, and I think you've spoken to a little bit, which is, if we look to our past and we look at huge changes like from the agricultural economics of the United States to the Industrial Revolution, what came out of that were some major social changes, including the labor union movement, child labor laws, etc. And I absolutely agree it fundamentally brings into question the economics, the governance, all of our social structures. If you had to extrapolate, with this question of the value of human work, really, it's whether or not people have to work. What do you think are some of those pressing social issues that we will need to confront?
Well, if human labor becomes significantly devalued, and again, we don't know the timeline of this, but one thing that we would certainly have to struggle with, you'll hear the economists speaking now, is how do we make sure that people still have an income? That would be one of the prime challenges for our economic system. And I think it's going to be a really tough one.
Brown, Villavicencio, Williams.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with comments, and then I'll end with a question. First, I wanted to say that I appreciate you bringing up the bubble. Of the generation that I am, I've gotten to see a lot of bubbles form and burst. I was at a high school when the internet sort of came out, and they created an internet class for us. And I learned so much in that class that was actually really useful still to this day that my students don't know, because we don't really go backwards and give people that foundational information. However, a lot of what I knew is no longer applicable because AI is being inserted in places where that used to be functional that are now not as functional because AI is being put there. So thinking about bubbles forming and busting and economics, when I was starting college, I knew a student who was paying his rent by doing video game reviews. Now, that's something people do for free all the time, all over the place, right? And so a student wouldn't be able to get paid for that. And we see TikTok videos advertising, here's how you can become an influencer, which is great and true in the moment. But that's another bubble that I foresee bursting. And having seen them form and burst and form and burst, and having spoken with folks who were at the beginning of the Silicon Valley building of the internet, some of which who knew that bubbles form and burst, and they did things like rent furniture and not purchase it, while other companies will form and fold because they get too excited and too confident about what it is that they're doing. And we've also seen that with partnerships with some of our community colleges that create a program in partnership with a certain industry partner. And then all of those students, after finishing the program and starting their jobs there, get laid off within a year because the company folds. So these are all things of concern and that we need to keep an eye on. However, there are also things that existed before AI and before the internet. These are issues like preparing students for an unknown future. That's always been our issue. When I was in college, smartphones did not exist. And then 20 years later, app developer was like the #1 career. So that doesn't mean that things that people learned while I was in college did not apply to the apps that they built. So I think about the importance of centering our thoughts and our role in things like transferable skills and things like creativity, since AI can only pull from what already exists. And we also need to think about things like intellectual property, since AI can only pull from things that humans have created. I just want to remind everyone that former community college student, Steve Jobs, took calligraphy classes. And that led to us having fonts, because he was working with Steve Wozniak, who was the computer nerd, but he was the marketing guy and wanted to make things cool and fun. And that idea of cool and fun and welcoming and community, that's the reason why so many people have iPhones. And not only that, but because he got fired. So sometimes that's a part of the process too. He got fired, and when he got fired, he went and built Pixar. So instilling those values of creativity, I'm speaking from a place of hope, basically. And one of the things he said when he spoke at a college graduation is that we connect the dots looking backwards. So that's part of the challenge with this discussion. So here's where my question comes in. I read an article recently that one of the godfathers of AI, Yann LeCun, said that he thinks large language models are old news and that world models is where we should be looking. And he said a world model learns about the world around it by taking in visual information much like a baby animal or young child does, versus LLMs, which are predictive models based on vast databases of text. So what I've already learned about LLMs is that garbage in, garbage out is a big issue. And the second issue is people have built systems that by the time they were done building them, they realized would be too expensive to implement. And so they built it, but it didn't actually solve a problem. So I'm wondering, have you been looking at this concept of world models? And how does the garbage in, garbage out concept apply to that, as well as what problem does this actually solve by using this technology? Thanks.
Lots of really interesting questions and deep questions. And I'll share my perspective on, I'll try all of them. First thing I wanted to say is that AI has, meaning today's LLM models that you and I have access to, have at some level already crossed the threshold where they can create new things, the threshold of kind of genuine creativity. For example, we have AI models that have been able to prove theorems that no human has proved before. And in some ways, as an educator myself, I find myself sometimes analogizing a little bit between the AI systems that we produce and the students. And I guess we as educators, we are the most successful when we raise students that surpass us. And increasingly, my impression is that those who are building AI systems are also following that recipe. And I guess that's the precedent, that we can create systems that can be better and more creative in many ways than we are ourselves. And we are we are already across that threshold with today's AI models. So I would say a year ago, I would have probably agreed, yes, by and large, they only pull from things that already exist. But now they can genuinely advance that. And about Jan LeCun, so he's probably among AI scientists, there is, a distribution. He's certainly among the more skeptical people, but obviously he is also a very deep thinker, and I would not discount his views. I would say in many ways, large language models are already creating world models when they are trained. And you can see this from some of their answers. They do have an internal representation of the world, but of course, one that's only rooted in language. And for many tasks, let's say for physics, robotic tasks, it would be very helpful to have broader models. And it will take a few more years to perfect those systems, or even for them to reach the same stage that language models have in the cognitive domain. How do we deal with hallucinations and all the other shortcomings that AI models exhibit? Well, this is indeed a problem, and it's also a problem for us humans. And it took us a lot of time to develop institutions and so on to make sure that certain facts that we deal with are watertight. We're still struggling with it. And I think it's kind of an inherent property of neural networks that there's always some fuzziness, that there's always something, you may want to call it hallucination, making mistakes. And both on the AI front and then on the human front, we are working on doing our best to reduce them, right? But they will never be perfect, just like no human will ever be perfect.
Right, Villavicencio, then Williams.
I'm really appreciating the conversation here. So you mentioned in your presentation that the civic value of education will endure. And as a political scientist, that definitely grabbed my attention. I was wondering if you could expand on that, what you meant by that, and really, on top of that, that brings to the question of the value proposition of higher education, which we've been talking about. But given, obviously, we are leaders within the California community colleges, what do you feel we can offer our students in the next, I don't know, couple of years, next decade, since we're talking about that, that would, again, incentivize them to come to our institutions and to ultimately get their degrees and their certificates and all of that. But as an aside, we were talking about your point about ultimately labor and work will amount to zero. I teach in Stockton, and one of the policy initiatives that the previous mayor instituted was universal basic income. And it was used as a way to alleviate poverty. But given that, at least from what you're assessing, that work may in fact not be as valuable in the future as possible, if that is something that you've maybe considered of alleviating these social ills, if we are moving in that direction. I know there's a lot to unpack there, but again, civic value of education, what does that mean? And the value proposition for our system would be wonderful for you to expand on. Thank you.
On the civic value of education. So if it is indeed true that the economic value will decline, we will have to look for other value propositions, as you point out. And as your fellow member Perry, for example, emphasized, one of those will be community, but I think one of them will also be the civic value. And perhaps this is, a little optimistic on my front now, but I do hope that the next generation, even if we have these transformative AI systems, that reduce the economic value of labor and the economic value of work. I do hope that we as humans will still continue to have input into governance decisions, and we want the next generation to have the skills to make wise decisions for how we want to govern AI, how we want to make governance decisions across our world. And so that's basically where this observation that the civic value will still be indispensable comes from. Yeah, how do I, what value proposition do I offer my students, let's say, when I have a conversation with them about my courses? What I try to do is kind of to give them a combination of exposure to frontier AI capabilities so that they understand where the technology is, and then ask the bigger questions that we have been discussing for the past half hour about what these transformative AI systems will imply for our world, for the economy, for our systems of education, for our governance systems, and for humanity more broadly. I think that's the best value proposition that I can come up with for now.
We have Williams, Haynes, and Rawlings.
Well, first, thank you for continuing to bring this topic back and being willing to lead on this issue. I think it's critical. I was impressed when we had Amazon. All of the discussions have been great. But what was today? Yesterday, I had an opportunity to speak to 9th through 12th grade students that are ASB leaders. And I was so inspired by their level of critical thinking skills, because this conversation kind of makes you feel like humans are going to be stepping down and robots are stepping up. And I just don't see it happening. I mean, humans are so dynamic. And when I was listening to these youth in this class, they weren't thinking about how they can have new jobs. They were talking about how they were building GPTs to work for them. And they were really trying to figure out how they can increase the attendance in their events, and AI was part of the subject. And for context for you, for my question, I'm a dad. I got a 5-year-old and a 9-year-old. Both of them are in a dual language immersion program, so they're learning Spanish. And then the 9-year-old, she's using ChatGPT pretty much every day. And so she's learning 2 languages, right? How to prompt, and then she's using Sora and making videos and stuff like that. And so she's in the 4th grade now. And so we've been trying to kind of groom her to go on a middle college track. And being in 4th grade, you could already start to see her getting bored with the in-classroom experience, because she comes home and she has this really dynamic experience at home, and then she's in the classroom and it's kind of just like, So what do community colleges need to do to attract kids like mine in the middle college? Because she's going to come out of high school with all of these different skills, and then how am I going to get her, or she's going to go into high school, so she would be a middle college student in the high school. How am I going to convince her to want to participate in our system when she's doing all this dynamic stuff at school, at home, and she's saying, hey, I would prefer to go back to like COVID and just homeschool versus going to the classroom every day. Then my second my second question is, AI still creates a lot of culturally biased information. How do we, as community college system, get more people of color doing the inputs in the programming? What can we do? Because even like when you, especially like when you're going into deep history, a lot of the stuff is just not accurate. And so it's a turnoff to folks. And so it's a huge market of people that this technology is not really catering to. So the middle college question, and then what can we do to create more programming people among people of color?
Yeah, on the first question, we are family-wise, we are in a similar boat. I'm currently, in fact, teaching a few AI classes in the primary school that my kids go to. And I guess one of the nice things about teaching to younger students is they are so full of curiosity and really genuinely not thinking about what careers they're going to have to pursue one day. They're just driven by their interests, right? And maybe that's the healthy thing for the future into which we are heading. And yeah, I'll say, uh, sometimes there is there is definitely this very important space for exposing our children to the technology. I think there's also a space for giving them technology-free spaces so that they can deal with both of them, so that they are on the one hand AI fluent, but on the other hand, uh, not subject to the very quick rewards that AI can offer you all the time. Um, and yeah, on your second question, I think that goes back to kind of the broader governance challenge that we have been discussing. And frankly speaking, I guess many of these questions are really in the hands of the leading labs right now. But what we as educators, what we as parents can do is we can make sure that the next generation is, first of all, aware of the governance challenges that AI systems pose and able to speak to this debate, to speak to how should we govern these systems, and what are the rules that we as a society want to set for the rollout of AI? Because those questions, they're going to become more and more and more important if AI reaches these takeoff scenarios.
Haynes and Rawlings.
Thank you. I guess I should start off by saying that I was at the beginning of the technological revolution. I was on a typewriter for an airline, and one day they came and they gave us this big old thing and said, you will now do this. And it was a computer. And so I understand, and I am very supportive of change and technological change. I do have two observations. One, that the algorithms that are being designed are at times very closed systems, and we don't know what's going in. And I would argue, and I understand that we have talked about being ethical, the need for it, also that there's a governance piece. And part of the question I have is, when is it too late? Sometimes it feels like it's late now because it's moving so fast. And then we chase the solutions in a way that take time and all of that. So that's one question. When will it be too late? And then the other piece, and I'm a sci-fi person. Anything that's sci-fi, Star Trek, anything, I'm on it. So that's my television looking, to be really honest. And in most of those, there are classes of people that are very successful in this. Hi, sweetie. And then there are those who we will call the underclass in this, and there always tends to be, and I see that happening even now in this moment. And I don't know how we prepare for that. I understand when you say civic value will continue to endure, but civic value and ethical value seems to follow, and it doesn't always work out relative to the underclass. I'll call it that underclass that seems to always be left behind. Do you have any reflections relative to that? How do we help to change that dynamic as this is moving along, as opposed to fighting battles after it's already sort of in the system, and then we're battling that, I don't want to say group of people, but that cultural piece of who we are as human beings? I'll leave it at that, but I'd like to hear your response.
Yeah, I think, there's going to be so many things that will radically change under transformative AI. But I think this fundamental problem that you have identified will probably at some level be the same as it was, let's say, 20 years ago, 50 years ago. And it will be a significant challenge. Again, from the perspective as educators, I guess the best we can do is to create the awareness and to talk about it as much as possible with our students to make sure that they are prepared to contribute to this debate. And yeah, for us with our hats as educators, I think that's kind of our best hope.
Anton, do you have time for one last question?
I have a little
You have a
boy
little one.
who expected that I would already be with him now, but I'll happily take one more question.
Okay, one more question. Go ahead, Vice President Rawlings.
So just taking a quick skim through on some of your further readings that you provided to us, a couple of points jumped out at me. So I really appreciate the dialogue you have in there about the challenges of income inequality and trying to get our heads wrapped around what AI is going to cause on that economic front. And then appreciate, so everyone just read those, some really great stuff. In your economic policy challenge for the age of AI, you get into some of the transformation required of education, higher education in particular, in meeting that workforce need. And then also in your scenario planning for an AGI future, you talk about the need to get into scenario planning and then leading indicators. So if I were kind of taking those two sets of ideas written at different times and take those together, if we were to scenario plan around what you see today versus what you saw back in 2023, what leading indicators would you suggest we be paying attention to as we're getting ready to help lead that transformation for higher education?
Yeah, in some sense, one of the most important leading indicators, so to say, are the benchmarks of what AI systems can already do. And I find that oftentimes there's a lot of misunderstanding. Like I have, for example, in the economics profession, I regularly encounter colleagues who tell me, "Oh, AI can't do this, who can't do that," and so on. And I say, "Yeah, when did you try that out?" And they say 2 years ago, and by now AI has long been able to do all these things. So I think just keeping up to date on the latest capabilities, that's a really critical part. In terms of when the changes are going to be transformative, I think the single most important indicator is when AI systems will be able to essentially create better AI systems on their own. So if you want to follow one particular AI capability, it's coding and autonomous coding of better AI systems in particular. Once that happens, I expect that all other changes are going to accelerate quite significantly. By some measures, several members have emphasized this, by some measures, AI systems are already very good at helping create code and at helping create their own successors, but they still need a lot of human input. And we don't know if that's going to be true for another 12 months or 24 or maybe 5 years. Jan LeCun would probably say more than 5 years. But to be honest, nobody knows. But once they can do that, then it's going to be a more rapid takeoff than all the increases we have seen over the past few years.
Thank you very much, Anton. I'm going to pass it back to Vice Chancellor Hayward for any closing comments. But thank you so much for your insightfulness. I think you got a lot of the wheels turning on the board. We're all deep in thought now, so appreciate the engagement.
Thank you, and good luck to us all.
Thank you very much for this time with us today, Dr. Kornick. Much appreciated, and looking forward to thinking through some of these issues and engaging in scenario planning and keeping our eye on those leading indicators. So we'll let you get to your young son now. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye. Let's take some public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Gary for virtual comments.
We have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. Okay. We're already working with artificial intelligence that's misaligned to our interests. Like we have anti-AI detection in our classes. One of their privacy policies says when acquiring student consent, you must inform them that the information will be used, that a copy of their information will be retained, and that content provided will be used to train our models. I don't agree with this. I don't want to be in classes that take my data, and I don't want to be kicked out of classes that are forcing me into this. We're allowing corporations to accrue so much power, and these large corporations have outside influence in our governance already. And we should only be partnering with those who respect our rights and respect our democracy. If AI is going to become so powerful, why are we already letting it operate without respecting our rights? We right now are building this world that doesn't respect human rights. Thank you.
Madam President, there are no other hands raised on this item.
Thank you. Member Adu had another comment.
This was kind of building off of the scenario where they mentioned that when speaking to other colleagues in the economics field, they were like, oh, AI can't do this, and then find out that they were wrong because they were focusing on outdated models. This particularly is relevant to me because I had an identical situation recently in which like members of my discussion for one of my classes at Berkeley were called out for using AI as for plagiarism. And I was told, oh, I'm okay. I looked at yours and AI can't produce citations, which means that yours must be correct. Although I myself, for the record, did not use AI on my essay, I know for a fact AI can produce citations. This has been possible since early 2020, like it's been a thing. And now we have the people who are deciding whether or not you get on academic probation because you violated an academic code who are not up to date or aware on what AI can and cannot do. And I think this is just something important to keep in mind as we move forward, is that it's really crucial to be up to date on what AI actually has the capability of doing as we consider how do we implement it, how do we regulate it, how do we tell our students how to interact with it. We need to make sure that we actually know what's going on. So I just wanted to bring that point up.
Great. Thank you, Member Adu. It may be really hard to follow that last presentation, but I think the next team is going to be able to do it. We are moving to item 6.2 for the North Far North Rural College Tour, and I will pass that one to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning to get us started.
As Dr. Tomanang and team are getting settled, I want to say a few words about this tour. That actually the whole thing started with our president of our board, Hildy, who wanted us to get on the road and connect with colleges. We started at Shasta College, and you met the president, Frank Negro, today. And then we moved on to Lassen, and the president, Carrie Camacho. Then we moved to Feather River with Kevin Trutna, and we wrapped up with Butte College with Virginia Guliff. So with that, I'll turn it back to Dr. Tomanang.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Christian. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm still Rowena Tomanang, Deputy Chancellor, here to present item 6.2, a report on our North and Far North Colleges tour conducted during the first week of October. Before we begin the brief presentation, I want to express my appreciation
to those who made this tour and today's item possible. First, my sincere thanks to Ginny May, who brought the entire presentation together through her thoughtful writing and meticulous editing. I also want to acknowledge members of the Chancellor's Office executive team, Gina Brown, David O'Brien, and Carla Grandy, for your ongoing support of our Board of Governors presentations for today. A special shout out to Andrea Reynolds for her excellent logistical coordination of the tour. And to the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, especially President Jerry Reyes, for their engagement and meaningful participation throughout our visits. I'd also like to recognize members of our Board of Governors who joined us, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, and members Haynes, Brown, and Williams. Your presence and insights enriched every stop that we took. We are deeply grateful to the colleges and communities who welcomed us so warmly: Shasta College, Lassen College, Feather River College, and Butte College. These visits offered profound learning about the experiences of our rural colleges and the students they serve, many of whom are place-bound and face unique challenges. I was personally inspired by the dedication and genuine love for students expressed by trustees, administrators, faculty, and classified professionals at each campus. And of course, our students themselves continue to amaze us with their resilience and unwavering commitment to pursuing their academic and professional goals. So with this, it is my pleasure to turn the presentation over to Student Senate President Jerry Reyes. Thank you, and I'll be back.
How's it going, everyone? It's been a day. All right, I had to change my script real quick to good afternoon, not good morning. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jerry Reyes, and I serve as the president for the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. I was really grateful to be part of the Rural College Tour, and I just wanted to share a few things. This tour was honestly eye-opening. I'm from the Central Valley, so I'm used to rural life, but rural Northern California is so much different from the Central Valley. If you know, you know. These communities are unique and they face real challenges such as long distances between towns, limited access to hospitals and essential services, and a level of isolation that most parts of the states just don't experience. And yet, despite all of that, what stood out to me the most was how close-knit these communities are. People genuinely take care of one another, and that sense of connection is something we could all use more of these days. We also got to hear powerful stories from students, and many talked about how they found community at their colleges and how supported and welcome they felt. But they also opened up about the challenges, especially when it comes to transferring, and that universities are often miles away or even across state lines, which makes the next step much harder. And of course, the lack of healthcare access is a big issue. But what inspired me was seeing that the students in programs like the nursing program who are learning skills they plan to take back home to help their communities. That sense of purpose was incredible. And what also impressed me was how much these colleges do with fewer resources. They do a lot with less, and they do it very well. And I also did appreciate seeing the unique programs each campus offers. And it was great to see some of them have dorms, especially in the rural areas. And lastly, I just wanted to say thank you to the board for inviting us. It was an amazing experience and meant a lot to meet the students, explore different towns, visit the colleges, and of course, spend time with members of the board. And then just one ask is that if y'all ever do this again, please invite us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. And so now it's my pleasure to invite Member Brown to give her remarks.
We received such a warm welcome at Shasta College. I wanted to surface again that President Negra had a lot of ways of telling us about the distances that they have to deal with. And one other example given was that within the 6 counties that they serve, the drive between Modoc and Trinity is the same as the drive between San Francisco and Los Angeles. So that and the entire experience of visiting the Far North colleges really grounded it in me how passionate the faculty and employees of these colleges are, and the fact that we see them often in Sacramento and we see them at professional development events up and down the state, and the amount of commitment, time commitment that they have to make in order to attend things versus me in the Los Angeles area that most things I attend are within an hour of where and even with LA traffic, of where I live. So I just wanted to express appreciation. The second thing is how we got this VIP treatment. The first memorable thing was the food. I'm at Los Angeles Harbor College and we have an award-winning culinary program. We go into this culinary cup that we do versus some of our other culinary programs, and we often win. But I have to say, if we had to compete with Shasta, they would give us a run for our money. They gave us this squash I've never seen before, cooked in a way I never saw before. The plate looked like it was something from a 5-star restaurant that a foodie would want. Very Instagrammable, but also extremely delicious and nutritious. So I really appreciate that. But I also noticed that that VIP treatment extended to all of their students as well, as evidenced by the things that the students shared with us. And grounded before we started our journey of exploring the campus and the programs, we talked about how in that area there was the last Native American who left living in isolation post the Gold Rush genocide in California, who was there living in the forest until 1911, from the Yahi tribe, who was the last living member. In their tribe, they don't allow a person to speak their own name, so we actually don't know the name of that person. They call him Ishi, which means man in their language, which means his name was never spoken again. So I just wanted to share that we were grounded in that, not just a land acknowledgement, but a story about the people from that area. They talked to us about the Hmong communities that they serve and just the really diverse students that are experiencing all of the challenges that we've already been talking about for our Far North students. Now, the programs. The ACES program was a really wonderful one to learn about and hear about, where they're able to help students move more quickly through programs focusing on adult learners. I was particularly impressed by the BOLD aspect of the program called BOLD, Bachelor's Through Online and Local Degrees, targeting working adults and not only allowing them to complete programs at Shasta, but also see the pathway into other online programs if that's what's most accessible for those students living in far areas. And 20% of the programs at Shasta have been ACEified. Next, I visited with the Step Up program, which serves justice-impacted students who are under court-directed supervision. One of the students said, "To not reoffend, I need to learn something different, and I am." In these student stories, we heard about all of the different services that they've had to interact with in their journey, including addiction centers, probation with the county, the alternative to custody model, mental health services, basic needs services like housing and transportation, especially in a place so large, technology challenges, not having access to Wi-Fi, being first generation on top of all of that, like many of our California students, navigating CalWorks, foster youth, and being formally incarcerated. Each one of those things, I will remind you, usually means an appointment for a student outside of class time. And these programs, like Step Up, integrate all of these services and coordinate it to make it so much easier for our students to navigate the system. So I think that we can learn system-wide from programs like these about how to better integrate and coordinate. And I wanted to share a few other student words because I also visited with their tutoring program, embedded mostly in their STEM programs. Arjuna Brown said, "A lot of people around me lacked passion for anything. Pursuing a dream can be more intimidating than people realize. Having that spark fade and reignite is important." Another student, Camila Gambino, said, "My flashcards and group chat and leadership skills and mover and shaker mentality were built by by being involved with this tutoring program. And asking for help is embarrassing. Ozan Beal said, "The work I'm doing is important and it matters. There are students who don't know what they're good at until they try." Michael Kessinger said, "I was terrified. I didn't have any confidence in my academic ability, and here I was seen and I was heard." So like I said, these students also get the VIP treatment, just like the board members did. And you know, faculty really love good stationery, and they gave us these cute little booklets that I got to take home. So I'll end with my ideas about policy implications. We really need to think about our place-bound students and the different policies that we need to revisit that we heard about earlier in our state and federal updates, because there's so many challenges that those colleges cannot overcome using traditional methods that work in cities. More baccalaureate degrees are going to be critical, especially for students for whom it's extremely dangerous in the winter to try to drive 70 miles through mountainous, snowy roads to get to a university. And lastly, what we can learn from programs like Step Up is the importance of these partnerships. They're already modeling for us something that we can do system-wide from the ground up in terms of the importance of partnerships and collaboration in order to provide support to students. They were able to get funding to give students the equivalent of 20 hours per week of pay for their formerly incarcerated students. But that sort of advocacy that was done on a program level from the ground up, I feel that we need to be doing from the top down as well. So we really need to lean into partnerships and collaboration across our different state systems that are very much aligned. I know we're already doing that with the governor's master plan, but I think we need to look into all of the different offices and services that our students are navigating and integrate and weave everything that we're doing in California in a better manner. So those are my thoughts, and I'll pass it on to the next person, who I think is Member Williams.
Thank you. I too had an incredible experience. This was my first time being in that part of Northern California. And just some of our conversations on the drive, we're driving through some of the communities, and it's like, I don't see a Walmart. There's no Costco. And so the people there, you know, the thought was these got to be some very resilient people because they're taking care of themselves all the way out there. Their infrastructure is not like ours. I live in the Inland Empire. There's a gas station every couple of miles. We didn't see gas stations for miles. And talking to, I think it was a Board of Trustees member and his wife that was there, they drive an hour and a half to Reno to go to Popeyes. And that's a long drive. And yeah, for Popeyes. Yeah, but it's one of the things that they have to do in those communities. And along the drive, at least if we're stuck in traffic, you can get on the internet. Can't get on the internet the whole time we were trying to figure out how to connect to the car. Couldn't get internet. And so when we got to Lansing College, I think we all got a chance to see how exciting they were to just welcome us and really look at how they were connecting their curricula to the needs of their community to create workability and workforce development programming. And so I want to highlight 3 of the programs that we saw around dual enrollment. Was the first one. And we went to a class, it was a law enforcement class. This is an early morning class. At first, the kids seemed really, or the students, I should say, seemed really shy because we had this large group from the chancellor's office. But the teacher was really dynamic in that she was able to engage. And I believe the class was like 7:30 in the morning. It was an early class. And we're asking them about why they wanted to take a class like this and why they would give up their time. And, you know, access to college credit early on is really important to young people. And we saw that firsthand at Lansing College. Then we went to the auto program. And you can see that they had the gender diversity in the class, what was really cool. The young ladies that were there learning. And this is basic auto car care, something to that effect. Basically taking care of your own car is what they had the opportunity to do. And you can see I think the teacher, his dad used to teach the class or something like that beforehand. And so this is a close-knit community. And so these are also high school students that are coming early in the morning to take a class, to develop practical skills, to be able to work on, some were working on their own cars, but specifically industry standard programming. And they had the opportunity to connect to EV education there. And that program was really interesting to see the engagement with the students. And then the last one was the medical program around nursing. And this was really, I think, I don't want to say it was emotional for all of us, but this was a time when we're really advocating for the baccalaureate program and talking to the students about the need. My mom passed in April, and not for skilled nursing personnel. She was on hospice at my house, and not for those folks. I don't know how we would have been able to make it or to support her when she had her specific needs. And so when you think about a community like Lansing, where there's no hospital nearby, what do they do when they don't have skilled personnel who can be available to provide those critical services? If you got to have a baby and you got to go all the way 100 miles to another community, or if you are on hospice, where do you get the care that you need? And it's critical for communities like that to have those kind of working professionals in their community that they can depend on, because again, it's an interdependent kind of system where everyone is taking care of one another. But if you can't get the skills, then that means they're not going to have the service. And so from a policy perspective, it's really important for us to look at how we're expanding dual enrollment offerings, making sure that the K-12 system is integrated with ours, proper staffing is in place to support the students through to completion, and that they have broad-based awareness of the programs that are available to them. You already know the baccalaureate program. I'm disappointed that, our efforts are going to continue. So we have to figure out what the next steps are. The baccalaureate program, I think, is important. We need to be able to offer those degrees, and we need to be able to continue to push for those. And I'm straying from my notes a little bit, but you get the main points of, dual enrollment and the ability to be able to allow folks to grow through having these advanced degrees is critical for our systems and communities like we saw up in the rural communities. And so it was a great experience, and I'm going to turn this over to Member Haynes, and she's going to talk about Feather River College.
So this was not my first trip to the far north. I took it as a Board of Governors member several years ago. But I felt differently then than I do now. And I wanted to share that. It was indeed a great experience, but I was left with, these are 4 small college campuses, small enrollment, extremely rural, with a very small tax base and underemployed population. Those are sort of the general policy things. And I actually left with, and I'm going to be really honest, and I can say before I'm really honest that I've changed my mind. But I was trying to figure out, I was saying, well, maybe they should be centers. And thank goodness I kind of kept all that to myself because, I mean, every one of us has a way that we should be growing, and hopefully I have grown because I feel differently now. On this trip, I saw something very different. I saw the tenaciousness, a can-do spirit. Their colleges, in so many cases, were the educational oasis and the employer anchoring their communities, which is a very different viewpoint. And I think it's worth putting that at sort of at the forefront of how we can be, as we look at how can this board be helpful. We have to have that as sort of the major piece. I also saw a community in Feather River, and with all of these, but in particular Feather River. I saw a community that was always going to be alert to the natural habitat and the need to protect it because they live within it. We were met by students who had left a major California cities to find their way to Feather River, which isn't always easy, but they were tenacious, and I'll share just how tenacious they were. I was reminded by Jesse, a student from Feather River, who some of us may have met a few years ago during the Rice Award, because Feather River at that award was receiving an award for their excellence. There was also among us recently during the tour at Feather River, a foster youth who was one of our guides who had made her way from the East Bay only to find out that she would need to go back to get her emancipation paperwork signed and done before she could get housing. She made that trek. She came back, and she was tenacious because housing is limited. It's absolutely required, but they use a system where you're not guaranteed it. It's a kind of pull out of the hat kind of thing. She did get it, and her housing is where we went to look and to see, and you could tell how proud the students were to be able to have it. I have three. I'm responsible for highlighting some of the programs that stood out. So obviously, student housing stood out, equine and ranch management, and forestry. FRC, that's Feather River College. FRC has had student housing for decades. The housing crisis looks different in rural areas, where there's a lack of affordable apartments for miles around, and that can strand students without any educational options. So Feather River has invested in housing that creates a real sense of community. It includes summer options, and many of, even for our students, they don't get sort of summer housing unless the district or the college kind of thinks about it, because where do our students go if that's their housing? It was well kept, it was clean, it was comfortable. The college's first baccalaureate program was equine and ranch management. This is a critical part of the economy and a major job provider for communities like the community that Feather River serves. We were witness to a very lively and unexpected demonstration. The first phase of siring by the grand dam, that's the male horse, and the dam, which is the female horse. I'll kind of leave it there. It was very interesting and very dynamic. It was less of a problem because I had seen that before. Not the first time, but in other situations I've seen it. Okay, moving right along. It was great to see women in these roles and to know that there will be an economic opportunities that will flow to them. Then there is the Forestry and Fire Protection Program, their newest baccalaureate degree, and the subject of some controversy that came before the board a few years ago. Some controversy. It was a little bit more than some, but okay. The college president reminded us that this college is surrounded by 100 acres of national forest land, and that this community and so many other rural communities our colleges serve have been devastated by wildfires in recent years. This Forestry and Fire Protection baccalaureate degree is critical to rural regions like Feather River, where there is no CSU or UC campus. To visit FRC and really all of our four colleges brings about policy implications. Rural colleges have to grow their own. And that was made very, very clear at Feather River. Since they struggle to recruit top faculty and administrators from large urban districts, it's so beautiful. I can see where there will be those who want to go, but that's not an easy life for many of us who are in urban districts, and so they end up losing a lot of faculty. So they do grow their own, and they've ended up training and coaching many of their own staff or engaging community members, as was mentioned by Member Williams, to come and teach at the college. On the housing front, Feather River College is an example of why we must continue to advocate for more funding to construct affordable student housing projects up and down the state. This is a rural, remote college where many students simply won't be able to attend if not for affordable on-campus accommodation. Lastly, of course, Feather River College is one of the many reminders of the need for and the potential of community college baccalaureate degree programs. These students are many driving miles away from the nearest four-year university. And at times, I mean, to say it takes 4 and 5 hours to get someplace just one way is not an exaggeration, depending on the program that you are interested in attending. So that drive is not realistic for so many of them. These are people who will ultimately be on the front line of the next major wildfire to hit our far north state, and they will include bachelor's degree holders from Feather River College, and they will do us proud. So, thank you. Vice President Rawlings, you're next.
Right. Thank you, Member Haynes. And I just want to highlight really quickly how we've all seen and we've all commented on the character of these communities and how really special they are. And we'll hear occasionally when they come to visit us and talk about what their needs are and how unique their needs are and how special they are. Really, yes, right? I think this really reinforced it. And I know the week after this trip, I went up to College of the Siskiyous and met the very same kind of character of community up there and the needs up there. And in that case, they had a fire training program where they'd had a fire downtown up in Weed. And the fact that they had such well-trained firefighters that College of the Siskiyous had trained really helped save the downtown from having much more severe damage than it did. So it's pretty incredible. But on this trip, we concluded our tour at Butte College, where we received a really warm welcome. The enthusiasm of their team was really clear as they shared all the impressive work happening on their campus. During our visit, they highlighted 2 outstanding career technical education programs, as well as their newly opened science building and planetarium, which was really cool. These examples showcase Butte College's deep commitments to building robust CTE pathways and advancing STEM education. The leadership at Butte College emphasized how instrumental the Strong Workforce Program funds have been in driving their success, which is a program near and dear to my heart, and I know Joseph and others as well. And in fact, the Strong Workforce funding now far exceeds federal Perkins funding. And so when we take a look at CTE and when we think about CTE, really the state of California has our back when it comes to really advancing comprehensive pathways for students in CTE. And so Butte College is using these funds to strengthen industry partnerships and deliver cutting-edge training programs that prepare students for high-demand careers. One of the memorable stops on our tour was the cadaver lab at the new science building. Here we learned about their partnership with UC Davis. UC Davis provides the cadavers that they're using for student learning. And that made me wonder how many of these similar partnerships exist across the state in our community colleges, especially those that are in the rural communities. And those that are place-bound and where those districts may be a little smaller and maybe having a little harder time being able to afford all the resources, having partnerships like this is really innovative. And it creates access to learning experiences that are unique and really career relevant, especially for their communities. So 3 main highlights stood out from our visit there at Butte. First was the welding program. This program provides students with industry standard labs and equipment that mirror the real work environments. Students earn certificates that lead directly to local employment, especially in high demand roles in manufacturing and infrastructure, which are often, they have a high need up in that area. And their post-program job placement is nearly 100%. And so I think that was really key, really critical there. Strong partnerships with regional employers ensure that the program stays relevant and responsive to the workforce needs, especially being rural and local like that. However, the program is limited to just 46 students due to space constraints, which underscores the need for further investment to expand their capacity. One of the key things here is that their program is so successful that they're having students come from all over the northern half of the state, not just in the region, but all over the northern part of the state, going there for their program. And so the fact they have 46 spots that they can accommodate is way smaller than they need. I know they have a waiting list. I don't know if they did it via lottery, but they really have the capacity to expand if we had the resources to help them expand. Next, the heavy equipment operator technician program there. It's recognized statewide for its hands-on training. This program allows students to operate full-size machinery like loaders, dozers, excavators, backhoes, after starting on learning on smaller equipment. Partnerships with local contractors and especially the Operating Engineers Local 3 align the program with apprenticeship pathways, addressing the workforce shortages in construction, forestry, and public works, keeping the skilled workers in the northern part of the state where they need them. Both of these programs exemplify Butte's learn by doing approach and commitment to community workforce development. And then finally, the Science Building and Planetarium. This newly opened $73 million facility spans 77,000 square feet and features 21 state-of-the-art labs, 2 classrooms, and a dedicated cadaver lab that I mentioned earlier. The planetarium with 60 seats not only serves the college, but also the local K-12 community where they run programming for the K-12 community. The building's thoughtful design reinforces learning, from tectonic-themed structures to light fixtures modeled after molecules. And also the building's solar panels generate nearly 0.5 megawatt of power, underscoring the importance of sustainability. From a policy perspective, 2 key themes emerged from the visit: CTE pathways and STEM funding. Regarding CTE pathways, students who complete Butte College's high-quality CTE programs don't always receive credit or advanced standing when entering local union apprenticeships, making it harder for them to transition smoothly into the good-paying careers. To address this, we need to continue to improve collaboration with industry and labor partners to align college certificate programs with union apprenticeship standards, creating recognized pathways that grant students credit for prior learning and accelerate entry into the workforce. Regarding STEM funding, the state's funding allocation for MESA programs is not aligned with actual STEM enrollment, program participation, or student outcomes across colleges. As for STEM pathways, we should consider reevaluating the MESA funding model to reflect current enrollment trends, regional workforce needs, and student achievement data, ensuring that colleges with growing STEM pipelines receive adequate support for the demonstrated impact. And finally, on a personal note, I want to give my heartfelt thanks to the teams at each of these colleges. It's a lot of work to host us and a lot of work to put these tours together for us. So I want to give them my heartfelt thanks. But one of the things that really stood out to me as I led with is that we didn't just learn about these college programs and learn about these colleges, but we also learned about the communities that these colleges serve and really got a feel for the communities that make up what that college district looks like. And so with that concludes our presentation here. And Hildy had to go and take a call, so I'll open it up for board comments. Here we go. All right. Any board comments? I see Member Blaze, and then, yep, okay, and then Member 2. All right, go for it.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for those really comprehensive reports. I think that all of those reports kind of made me think more about like how inspiring it was to go visit like our college visit during our last board meeting, and I think that it kind of made me think about like a framework of trying to listen to student stories while like actively being there and listening to students rather than getting insights while just sitting on the board. And I think it's just so It's something that we should think about embracing more, because I think while I could represent students, for example, I don't think anything is going to replace the experience of actually being there on those sites and then also hearing from students themselves, right? And so I just want to thank you all for those experiences, and then also want to highlight the point of bridging the gap between the Board of Governors and like the work that we do and student voices. And like, so we understand the policies that we're championing for these students, essentially. Yeah.
That's great. Yep, thank you for that. Member Brown.
All of the other member presentations made me think of just a few more things to share. One is when we were talking about the access to health services for these students, that this area of California has the highest mortality rates. So when we talk about increasing baccalaureate degrees, this is not a competition between systems. This is about serving communities in ways they are not currently being served, and it's not just about education, it's about saving lives. So I wanted to just really drive home that point about how critically important it is that we really find solutions to these issues. Thank you.
Member Adu.
I unfortunately was not able to make the trip. However, every board member's comments and the reports have been so, to quote Member Blaze, comprehensive and really like colorful and imaginative. And it really allowed me to step into a world that, as I mentioned before, I am not a part of. Particularly when it comes to rural communities, the underscoring of them being particularly resilient really resonates with me. I moved up from Southern California to Northern California as I transferred this year, and this is nowhere near their experience, but it's just something that sort of stood out to me is I had to go to my bank to open a card. And in Southern California, I'm from Orange County, Navy Federal is everywhere. I could go anywhere and I could go get a card easily. And then I moved up to NorCal and I had to take 3.5 hours one way of public transportation to the closest one in Vacaville, and then another 3.5 hours back. And that one experience is the daily lives of students in communities like these. And it just makes so many things inaccessible. And particularly, as Member Brown mentioned, and this is what I was going to underscore, is when it comes to things like nursing, when it comes to things like hospitals, that could be the difference between life or death. 3.5 hours to commute to a hospital is the difference between life or death. This isn't, as you mentioned, a matter of competition. This isn't a matter of wanting to be the best college. This is a matter of bringing necessary resources and education to communities that don't have access to it. And I think what these colleges that you guys visited and that I hope to visit soon have been doing and will continue to do is doing exactly that work. And I think that's just so incredibly important. And I just wanted to highlight that.
That's right. Thank you for that. Yeah, Member Villavicencio.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Rawlings. No, I appreciated the presentations, like the other members who didn't have the opportunity to join you in this incredible visit. It seemed like you learned so much. We'll be looking forward to participating like board member will do in the future. I just also wanted to share that when I had the opportunity to serve in my capacity as a statewide API commissioner, we had opportunities to go visit with our communities and have listening sessions. And I think it's very similar to what the emphasis now is on the board. So to what Member Blaze said, I'm hoping that we continue to do this and may even have maybe formal listening sessions to hear from those, not just from our community college stakeholders, but from the communities themselves and listening to their needs. I think that's something perhaps we can consider as a board when we do our retreat or our visits, to be intentional, to make sure that we're listening to the people who don't traditionally are at the table. And so I commend again this work, and again, we have the responsibility to represent our system of 116 community colleges, which are all very diverse in their own right. And so, yes, I think it'll make our jobs, would make our jobs to do better, to better advocate for everyone who benefits from our colleges. And so, yes, thank you again for your reports. I learned a lot.
Member Williams.
Just other thoughts that just have been coming to my mind because, you know, it was really exciting being there and you want to help those communities. And given the video of the BSNs, what can we ask of the chancellor in terms of technical support for those colleges so that we can still get to the objective, even though we couldn't go the path that we were trying to go? So it doesn't feel like we went and then there's no follow-up and there's no support. Like, what's appropriate? And couldn't that be a future conversation? Or I don't know if that's appropriate for the retreat or if the retreat so far away, because it felt like we were going to be able to make it happen.
I mean, the conversations are ongoing. For example, the center status of Shasta College, right? I mean, that was a quick turnaround. I've got text messages from the president, you know, sort of connecting it back to us being there. The policy conversations that have come up are a big lever that we have. I mean, we as in you have, as members of the Board of Governors. We as staff have started engaging in it. We are thinking about, you know, what would an education campaign look like? How else can we support these colleges through best practices? I mean, there's a lot to unpack and then look at leverage points. My suspicion is that February meeting would be focused on some kind of policy issues for us to consider. On the baccalaureate front, this is a long-term conversation. I mean, if you recall, the first pilots happened 10 years ago. And I mean, when you look at where we were and where we are now, we've made great progress. I was struck by Member Correll's comment about the time and your comment as well, Member Williams. So I think we all should give some thought in how we can communicate the urgency of moving some of policy decisions that we could influence as well. And thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Yeah, I think it would be good to, I mean, I know that the baccalaureate decision was really around nursing, but having spent a part of my career, again, traveling through the state, I mean, these are communities that are also so reliant on telehealth, right? Whether it's in the mental health space as well. They don't have a lot of infrastructure in many different ways. I know the baccalaureate nursing is just one sliver of it. So I do think perhaps for the retreat, there's an opportunity to think not just about the time and the urgency, but also like what are those kind of areas of deep need so that maybe there is like a more comprehensive or holistic view to this. I know that may feel ambitious, but if we're going to try this again, or if we're going to keep in ongoing dialogue around the baccalaureate program, I guess because it does take so long, why not perhaps think about like the needs of some of our communities and then tackle it in that more kind of systemic way as opposed to just one baccalaureate at a time, which I know opens up a can of worms on the education space about, you know, what are all the things? So I may be, you know, I'm still trying to get my bearings on it, but it just feels like there's just so much need in these communities for a lot of different professions that we just can't get there. You can't recruit the talent. You can't pay people to move. It's just not logistically there. And so the communities are resilient. You had used the word resilient, and they're filling the needs in different ways. But at some point, we also need to be able to train the community to be able to fill a lot of these roles. So what could that look like, I think, in a strategic way? Sorry.
Great feedback. Yeah, Member LeGrand.
Yeah, I would just say a lot of has been said. I actually had the opportunity to visit on my own Butte College, and so it's a different experience being up there. I know they rely on Chico quite a bit for support as one of their schools. But I would say, if we're the fourth largest economy in the world, California represents a huge footprint, right? And I think that when we talk about even the BSN program, where communities feel like they're not being served or not being recognized because they're not part of the, what's the term I'm looking for? It's cities, right? They're really very rural and they don't have the access to this stuff. I mean, even the conversation about a 4-hour drive to get to school is just daunting. It's almost unconscionable. So I think that personal stories are going to be really important to help tell the story. This isn't about a competition. The communities don't look at UC, CCC, and UC as separate things. They're all education institutions and should be serving all of our populations here. And so I know it's a huge ask to go to these rural schools when you bring a board with you. And so I know we want to be sensitive to their time and the abilities that we're able to do that. I know and we don't just pop up on campuses because it's also very stressful for them to have that happen. But I do think that there is an opportunity for us to continue to tell this story in a way that personalizes it for our legislators and other peoples of the community, and even bringing those folks down to kind of help share share that story, share what their needs are. Because I think when you don't, they're kind of like living in a third world country in some ways because they don't have the resources available to them. And there's just different ways we need to approach that. So I want to applaud you guys for going. I'm sorry I couldn't go either, but it was really inspirational to hear what you've had to say about those schools. And what I know is those communities are really, really resilient and really are depending upon each other. A little bit nervous about ICE and some of the populations out there, so hopefully we won't give them too much publicity, so there won't be a lot of movement out there. But I do think that I think what we're saying here is we hear you and we want to be responsive to you, and we'll continue to fight for you to get you the services that you need. And when I heard we were in 58 of the 59 counties in California, I felt that is the opportunity to really educate this state in ways that UC and CSU cannot.
Member Adu.
Yeah, I just wanted to end by expanding on one of the points that you made, where it's people in this county do not have the same access to opportunities as other people in the state do. And I think oftentimes we will look at the great success that we have across the state, right? We have an incredibly large economy. We have great outcomes for our students if we look at the broad picture. But then if we look specifically at aggregated pieces of our states, if we look at specific counties that do not have access to broadband, that do not have access to education, that only have 1 or 2 colleges within their entire county versus others having 10 plus, we notice this disparity within these rural counties. And I think there might be a habit to overlook their struggle. And I think this visit marks what I think has been going on for a long time, but I hope we will continue to expand, is a focus on looking in introspectively at these rural counties whose needs need to be met. And I think it's just really important to recognize that, yes, we do have success within our colleges, but if we look closer, we could always do better. And I think it's really good that we are looking closer.
Member Haynes.
So I just want to add my amen to what everybody else has said. When I started to kind of look how my orientation had changed relative, I really wanted to sort of do the policy, policy fix, and what I realized, and most of you have sort of mentioned this. The reality is that in so many cases, our design as a community college system says that our colleges or our districts are Confederates. Okay, and that works individually for each of those entities. It doesn't necessarily work for the whole. And so when I started to look at these 4 colleges, because they've been grouped together for a particular reason, but they are still, for the most part, operating as individual confederacies, which may not be of service. And I'll use the Central Valley, which has some. It's different, but what the Central Valley has done over the last several years is to identify coalitions relative to education, relative to workforce, and have come together to move a centralized agenda for the betterment of the broader community, regardless of whether it's K-12 or what have you. Am I correct about that? Yes. Okay. And so without trying to make a solution, what I have been thinking about is how can we bring at least these four, if they can agree upon, what are some of the same things that they all have? One, almost all of them need broadband. I had a list, and I don't have the list anymore. They are working on a baccalaureate degree of some sort in most cases because the need is absolutely there. They, in some cases, depending on how far out, they are under-resourced and underemployed, and it's really hard to do those things. And so rather than me trying to problem solve, is there a way to get from these four colleges? Are there some things that they can agree upon that they really would be helpful for them to move forward as a collective? Whatever that might be, and it may even expand to a different kind of road service. It may expand to any number of things, but it will emanate because the four are working together on these particular mutually agreed upon, and have some kind of convening. And that is inclusive of community. It is inclusive of students to sort of talk about. And I think that's really important because what happens for many is the students who get this education move away. They might move to the outskirts of things, but they're moving away. So to keep them, there may be some things that they have to say that can be offered relative to having them stay, having them be a part of it. We saw high school students who were there at 7:30 in the morning. Because it's synergetic. Getting the jobs there, getting those ADNs into a baccalaureate degree is absolutely important because health outcomes will depend upon having that. So we can't solve for that. They can, and is there a way to, are they willing, at least ask, are they willing to sort of, a collective, yeah.
And I think we saw a nexus of that with the North State Collaborative
Yes.
that they've developed, right?
Yes,
It's
yes.
just, is that something it can build on?
Can
Or is there
they
other,
build on it? Are they
is
willing
there
to?
other structural support that we might be able to provide to help incentivize
Them to do it.
their collaboration on issues that may be economically, individually less viable, but if they do it as a collective, in an example like the North State Collaborative, it may be viable, right? And I don't know, Sonia, if you had a comment.
I wanted to build upon Member Hames' comment. Some of the commonalities I saw were also having to do with facilities. Literally working out of like bungalows for over 20 years and things like that. And I'm wondering too if this concept that you just mentioned could be expanded not just to include the far north, but to include the rural college experience. And as a career counselor, I'm wondering if we could build upon the programs that are existing, not just to assist students from online programs at the community college into online degrees, but what about remote work opportunities? Because that's one of the things that would help students stay in these place-bound areas that need their communities to stay in order for the community to continue to thrive. So I think it would be helpful for us to also incorporate a rural college visit each year. maybe a different region. Maybe we need to do, I don't know what we would call it, the far desert or something like that, far away from the coast, and visit at least one college and see what are the commonalities, and maybe there could be a bigger collective that could come up with some of these baseline issues that perhaps are happening statewide for these colleges.
And I would note, we do have some rural colleges that are coastal, right? So we could take a look at what different demographic needs are of our colleges and make sure we can support them.
Just one more point. I think that's also important to listen to the communities about what their needs are. I mean, one of the things, it's a brain drain. So we educate them and they move away, right? And so there's not a resource there. So kind of to remember Brown's point, having jobs that are in those areas are also going to be important. But it's really important that we listen to the people and what their needs are, because it's really easy to sit in Sacramento and decide what we think is best for people. But if we don't really engage them in those conversations, it can be problematic. So I just don't want us to lose sight of that.
That's right. Member Adu.
I mean, there's nothing I can say that hasn't already been echoed by everyone on the board. So I just want to say I move to have the rule visit again this year, preferably before I term out. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of college visits, so definitely we'll be having that on our radar, and I know Hildy does as well. Yeah, Member Williams.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as you're thinking about this, this collaborative idea, it might be a good idea to include the legislators that represent so they can lead a little bit in some of the areas and have them, we can open the door for them, because it could get a little tricky for us.
You're right. Yeah. It'd be an interesting kind of collaborative. They'd see our questions, they'd see the types of things that we're questioning them about, and they'll be a good learning experience for the legislators as well. That's great. All right. With that, any public comments?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. We have no public comments on this item.
All right, we'll conclude this one and move on to item 6.3, Emerging Technologies, Reimagine CCC Apply. For that, we have Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson, Vice Chancellor Craig Hayward, and Executive in Residence Jory Hadsall.
Sure. This item's intended to give a brief update on a few of our recent, technology initiatives, where we're at, what we're focused on, how they're going. But one thing that I wanted to really stress, and I've stressed this with our team, is as we're moving forward, as we're looking and implementing, that we're also taking the time to figure out how it integrates within our other technology approaches, our other programmatic approaches, as well as taking the time to look at regulations and regulatory changes that may actually streamline those processes, make it easier for students, make it easier for staff in some aspects. So there's the possibility that while this is an information item today, you could see additional action items in the future to help support those initiatives that we'd recommend. But with that, let me turn it over to Jory to start the presentation.
Thank you so much, Jory Hadsall, Executive in Residence for Strategic Technology Initiatives, and as a fantastic intro. We'll go ahead and move to the next slide, and just want to illustrate a little bit about the different technology initiatives we have that are all significant in many ways and represent some opportunities for transformation for our students and for our system. This redesign can help lead us to a modern, more equitable, integrated ecosystem. And I want us to think about it as an ecosystem, particularly as we're talking about, including in the last item, some of the challenges that some of our colleges face in resourcing some of the services that they offer. So in terms of modernizing our technology ecosystem, this graphic that you see with Reimagine CCC Apply, eTranscript California, and Career Passport illustrates a core portion, but it's a portion of the statewide digital ecosystem that we are working to redesign. So with Reimagine CCC Apply, that's a redesigned mobile-first front door to our system. eTranscript California 2.0 would be a statewide learner record and transcript exchange engine. And then the California Career Passport is a digital wallet enabling students to own and share their verified skills with employers. So together, those three initiatives form the backbone of that unified student-centered and interoperable experience that we're trying to create. Additionally, there are some adjacent components that integrate into that larger systems view that are not on the graphic per se, but that we wanted to spend a couple of minutes chatting about. One of those is the Common Cloud Data Platform. And I'd like to invite Vice Chancellor Hayward to say some words about the status of the Common Cloud.
Yeah, and the Common Cloud, as we've discussed in this forum before, is a core infrastructure investment that's exciting in a number of ways. The piece of it that's most compelling is that it is a real-time or a near real-time statewide data system, something we've never had before. And that functionality is currently operational. Which is, again, extremely exciting to be able to log into the Chancellor's dashboard in the Common Cloud and view the status of enrollments across a variety of districts up and down the state in near real time. So thus answering the age-old question, are we up or are we down this term, this fall? Our challenges there are scaling and growth and funding, and of course we're working on that, and we did receive $12 million funding from the state in the latest budget, and we are focusing on the core activity of scaling and getting the entire system onto the Common Cloud. So currently we have 11 colleges. By the end of the year, we will have data from 23 colleges flowing into the Common Cloud and visible in the Chancellor's dashboard. I don't want to steal too much thunder from the presentation that we will be giving on the January 13th Board of Governors. So we'll have a fuller update on the Common Cloud then. End of the calendar year. Yeah. And then we have another cohort lined up right after that to continue to expand.
Yeah, so as Vice Chancellor Hayward was saying, the CCDP, or Common Cloud Data Platform, provides that shared data infrastructure that can allow CCC Apply, eTranscript California 2.0, and the Career Passport to operate more interoperably, more seamlessly, right, with one another. It's that core connective tissue that enables this ecosystem to function as a unified whole. Not to be outdone, and really actually related to the last item we were talking about with the rural colleges, I wanted to highlight another emergent project that our Digital Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Equity is moving forward. And that is a pilot that was launched with support from the California Student Aid Commission that is modernizing how we think about student support and implement that. And it's being piloted by College of the Redwoods, Lassen College, and Butte College. And when we set out to do this pilot, some folks said, why those colleges? Right? And I think we've had some discussion today about why not those colleges, because they are the ones that have the need to find new ways to engage students with the support and the services that they have in place. So that engagement platform, or bot, is called Cali, as in California, if you didn't get it. And it's designed to support FAFSA completion and financial aid follow through for students through things like text messages and such. But also we've layered on at the community college level some individuality for colleges to be able to help students become aware of basic needs resources beyond the FAFSA. So those local resources like food pantry, housing support, childcare, mental health services, and transportation assistance, things that we're talking about how those colleges are anchoring their communities. Cali uses evidence-based behavioral science, including personalized nudges, messages, reminders, and tailored information that guides students through that journey. So we're excited about that. And because SMS or text messages are the most universally accessible medium for our rural and low-income or first generation learners, Cali has that potential to meaningfully improve their completion and persistent rates. With that, I'd like to transition into a little bit more of a deep dive on the reimagined CCC Apply. So if we go to the next slide, please. And that really is talking about and thinking about CCC Apply as the entry point for millions of aspiring students each year. CCC Apply, as we know, plays a significant role in shaping early impressions of our colleges and our college experience. So modernizing this system is essential to increasing access, reducing friction, and improving equity in the onboarding experience. If we could go to the next slide, please, to talk just a little bit about the mission of the Reimagine CCC Apply project. And I want to underscore that word reimagine, because this is not just a shift from one platform to another, but it is a reimagining of that experience. And really, for someone who's been in the system for hopefully longer than I look, but maybe I look like I've been here a long time, I'm not sure. This is a real opportunity for us to get it right for our students. And so the mission is really to redesign, create a simpler, more modern, faster, and more equitable admission experience. And we have a really aspirational goal. I hope we hit it, but if not, it is at least serves as our North Star, and that is a student should be able to complete that admission form in the time it takes to stand in line at Starbucks. That's what we're after. Or wherever. Dutch Bros, I know there are lots of different places. That's our North Star. That's what the steering committee and the work groups are aiming for. So to do that requires a deep re-examination of things like, what information do we truly need at the point of admission? How do we simplify and sequence the data elements so that we ask fewer questions, or we ask them at the right time? What certain data should be collected in other parts of the student journey? And how do we ensure data integrity for our various MIS reporting and other needs that we have as a system? So all simple questions, but in all seriousness, it's not a cosmetic refresh, it's a re-engineering of the system and a rethinking of what that process looks like. We also want this to be a welcoming front door for prospective students. So we're in the process of seeking input from students and from system stakeholders so we can better frame this experience to make it more inclusive and more equitable. So to do that, if we could roll to the next slide, we've brought on some partners to help us think differently about how we manage this platform, how we host the platform, how we engage our stakeholders so that we do get it right. And so I would just highlight, we've contracted with a company called Higher Digital that has worked with a number of colleges, universities, and systems to deploy large-scale technology projects, including application systems and enterprise resources or ERP systems. And they are working with us on the integration strategy, on the project management component, in terms of leading the project management, and also on the stakeholder engagement piece, because we can't just build a technology platform. We have to have the humans in the loop, right, to do that. We ran a request for proposals earlier in the year, and Liaison was the company that was selected to provide the SaaS platform that will host the application. And they are also the provider for Cal State Apply and for other colleges and universities around the country, so they're very experienced. And we are also working with Lightleap AI, which you've heard about before, coming from the work we've done in the Digital Center on fraud, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. If we could go to the next slide. I'd like to just share that one of the really important facets of the work we're doing with reimagining this system is building a mobile-first experience for a whole host of reasons, but primarily the demographics of the communities we serve and the access issues to technology. We know this needs to be designed to be completed on a phone, because that's what our students are doing, right? So we're creating a mobile-first experience. We're also looking at how we can improve the clarity in the navigation, increase the accessibility, the readability, and also how do we create a unified application. So our goal will be one application for the system, where the system uses its built-in intelligence to understand what your goal is as someone who wants to come into the community college system, to create intelligent branching of those questions based on the information that you provide. So again, we accelerate that path to admission and get students started. We could go to the next slide as well. Just wanted to highlight that there are some additional benefits that we're going to see with this solution, and that is improved visibility and transparency for the colleges. Right now, when a student, either they refer a student to the application or the students find the application, there's really no visibility to the colleges until those applications are completed. And we know, and we hear from students, that it's a challenge to get through the current application in many ways. So this functionality and the view that the colleges will have, they'll be able to see where students have stopped out midway through that application. They'll have the capability to message that potential student and say, we noticed that you stopped here, how can we help? And so that's a really exciting new level of visibility and opportunity for our colleges in serving their eventual students who come through this pipeline. There's also a lot of automation, reporting, and workflow automation and enhancement that's part of this system. So we think these tools will significantly reduce the application abandonment, which is important, especially among first-time and returning adult learners. On the next slide, I wanted to highlight some of the work we've been doing that will integrate with this process around fraud detection and identity verification. And I'm very excited to share with you that as of last Friday, just a few days ago, the California Community Colleges became the first state agency outside of the DMV to deploy the DMV mobile wallet for identity verification. This gives students, including those who have AB 60 driver's licenses, the ability to verify their identity in a fast, secure, and mobile-first way, just directly using their smartphone. What's also especially important about this is that California is moving toward a broader digital identity framework, and the DMV mobile wallet will be a foundational component in that ecosystem. What that will mean is that other state entities that serve a large number of our students in other ways, that will create a more streamlined pathway for those students to authenticate their identity. They've already done it with us. They can log in to receive benefits and other things using that DMV passport.
If I could jump in real quick.
Yeah.
So, Jory, how many students use this new system in the first hour?
Yeah, so within the first hour of deploying it, this is, again, without sort of direct messaging to students, I think we had 75 students in the first hour just move right through it. So we were excited to see just kind of the instant adoption of that. And this, again, leverages the mobile driver's license project that the DMV's had going. So we're really excited. We think it's going to contribute to the work we're doing. Thank you. Thanks for teeing that up. I also want to highlight just real quickly on the DMV mobile wallet, the privacy components, and that is a couple of protections. Number one, the DMV does not share any citizenship or immigration information with us through this service. But also students, as we talk about agency and control over their data, students can see exactly what data they are consenting to share with the California Community Colleges when they use this tool. So we think it's also sets a good example in terms of transparent and privacy first standards to give students control of their information. On the fraud detection front as well, I just wanted to highlight, you've already heard, Craig and I have spoken about Lightleap AI and done those presentations before. We're up over 80 colleges that have adopted that platform. With the Reimagine CCC Apply project, that platform will be integrated into the liaison application system, which means a couple of things. First, it means that colleges where we know we've had staff who've been sort of surviving through this workload issue of reviewing fraudulent applications, now all of that information will be unified in one place for them, so they don't have to sort of toggle between, a fraud dashboard over here and the applicant information and move back and forth. It'll be unified in that way for the colleges. And in addition to that, it will allow us to better identify fraud across institutions by having it at that top level of CCC Apply. Right now, it's deployed at individual districts. It'll really come in at that top level and be able to help us further make progress on preventing fraudulent activity. We're very excited about that work as well. If we could go to the next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit about our engagement with our system. I would say reimagine CCC Apply, and I have to thank folks who came before me. Thank you to Dr. John Hetz in particular, who has really led this effort before I came on the scene and did a lot of foundational work to position us at a place where we are in the implementation phase. Right? It's not just a concept. We are on the road to implementation. The field is very actively engaged. We have weekly meetings with our implementation advisory group, which represents the 11 districts that are in the first wave that will go forward with this project. We have a steering committee that also meets monthly. It includes those folks, but also leaders of our constituency groups. And if we roll to the next slide, you can see who some of those folks are. And we're really tapping into quite deeply the specific expertise of folks at those implementing districts, whether those are admissions and records, financial aid, IT, student support services, institutional researchers. If we go to the next slide, you can see those folks as well who make up our implementation advisory group. Just one more slide forward. All right. We might have missed it, but you get the idea. In terms of the launch, our schedule is to launch the first wave of districts, those 11 districts, June 1st. That is our target date. We will be recruiting for a second wave of districts probably in January, is when we anticipate putting the word out. And so we're excited as this rolls forward. We have good engagement with folks. We still have a lot of pieces to figure out. Right, that's the work. That's what we can dig our hands into. But our plan is to launch additional waves every 3 to 4 months, roughly. We'll fine tune that a little bit as we go forward, and ideally be complete no later than the end of 2027 with cutting over to the new system. So we're really excited about that work. With that, let's go ahead and go to the next slide and transition to Career Passport, unless my colleagues wanted to say any more words about Reimagine CCC Apply.
Yeah, I know that CCC Apply has been a huge issue for the system for many years. My own engagement with CCC Apply goes back, all the way to the beginning of my career in the California college system as a researcher. But in about it was 2013, 2014, I became a member of the steering committee under Tim Calhoun's leadership at that time, and became very deeply involved. And that, as at that time we were implementing the collection of LGBTQ data in the application, and for AB 620, I believe it was, and also spearheaded the expansion of the collection of ethnicity and ancestry data in CCC Apply. So it's been a terrific privilege to walk alongside Jory and John Hetz and Chris and connect with the leadership of this team and bring that sort of perspective, a kind of seasoned perspective as someone who's had years of experience working with the output of CCC Apply and the value that it adds to our data systems to be able to have that point of census where we engage with every single student that enters the system. And I'm particularly excited about the opportunity to kind of rename and reframe reimagine the CCC Apply, because just to mention, the term application has an implication that one could be denied. You apply and you're either admitted or you're not admitted, and really we're an open access institution. So how do we reframe that? And that's part of the reimagining. This is the front door. It's a very welcoming way to get engaged in the system, regardless of whether you're a non-credit student, an adult learner, a credit student right out of high school, a dual enrollment student. It's the same front door for everyone, equally welcoming. So it's a tremendous opportunity and a privilege to be involved in this work. Thank you, Jory.
Yeah, and I just add, circling back to May, you directed us to get in place these technology tools. You directed us to get this identity verification process in place. And with rapid speed in state government, 6 months later, both are in place and functioning the way we expected and intended. So just a big thank you to the team, to the folks at the Butte Tech Center who've also helped implement, to the foundation who helped us get the agreements in place, all of our partners in making this work happen. And even as we've done this, we continue to do this with a thought of what's the future hold. So even in this time, we're now aware that Apple and likely Samsung are now rolling forward digital wallets as well that will be used by TSA. So we continue to look at the different technologies that are out there to see how we can fit them in so that we're not just seeing the situation arise and figuring out what we need to do to address it right away, but we're looking to the future to say, how can we proactively make sure that we're using the best technologies that are out there?
Absolutely, yeah. It's exciting work, and it continues to evolve. And so while we're doing big reimaginative things, why not talk about some additional ones that are also happening, including California's Career Passport and e-transcript California 2.0. So we can transition into that. And we can go to the next slide if you don't mind. And so with the Career Passport, there's been quite a bit of attention on this and interest in it. And so the California community colleges have been selected and funded to move this forward. And what the Career Passport will do really essentially is it allows students through a digital wallet to be able to store academic and non-credit achievements, share credit for prior learning work as well, capture work-based learning and non-academic skills, and then ultimately present this information to employers in a secure, verified format, digital format, including a trusted digital resume. And so we know this work aligns with California's broader shift towards skill-based and skills-informed hiring, especially in high-need industries. Really excited to work with our colleagues in the Workforce and Economic Development Division as well, who are co-leading this project. It's very exciting. So if we go to the next slide, we can talk a little bit about these two projects, Career Passport and e-transcript California. And as I mentioned before, the e-transcript California 2.0 is, really going more modern in terms of the infrastructure and the engine that drives sharing of these credentials between institutions, between our own institutions, with the Cal States, the UCs, and our independent colleges and universities. That's important for the Career Passport because we need those credentials to come into the Career Passport to be viable for students. And so we also need to integrate credit for prior learning, something else that we talked about today. And so we're also working with Sam Lee and the MAP project around how do we best integrate CPL into that e-transcript record so that it can go to the Career Passport, can go to other places. Again, you can see the thread around integration and interoperability between all of these different systems. By the way, e-transcript is about more than transcripts, right? If we think about what a transcript is, that is the type of record we've had for a long time that shows, an entire academic history. But as these systems are modernized, we increasingly have the opportunity to tap into new transcript types of standards that can allow us to think more broadly than just transcripts and more about data exchange between institutions, right? In addition, the Career Passport, we talked about those components. It will also include a skills registry, which will be critically important. And so some of the work as we launch Career Passport will be to work with our institutions, work with our faculty to identify and map skills from existing curriculum. So that'll be a big piece of that work as well. Next slide, please. So one of the sort of interesting things about this is the timeline for the Career Passport is to launch that in 2027. When you sort of backdate from that, there are some pieces that need to move sooner rather than later to be able to meet that deadline. And one of those is procurement. The other is employer engagement, right? So in order to create a Career Passport that has value for our students, we need to create that in a way that the employers say is helpful for them in their hiring, and that also can potentially integrate with their hiring systems, right? So that we're not just creating some one-off thing that doesn't integrate with their workflows. So that employer engagement will begin is like happening nearly immediately. I mean, it's one of the very first things that we're launching. And then in addition to that, we need to get the requirements for the technology components in place so we can work through those procurement timelines. These will be sort of synchronized recruitments so that as we have vendors or other providers that want to bid on these, we want them to understand the totality of the ecosystem and not sort of look only individually or myopically at one component. So that work will be happening soon. If we go to the next slide, please. What does success look like? Very broadly, it looks like a seamless exchange of data between the institutions to support this work or into the career passport. It allows learners to have more ownership and more control over their learning records as they go through our system, whether that's for the passport or also for their academic records. And that employer access is the other critical piece that we need to get right. And we believe that California can set a national standard for interoperable, equitable digital credentials for our students. Next slide, please. In addition, we are working with the Cradle to Career data system to ensure that as we're going through this process, we have all the right partnerships, and those integrations, again, are critical because we envision that the career passport not only will serve our students, it could potentially serve high school students as well, like starting in high school through the community colleges and beyond. So we need to make sure that the data systems that we're connecting have that level of interoperability and standards attached to them. We're also working with, as I said, the CSU system, the UC, and the AICCU in terms of their input into some of the requirements for these platforms so that ultimately we have that broad acceptance out there. So moving forward, just wanted to kind of bring us to the tail end here in terms of the next slide, please. What comes next? So as I mentioned, to launch the career passport, that employer engagement strategy is front of mind, and folks are working on that as we speak. The credential registry framework is also critically important, and the technology stack. So those are the pieces that are kind of leapfrog to the front, keeping in mind, that we need to integrate CPL and e-transcript and work on that component as well as the intersegmental outcomes and support. So with that, I think we would wrap up with any additional comments from Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson or Vice Chancellor Hayward and turn it over to the board for questions or comments.
Yeah, I just want to redouble that, we're working with our intersegmental partners. We want this to work well. We want it to work universally. And we've been, pretty upfront around, it's not just career passport. It's not just making sure e-transcript works well. It's also credit for prior learning. If we take universal approaches, that's the best for all of our students. That's the best outcome for stackability and long-term economic mobility. And just with the state's budget environment, the Proposition 98 guarantees in a bit of a better position than the non-98 side of the budget right now. So the ability to work with us means that they too can also, save a little bit of funding potentially. So just wanted to highlight that as well.
Great. Thank you very much. We have Vice President Rawlings, Member Adu, and then Member Haynes.
So I wanted to start off just thank you for looking forward to some of my questions already in the slide deck, particularly around the idea of integrations. This has been a few projects that I've had on my radar for a while, as you guys know. So I think as we develop the easier onboarding for our students, get them through our programs, and then we have the career passport and cradle to career data system on the back end, really getting them into good jobs and aligning those. What I want to make sure, what I want to highlight here in my comment is that this work isn't in a silo. that is being done alongside credit for prior learning, competency-based education, all the new paradigms, the pathways that we've been building all these years, and then the work now that's going to be going on with the Master Plan for Career Ed and the Workforce Economic Development Division, all that kind of, all those different programs aligning together to really kind of create the mobility that we're looking for our population that tends to go to community college, and hopefully at some point really being able to reach out a little bit further with CBE and credit for prior learning and getting those populations who haven't engaged with us before and removing those barriers to get them engaged with us so that they can create the kind of socioeconomic generational change that we really need to see in California and strengthen California's economy moving forward. So really timely, important work, all coming together along with a lot of our other projects. It's almost as if the chancellor had planned for something like this and this work moving forward. So really appreciate that work.
Thank you guys so much. Similarly to Board Member Rawlings, I also had going into, I had 17 questions. I am now down to 6. So, no, we're down. A lot of these are yes or no, and then I'm going to go into the more in-depth ones. So, first off, I wanted to ask, does the DMV mobile wallet include license support for minors? Because I know a lot of identification services don't provide support for minors. And so I wanted to ask yes or no to that one. I also wanted to ask, are career passport and e-transcript interdependent? Are they integrated? Would one be able to get to one platform from the other seamlessly? And then similarly, I also wanted to ask, actually, let's start with this.
Sure.
Go for it.
Yeah, so for the DMV mobile wallet, and this is a DMV restriction, not a CCC restriction, minors can use it, but because they're under 18, it actually requires a visit to the DMV to be able to create the mobile driver's license, which is part of the wallet. And so it's they can use it, whether that's going to be their most expedient path may be up for question. But we do also have ID Me still in place, so it's they are releasing an under 18 component very soon. So that's another way that we can serve those students.
Yeah. And then
The second question
was about transcripts and
so eTranscript California is more of an engine, if you think of it that way, whereas the Career Passport will be, an app essentially, right, or a digital wallet that you can have on your phone or digitally. So it's sort of less about moving between the platforms and more about the eTranscript 2.0 serving the digital wallet for the Career Passport, but also, transfer and transcript information from campuses.
Yeah, and then to follow up with the last 4 questions, I wanted to ask more about the role of LightLeap AI in fraud detection, how the governance structure of the steering committee, the implementation advisory group, et cetera, support the rollout specifically. What specific upgrades are planned for eTranscript, specifically for credit for prior learning, if you could expand on that? And then how does, you mentioned data, and I really appreciate that because a lot of my questions were on data privacy. How are you guys making sure that we are protecting students' information when it comes to transcripts and that they have ownership over the transcripts? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start with the last one first. How's that? And then I might need a few prompts as we go. We are taking student data privacy very seriously. One of the things that we've instituted is an additional review of the contracts that we're entering into with any of these providers. Some of the language that we've added to that includes a restriction on using any of that data to train AI models, for example. And then we, of course, have the existing regulations and things like FERPA, and other restrictions on personally identifiable information in place. We're definitely looking very, very closely at that. And I just forgot all the other questions. How about one at a time?
Yeah, so credit for prior learning. The goal is within eTranscript and Career Passport to have a seamless flow between the two. So I think what we would say on the e-transcript side of the house is it would have the transcripted credits that you receive on that transcript. And that's critically important because as a student potentially transfers to CSU or UC, having that transcripted data or credit is critically important in terms of where they start their journey at the next institution.
Then the last two, almost to the finish line, there was Light Leap AI. I just wanted to know more about what their specific role was in fraud detection, and then possibly any details about their platform, if there's any that you could give off top.
Yeah, so some of it I can talk about in a public setting, and some of it will kind of hold back. But
Right.
essentially, the platform uses AI to analyze signals from the application data, whether it's the data itself, whether it's the way that data was transmitted, received, that kind of thing, to flag potentially fraudulent applications. And so that was a project that came out of actually wearing my swag, Foothill De Anza Community College District, in partnership with the Digital Center and some other districts. And so that is currently deployed. There's an application module, there's a module that looks at course registration pattern, and there's one that looks at FAFSA data. And so that's going to be more deeply integrated into CCC Apply.
Yeah. Well, now that I know it's from Foothill De Anza, I think I have to be against it. No, I'm kidding. I just have a rivalry with my other student board member who does attend Foothill. My final question was about the governance structure, specifically around the committees and the implementation advisory group, and how that specifically supports the rollout of Reimagine.
Yeah, so the general construct is, so the steering committee has been meeting for some time. I mean, I don't know, John, 2 years-ish? Yeah, it depends on how far you want to go back, but that group is, stakeholder reps, from different constituency groups and the 11 districts, one rep from each district on the steering committee. So that group is really focused on recommendations around policy issues. The implementation advisory group is folks from those 11 districts who are actually implementing. And so as they're implementing, they're validating some of the decisions that have, about how we streamline the application, whether that's working or whether it may not work. And so it kind of helps us to course correct. And so they really, because they are the first to roll it out, they're closest to that implementation work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make a quick comment and just kind of get everyone's attention here. Love actually asked a question about the difference between a career passport and an e-transcript, and the team there could answer the technology differences. I just want to try to articulate quickly but clearly that there is a profound implication of the relevance of higher education in this conversation. Because when we're discussing skills-based, skills-informed within the employment segment, those skills typically in the past have been recognized through colleges providing the skills through a transcript, right? That was predominantly the structure for recognizing skills. In the last decade or two, the discussion has been, what about industry certifications? So when you're discussing, Google certification or IBM certification, when you're discussing, we had a contract about contract training through employers, right? Earlier in the BOG agenda. So you have skills being developed in those not-for-credit environments. And most of the time when employers are hiring based on degrees and certificates, the certifying of learning happened through higher education. Now think about it. When you have a career passport that is different from an e-transcript, where the career passport now becomes a wallet, a passport, that can have a repository of skills outside of a college setting. So when we're asking the question, what are the many reasons why we are accelerating CPL? One of the reasons we're accelerating CPL is by saying that our faculty verification process, our academic verification process, of being able to recognize those skills through the academic environment and bring it into the e-transcript is what we are proposing that the future should be. So if the career passport predominantly is your e-transcript, then we would have succeeded in being able to capture those skills and abilities that were acquired outside the classroom through an academic process and then award the CPL. So all of this is from a policy standpoint, and when you're looking at shaping the potential value of higher education and the potential recognition of learning, these are big conversations that are being had. And then, of course, there's the technology infrastructure. I don't know if I was able to succinctly capture the complexities here, but thank you for giving me the time.
So I just want to thank the chancellor for just saying all of that, because that was going to be one of my questions. I want to start off with my first question, and that is, your emphasis is rightly put on CCC Apply, that it's reimagining it. And so the question then comes relative to whether or not there will be a rebranding of CCC Apply relative to what we call it. What we call it. I would encourage some thinking around that, because I think it's really important to give notice that things have changed. And I think it would be helpful to just get a broad perspective of that beyond a small group. With that, I too want to kind of focus in on the career passport, because without repeating what our chancellor said, because that's exactly it. These skills-based is where absolutely we need to go. We're not there yet in so many respects, unless we capture what the employer actually needs, because we're still in this transition of grades versus skills. And so to put it in the passport, and a C plus is different than an A minus relative to how somebody has obtained their skills. A C plus passes you out of a class, but doesn't necessarily. But the employer needs to know, does it meet the industry standards that I am looking for? And so what is entailed there? And so going to one that's industry recognized relative to skills, which will take a lot of work, but is critically important for our students, and critically important for the industries that they're about to go in, that it's going to be recognizable, that it has Veritas is critically important. So I just wanted to get your take on that. And for our colleges, what does passing mean? I mean, we have Calbright, which said, and theirs is you need to pass modules at 80%. I don't know if that's and our students are doing that. They're absolutely, but they have the time to do it, because it's not relative to seats in butts and seats. It is relative to their ability to really take in what they're trying to learn, and then have it internal so that they can move forward to the next module. So I say all of this, and I'd like any responses that you guys have.
I'll take a stab.
Okay.
Maybe some other folks want to jump in too. I think that in terms of, you use the word Veritas, which right on, because that's part of not just providing a passport or a digital wallet, but verified skills, right? And that's the engagement with the employers. We're also partnering with the Labor and Workforce Development Agency, who's helping us on that front as well. And so being able, this succeeds if we provide what employers need, right? That's really critical. So that engagement piece is going to be very important. Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I think the other piece that somewhat add to this is, and I think you're hitting at this, is a question of, is it grades versus mastery learning? And we know that there are demonstration, concepts out there around mastery learning. Professor Armando Fox at University of California, Berkeley, I know that they partner with some folks at UC Santa Cruz as well, because it comes down to, do you know the skill or not? And that's the important aspect. The grade is certainly absolutely important, but for an employer, it's, do you know it or not? Can you do what we need you to do? And I think that's what we're trying to hit home at, is in our courses, here are the skills that student would learn in order to get those grades, and, convey that to an employer. We're very fortunate that, we don't have it aggregated at this moment, but we have student learning objectives. We have course outlines of records that have a lot of this detail around what's taught, what skills you learn in those courses, that make it a little easier to begin translating what that means for a student. And then ultimately what that means for the employer.
Okay. Oops. We have Brown, Corral, Williams, Villavicencio, Costa.
I'll start with my unrelated comment and then go dig in. Just something that surfaced for me for us to put a pin in is that we need to really look at software and AI for counseling and other out-of-classroom services and how we're going to be using that. So I just want to put a pin in that to come back to, because that surfaced for me during this discussion. I wanted to dig into the e-transcript. And I'll start by sharing that and this concept of having standards of what's going to be included, and wanting to learn a little bit more about that. And I'll tell you where this is coming from. In LACCD, we were using, up until 2016, a COBOL-based system, which is pre-internet, in order to do all of our student services. So we were very excited when we moved to a new software system that integrated all of our transcripts onto one transcript district-wide. We used to have the swirling students have to request 5 transcripts when they were ready to transfer. Now they only have to request 1, and that's great. However, our transcripts don't list the GE areas that the courses count for, and it is different at different colleges, even though the course has the same name. So for example, an oceanography course at one college would count as a life science, and at another college counts as a physical science. And now that we're on one transcript, the student can't retake the course, even though it's 2 different areas. So a lot of those types of issues came up, and it came down to an issue of funding. Because the company that we went with to build those transcripts was going to charge us more in order to integrate that information onto the transcripts. So I'll start with this as a first question. Were you all considering including the articulation information as one of the standards that would be included on the e-transcript?
Let me give you the best answer I can give on that. From a standards perspective, there are national transcript standards, like the PESC standards, for example, that define a lot of what should be on a transcript, right, for it to be able to be moved from one institution to another. So that common language of transcripts. In terms of standards, we also have interoperability standards, right? So that if this e-transcript system is this new system is launched, we need that to be able to integrate with the Passport, with the Common Cloud, with these other systems. So part of it is how we use the standards, right, in the language. In terms of the specifics of your question around articulation, that is a challenging area for a whole number of reasons that I probably don't have time to get into. One of which, though, is the way that information is stored locally at each district. Right? It's really not uniform in a lot of ways, even when folks are running or think they're running the same systems. So that's an area we're going to have to dig into. I don't have the specific answer to that today, but what I can tell you is that for the e-transcript technical requirements, that we have had a working group of CCC, CSU, UC, and AICCU folks who've worked to inform those standards of what should be included from a technical perspective. So we're going to draw heavily on that work, but we need to also dig in on some of these other areas.
And as a follow-up to that concept, I'm going to go back to Member Villavicencio's concept of our intra-segmental integration. And thinking back to the lovely year of 2016 was also when we were promised a new assist, and what we got was purple. That's really all that changed. The website's now purple. We now get tabs, 2 tabs within Assist. That's their new big thing they launched. When I'm working with students as a counselor, I'm looking at 4 Cal States and 4 UCs because that's what they allow students to apply to for free. And so I'm planning around 8 different universities, what they are looking for. And I have to manually build a matrix using the PDFs on Assist and build it in so the student can see, well, these 4 colleges accept this calculus-based physics, but all 8 accept the trigonometry-based physics, so that's the one you should take. And if they can't visually see all of that information at once, they can make choices that will eliminate opportunities for them. So there's already some reporting capabilities on the back end of Assist, which I'm only aware of because I was an articulation officer. But I know that that technology could be there. So I'm wondering, since you all have already done such wonderful work with CCC Apply and you're bringing us all these grandiose, awesome things, if we could also get Assist to get that Starbucks line experience and actually show students what they need to see and have it integrate into CCC Apply and Program Mapper so that students can see this will count this way, and this is how long my time to degree will be, not just where I'm at, but where I'm headed. That would be really beautiful as a completion of this project. So I'm wondering if these are already things that you're considering, working on, thinking about.
So I'll turn it over to Craig for, program pathways mapper, but I think that is part of the solution. But to get back to, major initiatives and how we're integrating, right? You're also hitting on common course numbering. You're hitting on CalGETC, and also the intersegmental piece with Assist. On Assist, I'll be candid with you. I don't think UC is the lead on Assist. And given the enormous pressures that they're facing because of the actions of the federal government, I don't think that this is high on their priority list at the moment. They, indicated yesterday that the potential impacts to their system could be upwards of $17 billion across the 3 core areas that they cover. And unfortunately, it means that their focus is going to be how do we mitigate that as much as possible. That said, we have the conversations in the background. I have been active with finance to also say, here are the costs for Assist in the background. It's not part of our official ask because it's an intersegmental project. And I can, add that to the list of what I tell them, which is we need to make sure that it works well. Not just that we continue doing what we're doing because we've been doing it for the past 30 years. And that, my team knows that well. That's never my message. We don't just do things because we've been doing them. There's a reason why we need it. And if that reason has changed over time, well, we should think about changing our approach too. So to your point, absolutely understand. And then I would say within Program Pathways Mapper, that can be part of that game changer that really helps a student, understand what the progress is. And I know that vision is if we can get it fully deployed across the system with all CSU and UC campuses, ultimately, that's the real game changer for a student because then they can know instantly, here's the pathway forward. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't, note one other major project that we need to integrate here, and that is guided pathways. We don't want to lose that framework either, which should be helpful in that student pathway and that decision making. But I'll turn it over to Craig.
Yeah, and yet I Board Member Brown, hear what you're saying about the purple makeover of Assist, But hats off to them, because behind the scenes, they actually did transform all of that PDF information into actual data tables and then develop an API. And then hats off to us at the Chancellor's office, and in particular Jose Cruz Mora, one of our staff members in ISTI, who has developed an assist data repository, which Associate Vice Chancellor Willett and I are just beginning to explore how to access and integrate with our other data systems, including Program Pathways Mapper, which has integration of articulation data both on the back end for map creators and on the front end for students who are exploring the functionality of those maps for their different varied, potential transfer objectives. All of that being built into an AI chatbot interface that allows for kind of conversational interaction with the program maps and sort of what-if exploration and leveraging of all of that amazing articulation data that's so powerful, but has been sort of trapped in PDF form for many years. So yes, very soon in 2026, we will be looking at deploying that data in a number of interesting ways, including, potential integration with Common Cloud. So for, then the sky's the limit, because that is our data infrastructure for innovation.
Okay, and last but not least on my wish list, have you already been thinking about dual admission and how that will work with this system? And then could the dual admission students and other students have the information that they put into CCC Apply and with this e-transcripts and all of this filter right into things like the UC Transfer Planner so that they don't have to manually enter all of this stuff?
Yeah, on the transfer planner component, that is something that is built into the technical specifications, so that precisely for the reason that you mentioned, so that we're not, again, siloing data and creating more manual entry. So we don't want to do that. So that's really important. You looked like you were going to say something.
Yeah, well, I was going to say we're also planning to track it back into CCGI, the California Career Guidance Initiative platform. So for that particular reason, students would have it on the front end using e-transcript as well. You can then autofill and auto insert all of those, high school courses or dual enrollment courses on your application so that it does that for you. Like that's part of our, ultimate goal is to make that very available for students. So we're thinking of it also, backing into that high school realm of how do you make that work and work well. And then, of course, with recent trailer bill changes on the dual enrollment front that also supports dual admission, also is A through G requirements, right? So we're also looking at how dual enrollment courses can count towards A through G for purposes of admission at UC and CSU as well. So dual admissions, we know that we have campuses that do this today. The example that always comes to mind is, and it's been in place for many years now, is Long Beach Community College District in Long Beach State. And they've had this approach for a long time. This is the ultimate game changer for a student, though, right? It allows them to start in our system. It allows them to start, early on through dual enrollment. They can carry that forward into their ultimate journey, and they know, to your point, they know what they need to do to get to that ultimate goal or that transfer destination that they're looking at. They know what courses they need to take to fulfill their pathway. They know where they're going to start. They know what counts toward the requirements, and ultimately they know what they're going to take once they get there. I think that's our ultimate goal. All the way around, what your journey can look like, as well as with Program Mapper, if I recall correctly, if you don't follow it, step for step, it also course corrects similar to UC Planner, where it says, okay, well, you didn't take the course this semester, so it has these other downstream impacts in terms of when you would need to then reintegrate or reinsert. And then lastly, just very early on, because I want to continually reiterate this point, as we think about AI and chatbots and solutions, for counselors or for other activities on our campuses, just a reminder that in our system, none of that technology will be used to replace our staff. It will be used to enhance our staff's capabilities and outcomes, potentially help with work-life balance in some situations, but it is not intended, nor will it be rolled out in a way where it impacts our staffing on our campuses.
Lastly, I'll just say this is really great work, and I really appreciate all the hard work you've done, and I know there's still a lot of hard work to come. And I think this is one of those areas where, in order for us to push forward with our intersegmental partnerships and in our discussions with elected officials, we have to clean up our room first in the House, right? And once we've got our stuff, and it looks like you all have got something that's looking spick and span, then it's going to be easier for us to leverage and go into other conversations and say, here's what's working for us. What can you all do to help us move our students from our room to yours? So thank you so much. This is great.
We have several board members still left in the queue, but I want to do a quick time check because I see our guest speakers from the next item there. So just be mindful of that, please. We have Corral, Villavicencio, Costa, and Adu.
Well, I'll make a quick comment and then a quick question or request. I think what excites me about this project is that it shows us that the technology is actually enabling the outcomes we want to see. And so it's not just a nice set of technology solutions, but it's actually the thing that enables the kind of mobility we want that then will lead to great careers and higher employment and higher wages, et cetera. And so I appreciate that and the way that you're driving that. The quick question and request is there a way for someone like myself to understand sort of like all of the various data solutions repositories that you are essentially trying to integrate into these solutions so that we have a better sense, especially for those of us that are new to these discussions, to really understand what these systems are. And then sort of in a related way, I guess I was curious about, you said the timeline is 2027. So the assumption is that all of this would be complete in 2027, and is that true for all of the systems involved in the work, like everyone would finish in theory at the same time? And I'm sort of curious exactly what will be complete in 2027, because it does sound like there are a lot of systems that need to be accessed and integrated to become interoperable in this, in both of these. And so what would we, with confidence be able to actually connect to at that starting place as an integrated set of agencies, community college, UCs, Cal States, et cetera?
I can hit the timeline question if you want to talk about the data. In terms of timeline, so remember, these are several major projects kind of moving forward. They're interrelated. So CCC Apply, Reimagine CCC Apply, Wave 1 is slated to go live June 1st, 2026. So in terms of the 2027 date related to CCC Apply, it's more about when we should be finished with the cutovers, right? So that product will be there June 2026. Those first 11 districts will go. They'll cut from the current legacy system to the new system, and then the additional waves will continue to cut over. So on Apply, it's earlier than 2027. It's just sort of the making the waves all the way through the entire system-wide adoption. For Career Passport and e-transcript, because a revitalized e-transcript is necessary for the Career Passport, right? And for the other components, the delivery date for Career Passport and e-transcript is no later than 2027, right? We anticipate having the Career Passport rolled out earlier than that because it is a component or delivery component of the Career Passport. But we do kind of have this sort of 2027 as a big date that's looming across these different projects.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd add to the delivery dates just very quickly is we're also cognizant that it's likely that we'll have to do pilot or phase in as well. So it won't be every district or every college in the system immediately. That will get phased in over time. The goal is to have a product that's functional, that's working well, that we start out with a few districts, make sure it continues to work well, and then you move it to additional districts at that point in time. So it really is a phased approach as well, knowing that at the end of the day, we want it to work well and work well for our students. So if we need to pause or take additional time, that's our real plan. The goal isn't simply to rush it, roll it out, and then see it not work the way we intended.
As for data sources and data systems, there are many, and I could reel some off for you right now, but it feels like it might be better to maybe go back and work with our data governance advisory work group and develop a matrix and talk about, kind of give some parameters around each of the kind of data systems, data sources, where they integrate, where there's still potential for integration, and kind of and return with something that's a little bit more developed. But yeah, there are a number of different data sort of systems and sources, some of which are well integrated and some of which are on the horizon, and some of which maybe we haven't really brought into the compass yet.
Thank you. Villavicencio, Costa, Adu.
I'm glad we're reimagining CCC Apply. My 16-year-old daughter is just finished her application. No joke, we actually completed it at a Starbucks together, and it took longer than obviously ordering our coffee. In fact, we finished our coffee afterwards. But I'm glad we're doing that because obviously, from what I'm hearing, it's going to be much more streamlined, a lot easier to use. I'm glad Vice Chancellor Ferguson talked about or mentioned about guided pathways, because that's sort of what I want to dig into here in terms of onboarding. The digital divide still exists. I know we're talking a lot about technology and the use of AI and how sophisticated technology is today, but I'm concerned that there are a number of prospective low-income basic needs students who encounter so many barriers even to applying. And I want to share a best practice in what we do at Delta College. We have, and the counselors are amazing that they do this because they work overtime doing this. They would have what they call an enrollment express, where they would take time from either normal workday or even the weekend to have a number of hours to share it with the community, to come to our college and to really get the hands-on help and human help they need to navigate this. And it is challenging, as you know, because it's not just the application process. It's about helping students with registration, financial aid, placement, orientation. There's so many tasks that a prospective student needs to do, and it's doubly difficult when we have, again, students who don't even have a laptop. And so I know this may not necessarily be, a responsibility of the Chancellor's office to work on this, but I'm elevating, again, this issue that we should be cognizant of that, because we are a system that serves the top 100% of students. We are open access, go back to Vision 2030, equity and access, and if we're not meeting that standard, we are definitely doing a disservice to this population. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Costa.
I'll keep my comments brief, but it is CCC Apply, and so I have to say, glory days are almost here. A couple of comments, which is, you mentioned kind of the wave rollout, which makes a lot of sense. But what happens before that? I want to tee off something that Board Member Haynes said. My concern has been and continues to be, and you said it so eloquently about the North State. None of us are the key demographic here, and nobody on the task force is either. So what are we doing with the people like my 18-year-old son or Board Member Villavicencio's 16-year-old to ensure that this works for them? What I see is a lot of well-intentioned people, but most of whom are either already in the system or have worked in it for many years. And then my second point that, Craig, you made me think is one of the criticisms of CCC Applies was we were kind of stuck with it, and making any changes was exceedingly difficult. So how nimble will the new system be as our needs change and evolve? Thank you.
In response to the question about the demographic, yes, we have planned engagement with the Student Centered Design Lab And I actually had the opportunity to present to the Student Senate on Saturday and share with them as well. Like, we want as much input from students exactly for the reasons that you shared. So I think you can rest assured we're not going to sit in a room and decide, what's going to work best for the students. We want to hear it from the students themselves. So that's obviously a huge piece.
Yeah, and that goes to, why it could get delayed down the road, and that is because the direction that we're focused on is as we build it out, we'll do that testing with our students. We'll see if it's working, and if it's not, we reposition at that point, and we reconfigure and we rebuild. And we've had that discussion in the tri-chair meetings. I believe that's been in the IAG as well. So that continues to be the core focus. I think what we don't want to do is get to the end and then say, hey, we've rolled it out and it doesn't work. So no, that's absolutely, we'll be doing that type of testing in the interim. What makes it difficult is there's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario where we can have the best laid plans, but until we have a product that can be tested, you won't know. But our plan is as we start testing it, then we go back and refine and fix and adjust.
And then just quickly on the architecture, it's a modern SaaS-based architecture. So changes, we will only be limited by our own rules. In terms of changes, we should not be limited from a technological standpoint. Yeah. There you go.
All right, let's take public comment, please.
Public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. There are no comments on this item.
Most excellent. We're going to take a 5-minute break, y'all. See you in 5 minutes. Board, your 5-minute break is actually to take a photo, so don't think you're going down far.
like, come back here. Let me rein you back in. Let me rein you back in.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to move to item 6. Order in the court. Order in the court. All right, thanks everyone. We are moving to item 6.4, celebrating the 10th anniversary of the California Community Colleges to HBCU Transfer Guarantee Pathway. Before I pass it to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning, I'd like to give Board Member Epstein the opportunity to say some comments.
I think I'm one of 2 board members that were here when we launched this program 10 years ago. The other member, Perry, I think, was here. And I have to leave early, so I didn't want to miss my opportunity to say it's really awesome how this has grown and been so successful. I've read through the PowerPoint, and it's great, and I really hope we can continue to grow, and congratulations on all the success that you've had. I might be. I don't know.
Wonderful. Thank you. Over to you, Deputy Chancellor.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo, and thank you for your comments and reflections, Member Epstein, on that signing back in 2015. So I'm very, very excited to be presenting this item, our celebration of our 10th anniversary for our California Community Colleges to Historically Black Colleges and Universities Transfer Guarantee Pathway. And we do have guest presenters with me. And I am going to go ahead and go to my right so they could introduce themselves. And we have one of our HBCU presidents also joining us on the Zoom as well, and she will introduce herself.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Erin Izusetto, and I serve as the project director for the CCC to HBCU Transfer Pathway.
Good evening, board. My name is Darius Wilson. I am a student alumni of the CCC to HBCU Pathway program, so it's good to be here.
Sure. Dr. Wallace, if you're on, you can unmute and introduce yourself.
Yes, good evening for me. It is 5:51 p.m. here in Austin, Texas. I am Dr. Melva K. Wallace, the president and CEO of Houston Tillotson University, the #1 private HBCU in the state of Texas. We're located in Austin, which is the Silicon Valley of the South. So not Silicon Valley, but Silicon Valley of the South. Glad to be here and so excited to be recognizing and, highlighting this incredible program.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Dr. Wallace, for being here with us. So now at this time, I am going to go ahead and hand over the presentation to Dr. Settle so she can walk us through all of the accomplishments thus far for our program.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity to present and really celebrate this occasion. It's very exciting and rewarding work. Before I dive into the presentation, I am going to allow Dr. Wallace to provide some brief remarks, and then we'll get started with the presentation.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Aaron. It is our honor. On behalf of all HBCUs, we just want to say thank you and congratulations, for this innovative and incredible program. Our HBCUs for so many years have been punching above our weight, and we have been providing workforce for the entire United States of America and strengthening the upper middle class, responsible for 87% of Black judges and 85% of Black scientists, and the list goes on and on. So our work is so important to the fabric of this country. And we are very excited. And of course, I come to congratulate all of you on this exceptional and innovative program. It means so much to America. And I know it is California. But what you are doing is really strengthening the entire United States of America. I hope you see that in what you're doing. And I also, before I get started, she doesn't know that I'm doing this, but I want to commend Dr. Aaron for her hard work on this program. We all rely very heavily on her and her presence and her dedication to this program. I've had the occasion to travel with her throughout the state of California. And when I tell you she is well respected, she is innovative, she's creative, and she really puts students first. And as a person who believes in ensuring that all of our students, whether they're in California or Texas, get an education, I'm telling you, she is a woman after my own heart. And I speak on behalf of all of the HBCU presidents when it comes to that regard. So thank you, Dr. Aaron, for all of your hard work and for keeping this program going. Now, just a couple of things that I want to highlight. Houston-Tillotson University, as I said, U.S. News and World Report's the #1 private HBCU in the state of Texas. We're also the number 3 HBCU in the country. And we're also the #1 HBCU in the United States of America for putting students in the highest wage jobs immediately after graduation. So I tell students all the time, come here and get rich, okay? Come here, get rich, get into one of those high wage, high demand careers. And one exciting testimonial I want to share, we have a student from California who came to HT. He is now back in California. He signed his first employment contract for $250,000, okay? This is a kid who is now working for Meta. He transferred from California. He is doing incredible work, and we are so proud of him. So that's just a testament to what you do and what we do when we get to partner together. So kudos to the program. The goals of what we have is to continue to strengthen the partnership. It's imperative that we ensure that this partnership is stronger, better than ever. We'd love to host you here in Texas, in the great state of Texas, so that our colleagues, we have several HBCUs here. We're in Central Texas in the capital city, so we would love to host this program here to really highlight what we do and how we can partner even more. Our university will also be in San Diego this week, so I'd like to invite everybody in the room to join me in San Diego because we are coming there. We have a partnership. Our university will be launching a satellite campus in San Diego. And Dr. Aaron is going, I hope she's going to be there. I don't know, she's nodding. she's got her fingers crossed. She's going to pray about it and see what the Lord puts on her spirit. Okay, so she may be there. I'm hoping that she is, because we will be launching a satellite campus to support what you all are doing. So our investment, your investment, means a greater California, a stronger student pipeline, and ensuring that the goals and the visions of what you have, what you're doing is even stronger than ever before. So those are some of the things that, I'd love to, partner on the transfer summit. I'm looking at my notes. The list can go on, and of course, increase the student pipeline to the HBCUs. We just want to be here to support what you're doing and to commit and to continue to educate students across the country. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll answer any questions if you have them, and just support all that you're doing. Anytime you need me, please don't hesitate to call.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wallace. That was amazing. And thank you for those kind words. Dr. Wallace, as you can hear in just that brief snippet, is just one example of the innovative and engaged leadership and presidents that we have partnered with this initiative. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And I'll be in California Thursday, so I'll bring some of this Texas sunshine. It's 81 degrees and hot and sunny. So should I bring some of that with me, or are you
just
guys
a little? Just
okay,
a little,
I'll pack it in my I'll pack it in my I'll pack it in my carry-on.
Thank you. Yes. Is that Christina? Are you Christina? No.
Andrea,
Okay.
Andrea, can we get the slides back up?
Please. Okay, thank you. Okay. If we could go to the first slide, please. So this was the tiny picture that I was referencing, and that was from the signing, the MOU signing ceremony, March 2015. And so this project, for some of you that may not know, just a little bit of background and history, it started at El Camino College. This vision, this trailblazing vision from Miss Elaine Moore, a longtime counselor at El Camino. She started these individual tag and tap agreements that you can see on the screen between those select HBCUs and El Camino. And so her thought, her idea, her dream was to really expand this opportunity to students beyond El Camino, to expand it statewide. And so there we have, in 2014, 2015, the first 9 agreements signed. And so in 2021, we were approved for a 5-year grant cycle, which really kind of brings us to this final year in that 5-year cycle. Next slide, please. So over the next few minutes, you'll hear and see some of our growth and evolution, if you will, from that 2015 and those 9 partners and the very, very small team of really 2 people to where we are now and where we plan to go and where we see ourselves going in the near future. So as you can see on the screen, we are up to over 30 HBCUs that we are partnered with now. So we went from 9 to 30. So institutions all across the country, small schools, small is like 300 to 400 students total, and some larger institutions, about maybe closer to 9,000 students. Public schools, private schools, schools that you're familiar with, schools that you probably have never heard of before as well. Next slide, please. So who do we serve? This is, again, a statewide transfer pathway. So we serve all students in California, all California community college students. That includes our typical enrolled students as well as dual enrollment students, middle college students. We serve our community colleges, and really these are our biggest allies, supports. We really need them, our counselors, our transfer center directors, different student programs. So how do we serve them? We do this through a variety of trainings and outreach outreach because you'll see in future slides, our team is still pretty small for the amount of work and the impact that we have, not only within the state, but with our partner institutions. So we rely heavily on all of our folks on ground at all of our community colleges so that when a student enters an office for a counseling session and they want to talk about transfer, everyone, any counselor that they see can advise them on this statewide transfer pathway. So before we go to the next slide, I'd love for you all to hear from one of our alum, Darius Wilson. I actually met him at one of our caravan stops back in, 2017? So that was my first year working with the project as well. And so you can hear a bit about his journey.
Yeah, so like Dr. Settle said, we met at the HBCU Caravan in 2017. So I started off at Cosumnes River College under Dr. Bush, started off in the A2Men program as well. So that's where my journey started. Didn't start off as the greatest student. I started off on academic probation until I met my counselor, Khalid Kibru, who introduced me to A2Men. And then we went to the Evergreen College, HBCU Caravan. That's where I met Dr. Settle. Excuse me, got my first acceptance from Wiley College. Then it was roses from there. So I, got my confidence and started applying to other HBCUs. Then we went on an HBCU tour where we was able to go across the South and visit some of these HBCUs. I attended Dillard University after transferring with the 2.0 and 30 college credits. I graduated within 3 years. I graduated with honors and on the dean's list for 3 consecutive semesters. And this experience has been, so this entire experience has been rewarding. And I just want to say thank you guys, and you guys are contributing to Black student success, not only in the state of California and also across the country. Just like the president of HT said, Black students graduating more than 50% of lawyers and 80% of judges is a huge contribution to the United States of America. So your guys' work is astonishing, and essential funding is definitely needed for the investment of Black students. So just coming from an alumni perspective, that's what my experience has been. So I am at National University completing my master's in educational leadership. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Darius, for sharing. Can you guys hear me? I'm a little congested still too, so I can't hear myself too well. But thank you, Darius, for sharing just a tiny snippet of your journey. And I hope you all can kind of just get an example of hearing that transformation, going from that 2.0 student to being on the dean's list, and just meeting him where he was and bringing him to where he could be. So Darius and I, we stay in touch. I love to hear about where our students are, what they're doing, and where they'll go. It's very rewarding. Next slide, please. So what do we do? How do we inform all of the masses about this transfer pathway, and what does that look like? We provide a lot of outreach. So what does that outreach look like? You might see myself or a team member at a transfer fair anywhere in the state, at the Emoja Conference, the Amend Conference, where I was in Irvine for the Transfer Equity Summit. I was there. I participated in a panel. So you might see one of us at any of your campuses. We have team members that provide workshops and presentations to students. We provide counselor trainings because, again, we rely so heavily on our counselors to be well informed about this transfer pathway. We want to make sure they have all of the necessary information. and student support. So when I started with the project in 2017, I was doing outreach. So I was one of the folks doing presentations and transfer fairs. And I was curious about, well, what happens to the student once they get accepted and once they're actually enrolled, once they transferred? Is anyone keeping in contact and all of that? And so it's been very rewarding to be part of that evolution and the growth with this project as well. Next slide, please. Because that's how we come to some of our newer roles that we did not always have. So this is just our current team. Dr. Young, which some of you may be familiar with. We have Ms. Lauren Mills. She serves as our partnership relations coordinator. So this was an idea birthed from Dr. Young when she served as project director, because she needed someone to really focus on our HBCU partners. At the time, we were growing at a very fast rate. I think it was from 9 to 17 to 21 in a very short time. And she could not manage the HBCU partnerships as well as the day-to-day and everything here in California as well. So that's what Ms. Mills provides for us. Mr. Young, he's part of our outreach team. So again, he'll be anywhere in the Southern California area. Next slide, please. One of our newer roles is our HBCU transfer advisor. And as you can see, she's also a product of this pathway. So our transfer advisor is supporting students from the point of interest and exploration, helping them through the application process and seeing them through the enrollment process. So really providing that hands-on support, because we know that it can be an overwhelming experience for students. So we want to minimize any of those obstacles and challenges. Next slide, please. And then we have our student success coaches. So these coaches, again, you can see they're products of this pathway. They work with the students once they are enrolled at the HBCU and supporting them throughout their matriculation, seeing them through graduation, checking in on their adjustment, providing internship, scholarship information, and those types of resources as they need. Next slide, please. One of the major projects that we really were tasked with probably about 2018 or so was aligning the ADTs with the bachelor degree programs at our partner HBCUs. So that was quite a task, but on the transfer search tool, that's where you can find all of those degree pathways. And so similar to how the ADT is used here in California, when students are transferring within one of those pathways with our HBCUs, they have guaranteed admission at junior status. Next slide, please. So one of the, again, newer opportunities that we created over the last couple of years was our CCC to HBCU Transfer Summit. And this event is intentionally held outside of California, in the South, near some of our partner HBCUs. And we do this strategically we have our breakout sessions that have this really immersive opportunity to learn how to support students in their transfer to HBCUs, as well as learn more about our HBCU partners. And we finish with actual visits to some of our partner campuses. So one of those, the larger bottom picture, is at Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge. So they actually get to see and experience the campuses for themselves beyond maybe chaperoning an HBCU tour and having a more tailored experience to their work in supporting students. Next slide, please. I know I'm coming up on time, so I will make this very quick, but this is just a small example of some of the partnerships and collaboration that we've really grown over the last several years. Of course, with Umoja and Amend in supporting their conferences and working with their students in providing workshops. The National College Resource Foundation, if anyone has heard of the Black College Expo, they hosted in LA, Oakland, San Diego, and now Fresno. And so we always participate in that because HBCUs are, again, here in California for those specific events. And so we want to make sure that students know that they can utilize this pathway to get to the HBCU if they need or want to. The Common Black College application is an application that we've partnered with to provide free application to up to 4 HBCUs. So again, minimizing or removing some barriers. Most recently, we have partnered with CSAC to provide the Cal HBCU transfer grant. And this was a huge, really blessing in disguise. Didn't see this coming. The idea of a student taking Cal grant type funds out of state. And so that's what the Cal HBCU transfer grant is. It's a one-time grant of up to $5,000 that students can take to an eligible HBCU as long as they have an associate's degree for transfer. Last but not least, the Hoffman Agency, an amazing marketing firm that really were inspired to, they were called to action, if you will. They wanted to have an impact post, not COVID necessarily, but all of the racial injustices that were happening in 2020-21. And so they sought us out and developed this scholarship for students within the field of communications that covers tuition and fees for 2 years, so for their junior and senior year, as long as they are transferring to a partner school. They've committed to 1, but for the last 3 years since it's been in place, they've always offered it to 2 students because they just couldn't decide on the students. So huge opportunity. Next slide. And I'll make these brief. So it's just some other opportunities that have come up over the last few years. This map of the U.S. is there because I believe it was in the last presentation, the speaker talked about how California is often at the cutting edge of things. And when it comes to transfer pathways to this magnitude system-wide, California is the largest and really only to this magnitude to have this type of transfer pathway to HBCUs. And so many states and community colleges, individual colleges and districts have reached out to us for guidance on, how are you doing this work? How can we do this as well? So this has the attention that some of us might not know that it has, which we're really grateful for because we know that it has just a broader impact on students. UNCF, that stands for the United Negro College Fund. They support HBCUs as well as the private HBCUs in funding and scholarships, internships, different sustainability projects. And so we've had a growing relationship with them, which only supports our work with our partner HBCUs, which also supports our work, our students and their experience in transferring. Last on this slide, I'll just Snapchat. Why is that there? They're one of the companies that reached out to us. They have an internship program and they're wanting to boost their applications. It's open to community college students and 4-year college students. And so they reached out and we shared, that opportunity with our students. One of our students from Santa Monica College at the time, he moved very quickly to get his application in, and I believe he made it to the 2nd round, and he's now at Tuskegee University. Next, and I believe my last slide. I won't go too much into this, but I'll just broadly say we engage in a lot of conferences nationally as well for a variety of reasons. An opportunity to connect with our HBCU partners, an opportunity to learn more about the resources and other things that are out there that can support our work with students and with our counselors as well. And also to share the work that we're doing so that, again, we can garner further support. Okay, this is my last slide, I'm pretty sure. So what's next? Where are we looking ahead? A few different pieces. An official program evaluation after all of these, 10 years, increasing that student the student funding opportunities for students. You've heard a sample of some of those opportunities that have come about over the last 3 and 4 years, but we want to see more of that because we know that's one of the biggest challenges for students is finances when it comes to not only transferring but completing their degree. Increased usage of the Cal HBCU transfer grant, more videos and narratives of our students so that folks can learn more about our pathway through this student experience, through the student voice, and just really overall in amplifying our reach, both within the system and outside of the system with our HBCUs and potential partners. I'll stop there. Thank you for your attention. I feel like I was speeding my way through it, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Settle and Darius, and also Dr. Wallace for the amazing presentation on accomplishments. And I just want to personally also give you and your team a shout out because she forgot to mention that they also do a lot of logistical coordination for the HBCU caravan, working with at least a dozen of our colleges annually to promote the transfer pathway. So thank you so much.
No problem. Delta College, we were there.
Yeah.
You guys showed up and showed out. Mount
Sac.
Sac. You guys brought it again. Yeah.
So back to you, President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chancellor. The first comment comes from Vice President Rawlings.
So we know the HBCUs are remarkably effective at turning out really extraordinary leaders in our country. So the more we can do to support that, the better. So my question to you really is, how do we improve this pipeline? Are there pain points along the way that we can help reduce? And what can we do to help better support this effort? Because since I've been on the board, I've been so excited about particularly this pathway, even more than the ADTs. I've been really excited about this, just knowing what the outcomes look like for our students. So what can we do more?
Oh, that's such a great question. I love that question. So some pain points for us at this point in our tenure, if you will, is data and data collection and making that more of a streamlined process. Even while the students are still in the system, knowing who they are, how we can reach them quickly, easily, and when they're transferring. Because right now, it's not a clean, easy system. And then just helping to amplify the work. Any opportunities for marketing, really when we're talking about transfer, to also include the HBCU transfer pathway. So when we're talking about transfer to CSUs, UCs, the AICCUs, we're also talking about the HBCU pathway too.
Wonderful. Member Brown, Member Williams, and Member Adu.
I got about 1 million comments. Okay. So first of all, I was a founding faculty coordinator of UMOJA at Los Angeles Harbor College. Thanks to our interim vice president of student services, Phyllis Braxton. I want to express appreciation to her because she ensured that we got funding to get that going and also that we got funding to take students on an HBCU tour. And this is before we launched this statewide support that we have now. I also particularly want to say thank you to founding people like Elaine Moore and Donna Calandras, rest in peace, and those types of people, because all of this started with just 3 or 4 faculty having conversations and seeing a need and starting to fulfill the need without any support at all. And then showing, they pretty much did their own demonstration project and then showed us, and then and thank you to the board at the time to hear them and actually make this a statewide effort, because it's clearly absolutely a success and a model. You're already being reached out to from other folks all over the nation. And I also think we need to reach in and look at this as a model of what we can be doing more in the area of baccalaureate attainment. But before I get to that, I will just share on my tour experience I personally went on an HBCU tour with my students. And the only complaint from the California students after about day 4 was that they missed tacos. But they were excited to have really delicious fresh biscuits. So, you know, give or take, they learned about some of the differences, regional differences, and lived experiences of African American and other students through their experience of the tour. We visited 5 states within 5 days. These people are extremely dedicated that are putting these tours on. We were busy from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. on the go. So imagine the Far North tour on overdrive. For those of you that felt the exhaustion of that experience too. So let's see, what else did I want to say? One of the questions that students kept asking every time we did visits was, so is this institution impacted? And if you all don't know what that word means, it's a California word. None of the universities knew what the students were talking about. Impacted university means every single program is selective and difficult to get admitted to. Or they would say, I'm interested in this particular program, is it impacted? And again, the HBCU partners would be like, what? Because they don't face these capacity problems that we have in California. So I wanted to surface that, and I wanted to go back to Member Corral's comment. In addition to looking at and celebrating this HBCU transfer guarantee pathway as a model that's truly working, I think even, and I'm going to say even better than our ADT is working within the state. It is very clear to students that how their classes are going to transfer, and they also upfront tell students what kind of scholarships they will get when they transfer. If you have this GPA, this is what happens. If you have this GPA, this is what happens. They're able to do that because of capacity, and it's not because there's a lack of willingness in the CSU. There's just really, the CSU cannot make promises to our students that they can't fulfill. So they have to be very careful and do a watered down version of these guarantees, not because they want to, but because they have to. They can't admit more students than they have space for. So we really need to think about this with baccalaureate attainment. It got me thinking back to Member Corral's comment earlier about we need to do a deeper analysis and not just looking at one particular major or only looking at the rural experience. But I'm thinking about when I visited the Central Coast, and that in that area, those students, their closest university is fully impacted, and they don't get any local preference. So they have to compete to stay in their own neighborhood with the entire state and people around the nation, because it's a very popular university with very popular programs. So then now what are those students supposed to do? They have to, they're not necessarily in a rural area when a student has this situation. I've seen students in the Los Angeles area for programs that are extremely popular, like let's say engineering, apply to 4 universities, which you're allowed to apply to for free, and get accepted to none. So that's another year of that student's life that they're not able to move forward on their pathway because they don't know about partnerships like this that could get them moving along. I'll mention that when I was working at Santa Ana College, thinking about some of the ground up things that are already happening and innovative, there was one faculty member who met someone while, I think he was on vacation or something, met someone from South Dakota, and they set up a partnership to send 9 South Dakota students to visit each year to explore and consider going to that university. When those Santa Ana students found out that they could complete their entire rest of their degree at South Dakota for the cost of 1 semester at a CSU, 8 out of the 9 went. And they had those kind of numbers over and over again. And I'm certain that that's the kind of numbers we're seeing for this HBCU partnership. So I think we really need to do a deeper analysis of where are these areas of need, particular program majors, but also those kinds of issues where Long Beach students have a local advantage, but other students don't. So we need to look for those areas where the CSU is not able to help our students. And also within California, we could do these same types of things and have the students that are in those areas go visit the far out CSUs that have those programs. So we really can do a lot more, I think, and grow this idea of baccalaureate attainment to speak to Governor Newsom's concerns, to try to increase our pathways into the areas of the CSUs that aren't getting as many of our students, but also across the nation where we need to, because there's some areas where the entire CSU system just doesn't have enough space. One area where I think we could start that is with the Wiki Western Undergraduate Exchange, which is already a partnership that offers students in-state tuition between 170 colleges that are part of the partnership. But that's just one little sliver, like Member Krause said earlier, whereas this is a full service program model, and we need to see more of this. So I say all of this to say we've got a lot of work to do, and you're giving me a lot of ideas. And congratulations on a really well-built program that came from Margaret Mead, the anthropology person, who said just a few people can really change the world.
Absolutely.
Just a few people started this, and we are changing the world. So thank you for your wonderful work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Member
I miss
Williams?
tacos too. When I was in Nashville and Texas, where are the real tacos? Not Tex-Mex.
One last question. I did zoom in, and it was Member Epstein in that picture, standing right next to the USA flag.
He was in there. He's the OG.
And he might even be wearing
and
the
with
same
this-
outfit. Just FYI.
Oh, and with the pain point that you mentioned of amplifying these partnerships, when we're thinking about CCC Apply and Program Mapper, we should be showing the pathways from the 2-to-2 that go to the HBCU. So let's make sure to add that into our goals.
Thank you.
Excellent comments and great presentation. While you were talking, it made me think about it would be so cool if we can have a Howard University medical satellite in Lansing or in Shasta. You know, when you think about capacity and part of the governor's comments about expanding through partnerships. But my question for you all was, first recommendation is really be clear about your data need and make the request of the chancellor's office, like what specific data are you looking for? But my question is, I work in K-12 and we send about 60 to 80 students on HBCU tours. Early college, is it appropriate? Do you all have capacity to engage with early college students? You don't see a lot of Black students enrolling in early college. And is that a strategy using the HBCU as a way to get them to start enrolling ninth grade? And do you all have the staffing to engage with K-12 in that kind of way?
Staffing has never really stopped the work. We could definitely use more to maybe have at least one individual focused on that dual enrollment, early college, high school pipeline, if you will. But we still provide presentations. We'll table at the middle college, high schools, and we've seen an increase just even informally at events like Black College Expo, where we're asking students, or even at the Emoja conference we were just at, where they had hundreds of high school students. Oh, are you a dual enrollment student? Are you taking community college courses? Yes. And it's like, okay, this is amazing. So yes, we definitely want to increase our work with that group. But yes, we do
so to
need
be clear,
to.
I'm talking about the ones that are on high school campuses taking college courses, not there's a range of different folks doing a bunch of stuff. Like, do you all actually have the people that can go to the schools and support that work?
On site at this point, not all of them. We would only be able to really get to a few across the state at this point. But that's a great recommendation. Thank you. I'm taking notes.
I'll wait for you to finish your notes.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay. I think generally, just starting off, thank you for your presentation. What you're doing is such important work, and I wanted to underscore to the board something that was mentioned and highlighted, but I just really want to place a lot of emphasis on it, is that HBCUs have played an enormous, unparalleled role in expanding access to higher education for Black students in America. They're not simply academic institutions, but they're also spaces of cultural belonging. If you look at research, students that Black students specifically that attend HBCUs report higher levels of mentoring connections, higher levels of degree completion, higher levels of civic engagement later on in life. This particularly highlights, and as we think is with Vision 2030, and we think about our equity pathways and our goals with equity, having a pathway for Black students or students in general to transfer to HBCUs is a critical equity strategy. And I think that's something that I really want to like have us leaving with like a taste in our mouth. It's like, it's so incredibly important that we have these. And for me, like I always understood this on a very theoretical basis. I've never had anyone in my family attend an HBCU. And the first time I actually met someone that attended an HBCU was this past summer when I was in DC for my internship. And I had 2 roommates and they were both women that attended HBCUs. And I was able to actually, for an NAACP conference that my internship was hosting, I was able to go and meet entire communities of people who have multi-generational HBCU graduates that have done incredibly well for themselves, that have been able to create entire lives and influence different sectors of things that you wouldn't even imagine, right? You have people who are working at the top of the line on whether or not you have internet, on business, on agriculture, and all of them come out of these HBCUs. And I think it's just really critical to remember just how influential they are and how important it is to have these pipelines where if our students want to continue to go there, that they can go there. And I think that's exactly what you guys are doing. And I think you guys are an incredible team. Congratulations on your master's degree. And I think you guys are doing amazing, amazing work. And I love to hear it. And I'm so excited to see more.
Thank you.
Member Corral.
I just had well, first of all, congratulations, wonderful work. And it's really great to hear your personal story. I was curious about the membership of the HBCUs, and then how much outreach do you continue to do to kind of widen the net of who's included, just because there are some notable standout, notables that are not included. And so I was curious, what's your capacity to continue to widen the pool? And then what are some challenges, or what are things that may be driving their participation or not in this program?
Great question. Thank you for asking. So initially, from the beginning, Mrs. Moore, she literally went out across the country visiting the campuses to really recruit, and that's how those first 9 were joined this pathway. Shortly after that, like I mentioned, there was kind of this boom, if you will. And so after that, we hadn't really done much soliciting to other institutions. It has been primarily institutions reaching out to us, alumni reaching out, and just individuals from the different campuses reaching out on, how can we join this pathway? When the Cal HBCU transfer grant went live, it made national news. Some of it, the language was not clear and correct, but it definitely got the attention of a lot of HBCUs that were not partners and wanting to know, how can we be part of this? How can, our students reap the benefits of this as well? So we haven't done much outreach at this point, really over the last few years, just because we've had so much influx of interest. The work that it requires to be a partner is, I think, it's a collaborative partnership. It's not one of those agreements that institutions can just sign and kind of shelve, because students are impacted, and they're impacted in the way that we need folks at that institution to actually answer the phone to anyone that we call on knows about this transfer pathway. So it requires a lot of buy-in institution-wide, not just an admissions initiative, but it's part of the fabric of the institution. So making sure that the full institution is prepared and ready for this type of collaborative partnership is really critical. And then with the added work of the ADT, now new partners need to go through, the list of ADTs offered, and identify at least 2 pathways that will be included on the MOU agreement. So that requires, working with the faculty bodies and the provost and all of that, just really for the academic side of the buy-in. So I know with CSAC, we've been working with them. They have some interest in expanding the opportunities, and part of that expansion is increasing the number of HBCUs that we have an MOU agreement with. And so we've been talking about being strategic on maybe targeting those schools that would be eligible for that grant if they had an MOU agreement. So some of those schools might be challenging, like Howard is no surprise. Mrs. Moore is a Howard alum. She's been trying with Howard from the very, very beginning. And so maybe changes with leadership, maybe their own enrollment. But for some institutions, when they see, this is a transfer guarantee, it might be a little intimidating in opening the floodgates, if you will, opening that door of, whoa, we want to maybe engage in this type of work, but just to allow, widen that access, wanting to maybe have a little more control with that.
And can I just do a follow-up to Board Member Brown's comments? I was going to say, I do think, and that maybe this is something the board has already discussed, but I do think this is the capacity issue is an interesting, and with this presentation in particular, a really interesting discussion, because essentially, as we are limited in California to help our students transfer into viable pathways, we're essentially training our students to go out of state. And I think we've heard that. And that should be really problematic for us in a time, we should really be thinking about how to coordinate, collaborate, increase that pathway, because it's why would we, in theory, we want and also the alternative is, we're also stymieing our students' ability to succeed. So, so we're kind of stuck in this hard place, and it just seems like more of a sense of urgency around, we have to get those capacity issues right. But I'm sure this board has had that conversation. It just really struck me in this presentation how essentially we are training the best to possibly leave our state just because we don't want them stuck if they can't find those alternative pathways. So,
Member Brown, then Member Haynes.
I know this is anecdotal, but many of those students that went to South Dakota did come back after they graduated, but they came back employable. And they came back with so many lived experiences they wouldn't have had if they stayed in their home. They used to do road trips together during all of their breaks. They would collaborate on driving back to California, and they also drove all over the U.S. And those are things that students that go to their closest CSU just don't do. And so I think it actually just got us some really well-rounded graduates.
That's a good point, yeah.
So I just wanted to put that out there as a hopeful thing, to not think that they're necessarily going to stay wherever they go. And one other thing I wanted to mention, because it could also be just a general assumption, this is not directed at Member Corral, is that one of the HBCUs we visited, which is a very large one, I won't name names, it actually almost looked more like what we call a PWI, predominantly white institution, as we walked around, because these institutions, they are historically black, and some of them are predominantly black, but they're not all, because the quality of the programs and accessibility to education, students are going to go wherever they need to go to succeed. And so many diverse students are choosing HBCUs and should be considering this as one of many options to them, or as a backup plan, right? Apply to 4 Cal States, apply to 4 UCs, and apply to 4 HBCUs, and toss in a few more and see what happens, and then choose what's the best option for you so you can move forward. And so I think focusing on that, we've got plenty of people in California. I don't think we actually, I don't know, I know there's this narrative about people leaving California, but just as many people leave, they're coming right on in. So I think just focusing on treating our students as if they were our own child, or our own niece or nephews if we're not a parent, because I'm an aunt. And that's the way I treat every single student. I want to help that student get to their goal. And then when they're successful, they're going to talk well about their experience in the California Community College, and that's going to encourage more students to also try. So I think that's where we need to stay rooted and not get into a place of fear, and also not get into a place of thinking like, oh, this is only for Black students. No, it's for all students, and it's a really powerful partnership that we form.
Thank you.
Thank you. Haynes Villavicencio Adu.
Thank you. I do have a question with regard to completion and whether or not we're able to gather the data of our students who are transferring, to what extent they are completing. Is there a way to get that data? Do we follow them enough that we can get that data back or not?
There are definitely limitations, and part of that is the sources of the data. So the students that we track is really based on their responsiveness for the students that we track. There are definitely students that transfer that we have never had any knowledge of them transferring. We also rely on our HBCU partners to provide that data as well, as far as annually, how many students are enrolling through this pathway, how many students are completing and graduating, and all of that. There, again, still limitations on that data as well. So the dream is to not really rely on anyone to provide us with that data, but for us to always have it and run our own clearinghouse reports and all of that, so we can always just have easy access.
Thank you. I have a couple of other questions. Can I ask them? Thank you, Madam President. The other one, and I don't want us to lose sight of this. I agree. We may be losing a huge trust relative to our Black students, but we need to change our institutions, because many of our students do not feel that they belong. They do not have those connective tissues with the UCs or the CSUs in the way that would really help to shepherd them to complete. That, in most cases, is not the case for an HBCU, where culturally, historically, there's going to be somebody you can talk to, and even if you think you're not going to talk to them, there's going to be somebody who talks to you even when you don't want to get talked to. And that's a very different cultural connection that is critically important for our students. And many of them absolutely do come back. When we didn't go through some of the data, but something like 50% of Black professors are teachers at non-HBCU colleges. They come back they're coming to California to be in our classrooms. If you look at our community colleges and you look at the Black faculty that are there, I would say in many cases they are close to 40% across the state have gone to an HBC, either as an undergraduate or as a graduate student. So we're getting that wealth of knowledge, and we're also getting them because they know what it took for them to get through school, to know those are the capacities they need to have to help our students who are here get through their coursework, and to kind of cheer them on as they move forward. So I really want to commend you on this work. The HBCU institutions, and am I correct, about 121 total institutions?
I think it's at 106.
106, okay. Way too many. Okay, 106. But they represent only 3% of institutions in this country. But their outcome and their success rate is so much higher with our students, and we have to keep that in mind. We are building. We're building the professionals that we absolutely need, and they need the support that they actually need in order to be successful. So that's the partnership, that's the collaboration, because they all do us proud if they can get through their system, through systems that were not built for them. We are still in educational systems that were not built for our students.
Member Villavicencio, Member Adu, Member LeGrand.
Now, I wanted to, in a way, Board Member Haynes had me also thinking about our Black African American history professor, and he did graduate from Morehouse. And obviously, he's now teaching our students. And I'm so grateful that you were at Delta College. I was just actually outside after I finished teaching and at the Quad area. It was wonderful to see all of the colleges in full force and our students there. And in a way, I think Board Member Brown may have addressed some of my questions, but I'd love to hear your take of it and perhaps expand upon this. Our college obviously is an HSI and an ANAPZ, dual designated, but and so we do have a vibrant now Umoja program obviously on campus, and as Board Member Brown mentioned, 25% of HBCUs, just looked it up, are non-Black, African American. And so my question is to you in terms of your outreach, in terms of how do we demystify that for our students, especially for all of our students to consider this. And I agree with Board Member Brown. If you're going to transfer, definitely look at CSU's, UC's, this HBCU pathway and others. But what does that look like? And perhaps you can share with us some of your best practices so we can elevate and allow us to help you in terms of that intentional outreach to our diverse students to consider this pathway. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So a few strategies, a few ideas. We know that sometimes campuses will put this pathway off on the Umoja counselor, Umoja coordinator, when this is not the work of Umoja. We love them. They are amazing partners, but this pathway isn't exclusive to Umoja students. It's not exclusive to Black students. But I think sometimes when folks see HBCU, that's kind of what they group it under as. So that leaves a variety, so many counselors on a campus that don't know or maybe choose not to know, or just kind of hands off when it comes to, HBCUs. So that's why we do the counselor training in services to train the whole counseling department at the institution, so that when they're meeting with any student and talking about transfer, they include this pathway. Some of it is, like Board Member Haynes said, cultural. It's kind of institutionalized to talk about CSU, UC, and HBCUs can be maybe intimidating that, I don't really know about them, and what do I say to a student? And so that's why we even started the Transfer Summit, so that counselors could feel empowered and more knowledgeable about these institutions. You don't have to be an expert, but just to know the requirements of this pathway and guide the students, show them the transfer search tool, show them the web page. There are different ways. Taking a look at your transfer center or any of your transfer spaces. Do you have any HBCU pennants? These are silent signals and notifications that tell a student like, oh, okay, this is a viable option for me. And so if every counselor, if every person talking about transfer to a student could include HBCUs in that conversation, that alone is a game changer. And that doesn't cost money. It doesn't take anything, but some of that is that cultural shift. And counselors, taking ownership of, I know it's another piece of knowledge, another thing, but if we're doing it for the students, we don't want to limit and kind of, gatekeep the access for students.
I'll just share briefly my experience during that caravan, because I took the time to speak to a few of the HBCU colleges and universities that were there, things that I did not know. So even as a faculty member, I learned about programs that exist within my field of political science. There's definitely opportunities.
Yeah.
HBCUs that are closer to Washington, D.C. And whatnot. And so, yes, I think it's obviously our counselors need to be looped in. Our faculty also need to be looped in. And now that I have some information, be able to share those with my students as well. Thank you.
Yes. And I'll just finalize my comments with your question. any student that attends an HBCU, whether they're Black or not, the non-Black students, they still feel that warmth and that connection to the institution. They still feel that support from the professors as well. So that might not be what draws them there, but that's one of the benefits of attending.
All right, Member Dew, Member LeGrand, and then me last.
Okay, I'll keep this brief since Member Haynes took all my comments.
It's mutual.
A little bit of revenge. This is more so just like, not a comment, not anything you really have to build on, but like you mentioned, one of the pain points specifically being the lack of data and the lack of aggregation of data and being able to effectively utilize that. And I think looking forward, one, I would love to hear how we would be able to support you better in that regard. And this could be done now or later. Don't worry about answering it now. But I'm also really looking forward to maybe one day seeing data on like what percentage of CCC to HBCU transfers graduate. Is it significantly more than just using an example, Black transfers in the state of California? If so, why is that? It would also provide really like informational data for the rest of the higher education in this state. It'd also be really interesting to know dual enrollment. Do they come back to California? If they do, how far? Income, average income made first year, 5 years out of graduation. Do they go to graduate school? It's just a lot of things to think about, and having the data, like you mentioned, that's like the main pain point. I can totally get it, because as soon as you said it, I was like, gears are turning. I really want to know more about it, and I look forward to learning more about it in the future.
Thank you.
Am I the last comment?
You're the second to last, sir. I'm the last.
Oh, it's always going to be a final comment, but anyway, that's all right.
Do you want to be the final comment?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I just wanted to say how inspiring it was to hear about this. And I look forward to hearing not only this, celebrating the 10-year anniversary of this, but the 25, the 50, and 100. And what got me particularly excited was to see Member Brown and Member Williams just ideate over everything that you were talking about, because that's exactly how this was born. It was the ideation between just a few faculty members. So I think as much as we are connecting students with HBCUs and putting students through the pipeline, connecting talent to different areas of the nation, because this is a national conversation, the existence of this pipeline is inspiring backup. So I just wanted to extend a hearty congratulations and say how inspiring this entire thing is. And I will cede to the final commenter, Member LeGrand.
So I just want to thank you and congratulate you on 10 years. 105 historically Black colleges, 116 community colleges, so we can get a 1-to-1 ratio, so that would be pretty good. So that's an aspirational goal for the 20th anniversary, I would say. And my personal comment was, I want one of those shirts, so how do I buy one of those shirts? Because I'd be advertising that all over California.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll take public comment at this time.
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we just have one. Robert Stewart Jr.
All right, I'm sorry to hold you guys up at the end, but I would be remiss if I didn't say anything. So good afternoon, President Aguinaldo and Chancellor Christian and the rest of the board. I want to congratulate the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's Office for this 10-year anniversary of the CCC to HBCU Transfer Guarantee Pathway. As a Black male STEM faculty, my STEM pathway from Compton High School back in the late 80s, directly into a 4-year predominantly white institution in California and beyond to my other degrees, was mixed with a lot of imposter syndrome and also an acute feeling that I did not belong where I was. When I was in 11th grade in 1986, Compton High School, at the time was predominantly Black, the whole city. We had a college fair and no HBCUs showed up. And so the students, we were like, hey, what's going on? And so we asked the administration and the counselors why there were no HBCUs at our college fair, and they told us that they did not invite the HBCUs. And the reason they did not, they said, was because our whole existence was in a Black situation, and so therefore we needed to know what it was like, what it would be like to exist in the real world, which to me, in hindsight, said that my community was not the real world and HBCUs were not the real world. And frankly, I think that HBCUs are the realest world that our Black students can experience in college, particularly STEM students, where we're just nowhere to be found. That was my experience all the way through my education. I'm the only one. And, you know, you don't have to suffer that imposter syndrome when you can go somewhere where you belong, where your teachers look like you, where you have people that look like you around you that you can study with and that understand your situation in life. So it's important that our California students access this very important program, especially our Black STEM students. And so I want to thank you all for your hard work. When I hear that 85% of Black scientists are coming out of HBCUs, I believe that. I seriously buy into that. So the ASCCC, the Academic Center for California Community College, we are looking forward to any partnership or sponsorship that we can do moving forward to assist with the aims and purposes of this program. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Team, it is 4:57, and I'm intentionally saying that before I solicit board member reports under item 6.6. Does anybody have anything to report? All right, Member Villavicencio.
I'll be quick. I'll try to be quick. I had the opportunity to attend the C3 Converge conference, which is the second annual community college climate summit in Anaheim, and board member Haynes was with me. And I just wanted to recognize publicly the work that Dr. Carla Grandi, our lead climate action fellow, and Jeffrey Clary, who's the senior director of climate strategies at the Foundation for California Community Colleges, for the work that they do leading this program, even though we have a challenging political climate when it comes to climate action. It is amazing the work that our colleges are doing. And just want to highlight real quick the BCAP project and the amazing innovative work that they're doing with ocean and climate science, regenerative farming, the blue technology, and the underwater research that they're doing is absolutely amazing. And clearly, it is something that we should be proud of as a system as we scale these programs up. I also had the opportunity to bring 30 of my students here to the Chancellor's office, so I wanted to shout out Deputy Chancellor Tomanang, Vice Chancellor David O'Brien, Assistant Vice Chancellor Linda Vasquez, and Cody Peters, who helped welcome my students here. It was wonderful for them to hear about the political journeys of the Chancellor's office leadership, and to see that this is also a pathway for them. Many of them who are, again, political science majors did not know or were aware that this was a pathway for them for careers. And last but not least, I had the opportunity to testify before the Assembly Higher Education Committee yesterday on the impact of the federal government on the future of higher education. I did testify in my capacity as a faculty member for San Joaquin Delta College, and spoke about the federal withdrawal of funding for MSI's programs and advocated for our Dreamer students. We had a very engaging and thoughtful conversation with Chair Mike Huang and the committee members who were present, and it was a wonderful opportunity for me to uplift our student voices, provide, again, these frontline perspectives that I have, and advocate for the needs for our most vulnerable student communities. So I just wanted to report that to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Villavicencio. Any other board member reports? All right. Item 7.1. We'll now welcome public comment at this time.
Public forum is now open. If you are calling in, press star 9. You will have 2 minutes. We received written comments on this item, which are available at the meeting entrance table, and I will hand it over to Gary to start calling on raised hands.
We have 2 hands raised. Aaron Heasley, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
All right, thank you so much. I am here to present a resolution of the membership body of the State Center Federation of Teachers regarding the conduct and performance of Chancellor Carol Goldsmith, EDD. Whereas Chancellor Carol Goldsmith's leadership at State Center Community College, as reflected in the November 2025 Confidence and Climate Survey responses, is characterized by a pervasive crisis of governance and value that has centralized power, demoralized the workforce, and led to significant financial and ethical turmoil. Whereas the overarching impact of this leadership is the creation of a toxic, autocratic culture that has fundamentally eroded trust in the district's governing and administrative bodies. Whereas the faculty consistently described Chancellor Goldsmith's leadership as rife with corruption and nepotism, being specifically alarmed by an ethics complaint, which was filed after the SCCCD Board of Trustees approved a $161,000 contract for a consultant whom the chancellor frequently referred to as, quote, her goddaughter. Whereas SCCCD's annual legal expenses have more than tripled since Chancellor Goldsmith's appointment, with projections exceeding $2.5 million due to a spike in lawsuits related to alleged retaliation, wrongful termination, and First Amendment violations.
30 seconds.
While the cabinet's use of legal counsel and consultants is viewed as a way to shield the chancellor and her cabinet from accountability. Whereas faculty consistently and broadly report on a culture of retaliation and fear under the leadership of Chancellor Goldsmith, who is also accused of cultivating a, quote, pervasive climate of intimidation and retaliation. President Keith Ford will read the rest of the resolution to you.
That is time. Thank you for your comments.
Our second hand raised is Keith Ford. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I will continue. Whereas the Chancellor's cabinet under Chancellor Goldsmith's leadership is actively engaged in a, quote, big brother approach, stripping away local control and, quote, unilaterally making decisions, end quote, in academic and professional matters as related in decisions regarding Canvas learning management systems, where the central office restricted access and hampered instructional work. Whereas the faculty feel disrespected and ignored, with the Chancellor and cabinet accused of, quote, disregarding the value of faculty knowledge, experience, or perspective, and leaders that are criticized as yes men and women who lack the, quote, critical thinking skills necessary for their roles. Therefore, be it resolved that the Executive Council of the State Center Federation of Teachers expresses its unequivocal solidarity with the sentiments expressed in the November 2025 Confidence and Climate Survey. And be it further resolved that the members of the State Center Federation of Teachers express no confidence in Dr. Carol Goldsmith, Chancellor of State Center Community College District. And be it further resolved that the membership of the Federation directs and authorizes the Executive Council of the Federation to call for the immediate dismissal of Chancellor Carol Goldsmith, irrespective of her announcement of retirement. And be it finally resolved that the membership of the Federation directs and authorizes the Executive Council of the Federation to deliver this resolution to the SCCD Board of Trustees, to the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, to the CCC Board of Governors, yourselves, as well as the Superintendent of Public Instruction, and at its discretion, such media outlets as deemed necessary.
30 seconds.
Thank you. This resolution was ratified unanimously at the SCFT Mega General Membership Meeting on November 13th, 2025. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Great. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 5:04 p.m. and I am pleased to announce that the Board of Governors business has concluded. Thank you.